So, game audio, microphone works, everything works.
Lay in silence.
And Firefox works.
Silence of 3 parts.
Wow. Okay.
The most obvious part was a vast echoing quiet made by things.
Enjoy the audiobook. I'm muted now again.
If there had been a storm, raindrops would have tapped and pattered against the celis vines behind the inn. Thunder would have muttered and rumbled and chased the silence down the road like fallen autumn leaves. If there had been travelers stirring in their rooms, they would have stretched and grumbled the silence away like fraying half-forgotten dreams. If there had been music, but no. Of course, there was no music. In fact, there were none of these things. And so the silence remained. Inside the Waystone Inn, a dark-haired man eased the back door closed behind himself. Moving through the perfect dark, he crept through the kitchen, across the tap room, and down the basement stairs. With the ease of long experience, he avoided loose boards that might groan or sigh beneath his weight. Each slow step made only the barest tap against the floor. In doing this, he added his small, furtive silence to the larger, echoing one. They made an amalgam of sorts, a counterpoint. The third silence was not an easy thing to notice. If you listened long enough, you might begin to feel it in the chill of the window glass and the smooth plaster walls of the innkeeper's room. It was in the dark chest that lay at the foot of a hard and narrow bed, and it was in the hands of the man who lay there, motionless, watching for the first pale hint of dawn's coming light. The man had true red hair, red as flame. His eyes were dark and distant, and he lay with the resigned air of one who has long ago abandoned any hope of sleep. The Waystone Inn was his, just as the third silence was his. This was appropriate, as it was the greatest silence of the 3, holding the others inside itself. It was deep and wide as autumn temple. It was heavy as a great river smooth stone. It was the patient cut flower sound of a man who is waiting to die. Chapter 1. Apple and Elderberry. Bast slouched against the long stretch of mahogany bar, bored. Looking around the empty room, he sighed and rummaged around until he found a clean linen cloth. Then, with a resigned look, he began to polish a section of the bar. After a moment, Bast leaned forward and squinted at some half-seen speck. He scratched at it and frowned at the oily smudge his finger made. He leaned closer, fogged the bar with his breath, and buffed it briskly. Then he paused, exhaled hard against the wood, and wrote an obscene word in the fog. Tossing aside the cloth, Bast made his way through the empty tables and chairs to the wide windows of the inn. He stood there for a long moment, looking at the dirt road running through the center of the town. Bast gave another sigh and began to pace the room. He moved with the casual grace of a dancer and the perfect nonchalance of a cat. But when he ran his hands through his dark hair, the gesture was restless. His blue eyes prowled the room endlessly, as if searching for a way out, as if searching for something he hadn't seen 100 times before. But there was nothing new. Empty tables and chairs, empty stools at the bar. 2 huge barrels loomed on the counter behind the bar, one for whiskey, one for beer. Between the barrels stood a vast panoply of bottles, all colors and shapes. Above the bottles hung a sword. Bast's eyes fell back onto the bottles. He focused on them for a long, speculative moment, then moved back behind the bar and brought out a heavy clay mug. Drawing a deep breath, he pointed a finger at the first bottle in the bottom row and began to chant as he counted down the line. Maple, maypole, catch and carry, ash and ember, elderberry. He finished the chant while pointing at a squat green bottle. He twisted out the cork, took a speculative sip, then made a sour face and shuddered. He quickly set the bottle down and picked up a curving red one instead. He sipped this one as well, rubbed his wet lips together thoughtfully, then nodded and splashed a generous portion into his mug. He pointed at the next bottle and started counting again. Woolen, woman, moonlight, night, willow, window, candlelight. This time it was a clear bottle with a pale yellow liquor inside. Bast yanked the cork and added a long pour to the mug without bothering to taste it first. Setting the bottle aside, he picked up the mug and swirled it dramatically before taking a mouthful. He smiled a brilliant smile and flicked the new bottle with his finger, making it chime lightly before he began his sing-song chant again. Barrel, barley, stone and stave, wind and water. A floorboard creaked, and Bast looked up, smiling brightly. Good morning, Reshi. The red-haired innkeeper stood at the bottom of the stairs. He brushed his long-fingered hands over the clean apron and full-length sleeves he wore. Is our guest awake yet? Bast shook his head. Not a rustle or a peep. He's had a hard couple of days, Coates said. It's probably catching up with him. He hesitated, then lifted his head and sniffed. Have you been drinking? The question was more curious than accusatory. No, Bast said. The innkeeper raised an eyebrow. I've been tasting, Bast said, emphasizing the word. Tasting comes before drinking. Ah, the innkeeper said. So you were getting ready to drink then? Tiny gods, yes, Bast said. To great excess. What the hell else is there to do? Bast brought his mug up from underneath the bar and looked into it. I was hoping for elderberry, but I got some sort of melon. He swirled the mug speculatively. Plus, something spicy. He took another sip and narrowed his eyes thoughtfully. Cinnamon? He asked, looking at the ranks of bottles. Do we have any more elderberry? It's in there somewhere, the innkeeper said, not bothering to look at the bottles. Stop a moment and listen. We need to talk about what you did last night. Bast went very still. What did I do, Reshi? You stopped that creature from the mail, Coates said. Oh. Bast relaxed, making a dismissive gesture. I just slowed it down, Reshi. That's all. Coates shook his head. You realized it wasn't just some madman. You tried to warn us. You hadn't been so quick on your feet. Bast frowned. I wasn't so quick, Reshi. It got Shep. He looked down at the well-scrubbed floorboards near the bar. I liked Shep. Everyone else will think the Smith's Prentice saved us, Coates said. And that's probably for the best, but I know the truth. If not for you, it would have slaughtered everyone here. Oh, Reshi, that's just not true, Bast said. You would have killed it like a chicken. I just got it first. The innkeeper shrugged the comment away. Last night has me thinking, he said, wondering what we could do to make things a bit safer around here. Have you ever heard the White Riders hunt? Bast smiled. It was our song before it was yours, Reshi. He drew a breath and sang in a sweet tenor. Rode they horses white as snow, silver blade and white on bow, wore they fresh and supple boughs, red and green upon their brows. The innkeeper nodded. Exactly the verse I was thinking of. You think you could take care of it while I get things ready here? Bast nodded enthusiastically and practically bolted, pausing by the kitchen door. You won't start without me? He asked anxiously. We'll start as soon as our guest is fed and ready, Coat said. Then, seeing the expression on his student's face, he relented a little. For all that, I imagine you have an hour or two. Bast glanced through the doorway, then back. Amusement flickered over the innkeeper's face. And I'll call before we start. He made a shooing motion with one hand. Go on now. The man who called himself Coat went through his usual routine at the Greystone Inn. He moved like clockwork, like a wagon rolling down the road in well-worn ruts. First came the bread. He mixed flour and sugar and salt with his hands, not bothering to measure. He added a piece of starter from the clay jar in the pantry, kneaded the dough, then rounded the loaves and set them to rise. He shoveled ash from the stove in the kitchen and kindled a fire. Next, he moved into the common room and laid a fire in the black stone fireplace, brushing the ash from the massive hearth along the northern wall. He pumped water, washed his hands, and brought up a piece of mutton from the basement. He cut fresh kindling, carried in firewood, punched down the rising bread, and moved it close to the now warm stove. And then, abruptly, there was nothing left to do. Everything was ready. Everything was clean and orderly. The red-haired man stood behind the bar, his eyes slowly returning from their faraway place, focusing on the here and now, on the inn itself. They came to rest on the sword that hung on the wall above the bottles. It wasn't a particularly beautiful sword, not ornate or eye-catching. It was menacing, in a way, the same way a tall cliff is menacing. It was grey and unblemished, and cold to the touch. It was sharp as shattered glass. Carved into the black wood of the mounting board was a single word: folly. The innkeeper heard heavy footsteps on the wooden landing outside. The door's latch rattled noisily, followed by a loud hello and a thumping on the door. Just a moment, Coat called. Hurrying to the front door, he turned the heavy key in the door's bright brass lock. Graham stood with his thick hand poised to knock on the door. His weathered face split into a grin when he saw the innkeeper. "Bast opened things up for you again this morning?" he asked. Coat gave a tolerant smile. "He's a good boy," Graham said. "Just a little dither-headed. I thought you might have closed up shop today." He cleared his throat and glanced at his feet for a moment. "I wouldn't be surprised, considering." Coat put the key in his pocket. "Open as always. What can I do for you?" Graham stepped out of the doorway and nodded toward the street where 3 barrels stood in a nearby cart. They were new, with pale polished wood and bright metal bands. "I knew I wasn't getting any sleep last night, so I knocked the last one together for you. Besides, I heard the Bankalts would be coming round with the first of the late apples today." "I appreciate that." "Nice and tight, so they'll keep through the winter." Graham walked over and rapped a knuckle proudly against the side of the barrel. "Nothing like a winter apple to stave off hunger." He looked up with a glimmer in his eye and knocked the side of the barrel again. "Get it, Steve?" Coat groaned a bit, rubbing at his face. Graham chuckled to himself and ran a hand over one of the barrel's bright metal bands. "I ain't never made a barrel with brass before, but these turned out nice as I could hope for. You let me know if they don't stay tight. I'll say to him." "I'm glad it wasn't too much trouble," the innkeeper said. "The cellar gets damp. I worry iron would just rust out in a couple of years." Graham nodded. "That's right sensible," he said. "Not many folk take the long view of things." He rubbed his hands together. "Would you like to give me a hand? I'd hate to drop one and scuff your floors." They set to it. 2 of the brass-bound barrels went to the basement, while the third was maneuvered behind the bar, through the kitchen, and into the pantry. After that, the men made their way back to the common room, each on their own side of the bar. There was a moment of silence as Graham looked around the empty taproom. There were 2 fewer stools than there should be at the bar, and an empty space left by an absent table. In the orderly taproom, these things were as conspicuous as missing teeth. Graham pulled his eyes from a well-scrubbed piece of floor near the bar. He reached reached into his pocket and brought out a pair of dull iron shims, his hand hardly shaking at all. "Bring me up a short beer, would you, Coach?" he asked, his voice rough. "I know it's early, but I've got a long day ahead of me. I'm helping the Murrians bring their wheat in." The innkeeper drew the beer and handed it over silently. Graham drank half of it off in a long swallow. His eyes were red around the edges. Business last night," he said without making eye contact, then took another drink. Coat nodded. Bad business last night. Chances are that would be all Graham had to say about the death of a man he had known his whole life. These folk knew all about death. They killed their own livestock. They died from fevers, falls, or broken bones gone sour. Death was like an unpleasant neighbor. You didn't talk about him for fear he might hear you and decide to pay a visit. Except for stories, of course. Tales of poisoned kings and duels and old wars were fine. They dressed death in foreign clothes and sent him far from your door. The chimney fire or the croup cough were terrifying. But Gibeah's trial, the siege of Enfas, those were different. They were like prayers, like charms muttered late at night when you were walking alone in the dark. Stories were like halfpenny amulets you bought from a peddler, just in case. "How long is that scribe fella going to be around?" Graham asked after a moment, voice echoing in his mug. "Maybe I should get a bit of something writ up just in case." He frowned a bit. "My daddy always called them laying down papers. Can't remember what they're really called. If it's just your goods that need looking after, it's a disposition of property," the innkeeper said matter-of-factly. "If it relates to other things, it's called a mandamus of declared will." Graham lifted an eyebrow at the innkeeper. "What I heard, at any rate," the innkeeper said, looking down and rubbing the bar with a clean white cloth. Scribe mentioned something along those lines. "Mandamus," Graham murmured into his mug. "I reckon I'll just ask him for some laying down papers and let him official it up however he likes." He looked up at the innkeeper. "Other folk will probably be wanting something similar, times being what they are." For a moment it looked like the innkeeper frowned with irritation. But no, he did nothing of the sort. Standing behind the bar, he looked the same as he always did, his expression placid and agreeable. He gave an easy nod. "He mentioned he'd be setting up shop around midday," Ed said. "He was a bit unsettled by everything last night. If anyone shows up earlier than noon, I expect they'll be disappointed." Graham shrugged. "Shouldn't make any difference. There won't be but 10 people in the whole town until lunchtime anyway." He took another swallow of beer and looked out the window. "Today's a field day, and that's for sure." The innkeeper seemed to relax a bit. "He'll be here tomorrow too, so there's no need for everyone to rush in today. Folks stole his horse off by Abbott's Ford, and he's trying to find a new one." Graham sucked his teeth sympathetically. "Poor bastard. He won't find a horse for love nor money with harvest in mid-swing. Even Carter couldn't replace Nelly after that spider thing attacked him off by the old stone bridge." He shook his head. "Doesn't seem right. Something like that happening not 2 miles from your own door. Back when..." Graham stopped. "Lord nighty, I sound like my old dad." He tucked in his chin and added some gruff to his voice. "Back when I was a boy, we had proper weather. The miller kept his thumb off the scale and folk knew to look after their own business." The innkeeper's face grew a wistful smile. "My father said the beer was better and the roads had fewer ruts." Graham smiled, but it faded quickly. He looked down, as if uncomfortable with what he was about to say. "I know you're not from around here, Coat. That's a hard thing. Some folk think a stranger can't hardly know the time of day." He drew a deep breath, still not meeting the innkeeper's eyes. "But I figure you know things other folk don't. You've got sort of a wider view." He looked up, his eyes serious and weary, dark around the edges from lack of sleep. things as grim as they seem lately. The road's so bad. Folk getting robbed and... With an obvious effort, Graham kept himself from looking at the empty piece of floor again. All the new taxes making things so tight. The Graydon boys about to lose their farm. That spider thing. He took another swallow of beer. Are things as bad as they seem? Or have I just gotten old like my dad? And now everything tastes a little bitter compared to when I was a boy. Coat wiped at the bar for a long moment, as if reluctant to speak. I think things are usually bad one way or another, he said. It might be that only us older folk can see it. Graham began to nod, then frowned. Except you're not old, are you? I forget that most times. He looked the red-haired man up and down. I mean, you move around old and you talk old, but you're not, are you? I'll bet you're half my age. He squinted at the innkeeper. How old are you, anyway? The innkeeper gave a tired smile. Old enough to feel old. Graham snorted. Ha! Too young to make old man noises. You should be out chasing women and getting into trouble. Leave us old folk to complain about how the world is getting all loose in the joints. The old carpenter pushed himself away from the bar and turned to walk toward the door. I'll be back to talk to your scribe when we break for lunch today. I ain't the only one either. There's a lot of folks that'll want to get some things set down official when they've got the chance. The innkeeper drew a deep breath and let it out slowly. Graham? The man turned with one hand on the door. It's not just you, Coates said. Things are bad. And my gut tells me they'll get worse yet. It wouldn't hurt a man to get ready for a hard winter, and maybe see that he can defend himself if need be. The innkeeper shrugged. That's what my gut tells me, anyway. Graham's mouth set into a grim line. He bobbed his head once in a serious nod. I'm glad it's not just my gut, he spoke. Then he forced a grin and began to cuff up his shirt sleeves as he turned to the door. Still, he said, you've got to make hay while the sun shines. Not long after that, the Bentons stopped by with a cartload of late apples. The innkeeper bought half of what they had and spent the next hour sorting and storing them. The greenest and firmest went into the barrels in the basement, his gentle hands laying them carefully in place and packing them in sawdust before hammering down the lids. Those closer to full ripe went to the pantry, and any with a bruise or spot of brown were doomed to be cider apples, quartered and tossed into a large tin wash tub. As he sorted and packed, the red-haired man seemed content. But if you looked more closely, you might have noticed that while his hands were busy, his eyes were far away. And while his expression was composed, pleasant even, there was no joy in it. He did not hum or whistle while he worked. He did not sing. When the last of the apples was stored, he carried the metal tub through the kitchen and out the back door. It was a cool autumn morning, and behind the inn was a small private garden sheltered by trees. Coat tumbled a load of quartered apples into the wooden cider press and spun the top down until it no longer moved easily. Coat cuffed up the long sleeves of his shirt past his elbows, then gripped the handles of the press with his long, graceful hands and pulled. The press screwed down, first packing the apples tight, then crushing them. Twist and re-grip, twist and re-grip. If there had been anyone to see, they would have noticed his arms weren't the doughy arms of an innkeeper. When he pulled against the wooden handles, the muscles of his forearms stood out, tight as twisted ropes. Old scars crossed and recrossed his skin. Most were pale and thin as cracks in winter ice. Others were red and angry, standing out against his fair complexion. The innkeeper's hands gripped and pulled, gripped and pulled. The only sounds were the rhythmic creak of the wood and the slow patter of the cider as it ran into the bucket below. There was a rhythm to it, but no music. and the innkeeper's eyes were distant and joyless. So pale a green, they almost could have passed for grey. Chapter 2. Holly.
Hey there. See you around.
Chronicler reached the bottom of the stairs and stepped into the Waystone's common room with his flat leather satchel over one shoulder. Stopping in the doorway, he eyed the red-haired innkeeper, hunched intently over something on the bar. Chronicler cleared his throat as he stepped into the room. I'm sorry to have slept so late, he said. It's not really... He stalled out when he saw what was on the bar. Are you making a pie? Coat looked up from crimping the edge of the crust with his fingers. Pies, he said, stressing the plural. Yes, why? Chronicler opened his mouth, then closed it. His eyes flickered to the sword that hung grey and silent behind the bar, then back to the red-haired man carefully pinching crust around the edge of the pan. What kind of pie? Apple. Coat straightened and cut 3 careful slits into the crust covering the pie. You know how difficult it is to make a good pie? Not really, Chronicler admitted, and looked around nervously. Where's your assistant? God himself can only guess at such things, the innkeeper said. It's quite hard. Making pies, I mean. You wouldn't think it, but there's quite a lot to the process. Bread is easy, soup is easy, pudding is easy, but pie is complicated. It's something you never realize until you try it for yourself. Chronicler nodded in vague agreement, looking uncertain as to what else might be expected of him. He shrugged the satchel off his shoulder and set it on a nearby table. Coat wiped his hands on his apron. When you press apples for cider, you know the pulp that's left over? The pomace? Pomace, Coat said with profound relief. That's what it's called. What do people do with it after they get the juice out? Grape pomace can make a weak wine, Chronicler said. Or oil, if you've got a lot. But apple pomace is pretty useless. You can use it as fertilizer or mulch, but it's not much good as either. Folk feed it to their livestock, mostly. Coat nodded, looking thoughtful. It didn't seem like they'd just throw it out. They put everything to use one way or another around here. Pomace. He spoke as if he were tasting the word. It's been bothering me for 2 years now. Chronicler looked puzzled. Anyone in town could have told you that. The innkeeper frowned. If it's something everyone knows, I can't afford to ask, he said. There was the sound of a door banging closed, followed by a bright, wandering whistle. Bast emerged from the kitchen carrying a bristling armload of holly boughs wrapped in a white sheet. Coat nodded grimly and rubbed his hands together. Lovely. Now, how do we... His eyes narrowed. Are those my good sheets? Bast looked down at the bundle. Well, Reshi, he said slowly, that depends. Do you have any bad sheets? The innkeeper's eyes flashed angrily for a second, then he sighed. It doesn't matter, I suppose. He reached over and pulled a single long branch from the bundle. What do we do with this, anyway? Bast shrugged. I'm running dark on this myself, Reshi. I know the scythe used to ride out wearing holly crowns when they hunted the skin dancers. We can't walk around wearing holly crowns, Coat said dismissively. Folk would talk. I don't care what the local plods think, Bast murmured as he began to weave several long, flexible branches together. When a dancer gets inside your body, you're like a puppet. They can make you bite out your own tongue. He lifted a half-formed circle up to his own head, checking it. He wrinkled his nose. Prickly. In the stories I've heard, Coat said, Holly traps them in a body too. Couldn't we just wear iron? Chronicler asked. The 2 men behind the bar looked at him curiously, as if they'd almost forgotten he was there. I mean, if it's a failing creature... Don't say failing, Bast said disparagingly. It makes you sound like a child. It's a fey creature. Feyen, if you must. Bast. Chronicler hesitated for a moment before continuing. If this thing slid into the body of someone wearing iron, wouldn't that hurt it? Wouldn't it just jump out again? They can make you bite out your own tongue, Bast repeated, as if speaking to a particularly stupid child. Once they're in you, they'll use your hand to pull out your own eye as easy as you pick a daisy. What makes you think they couldn't take the time to remove a bracelet or a ring? He shook his head, looking down as he worked another bright green branch of holly into the circle he held. Besides, I'll be damned if I'm wearing iron. If they can jump out of bodies, Chronicler said, why didn't it just leave that man's body last night? Why didn't it hop into one of us? There was a long, quiet moment before Bast realized the other two men were looking at him. Oh, you're asking me? He laughed incredulously. I have no idea. I'm Powen. The last of the dancers were hunted down hundreds of years ago, long before my time. I've just heard stories. Then how do we know it didn't jump out? Chronicler said slowly, as if reluctant even to ask. How do we know it isn't still here? He sat very stiffly in his seat. How do we know it's not in one of us right now? It seemed like it died when the mercenary's body died, Coates said. We would have seen it leave. He glanced over at Bast. They're supposed to look like a dark shadow or smoke when they leave the body, aren't they? Bast nodded. Plus, if it had hopped out, it would have just started killing folk with the new body. That's what they usually do. They switch and switch until everyone is dead. The innkeeper gave Chronicler a reassuring smile. See? It might not even have been a dancer. Perhaps it was just something similar. Chronicler looked a little wild around the eyes. But how can we be sure? It might be inside anyone in town right now. It might be inside me, Bast said nonchalantly. Maybe I'm just waiting for you to let your guard down, and then I'll bite you on the chest, right over your heart, and drink all the blood out of you, like sucking the juice out of a plum. Chronicler's mouth made a thin line. That's not funny. Bast looked up and gave Chronicler a rakish, toothy grin. But there was something slightly off about the expression. It lasted a little too long. The grin was slightly too wide. His eyes were focused slightly to one side of the scribe, rather than directly on him. His fingers no longer weaving nimbly among the green leaves. He looked down at his hands curiously, then dropped the half-finished circle of holly onto the bar. His grin slowly faded to a blank expression, and he looked around the tap room dully. Debian, he said in a strange voice, his eyes glassy and confused. Titanten ventilanet? Then, moving with startling speed, Bast lunged from behind the bar toward Chronicler. The scribe exploded out of his seat, bolting madly away. He upset 2 tables and a half-dozen chairs before his feet got tangled and he tumbled messily to the floor, arms and legs flailing as he clawed his way frantically toward the door. As he scrambled wildly, Chronicler darted a quick look over his shoulder, his face horrified and pale, only to see that Bast hadn't taken more than 3 steps. The dark-haired young man stood next to the bar, bent nearly double, and shaking with helpless laughter. One hand half covered his face, while the other pointed at Chronicler. He was laughing so hard he could barely draw a breath. After a moment, he had to reach out and steady himself against the bar. Chronicler was livid. You ass! He shouted as he climbed painfully to his feet. You ass! Still laughing too hard to breathe, Bast raised his hands and made weak, half-hearted clawing gestures like a child pretending to be a bear. Bast, the innkeeper chided. Come now, really. But while Coates' voice was stern, his eyes were bright with laughter. His lips twitched, struggling not to curl. Moving with affronted dignity, Chronicler busied himself setting the tables and chairs to rights, thumping them down rather harder than he needed to. When at last he returned to his original table, he sat down stiffly. By then, Bast had returned to stand behind the bar, breathing hard and pointedly focusing on the holly in his hands. Chronicler glared at him and rubbed his shin. Bast stifled something that could conceivably have been a cough. Coates chuckled low in his throat and pulled another length of holly from the bundle, adding it to the long cord he was making. He looked up to catch Chronicler's eye. Before I forget to mention it, folk will be stopping by today to take advantage of your services as a scribe. Chronicler seemed surprised. Will they now? Coat nodded and gave an irritated sigh. Yes, the news is already out, so it can't be helped. We'll have to deal with them as soon as they come. Luckily, everyone with 2 good hands will be busy in the fields until midday, so we won't have to worry about it until... The innkeeper's fingers fumbled clumsily, snapping the holly branch and jabbing a thorn deep into the fleshy part of his thumb. The red-haired man didn't flinch or curse, just scowled angrily down at his hand as a bead of blood welled up, bright as a berry. Frowning, the innkeeper brought his thumb to his mouth. All the laughter faded from his expression, and his eyes were hard and dark. He tossed the half-finished holly cord aside in a gesture so pointedly casual, it was almost frightening. He looked back to Chronicler, his voice perfectly calm. My point is that we should make good use of our time before we're interrupted, he said. But first, I imagine you'll want some breakfast. If it wouldn't be too much trouble, Chronicler said. None at all, Coates said as he turned and headed into the kitchen. Bast watched him leave, a concerned expression on his face. You want to pull the cider off the stove and set it to cool out back? Bast called out to him loudly. The last batch was closer to jam than juice, and I found some herbs while I was out too. They're on the rain barrel. You should look them over to see if they'll be of any use for supper. Left alone in the tap room, Bast and Chronicler watched each other across the bar for a long moment. The only sound was the distant thump of the back door closing. Bast made a final adjustment to the crown in his hands, looking it over from all angles. He brought it up to his face as if to smell it. But instead, he drew a deep lungful of air, closed his eyes, and breathed out against the holly leaves so gently they barely moved. Opening his eyes, Bast gave a charming, apologetic smile and walked over to Chronicler. Here, he held out the circle of holly to the seated man. Chronicler made no move to take it. Bast's smile didn't fade. You didn't notice because you were busy falling down, he said, his voice pitched low and quiet. But he actually laughed when you bolted. 3 good laughs from down in his belly. He has such a wonderful laugh. It's like fruit, like music. I haven't heard it in months. Bast held the circle of holly out again, smiling shyly. So this is for you. I've brought what gramarye I have to bear on it, so it will stay green and living longer than you'd think. I gathered the holly in the proper way and shaped it with my own hands, sought, wrought, and moved to purpose. He held it out a bit further, like a nervous boy with a bouquet. Here, it is a freely given gift. I offer it without obligation, let or lien. Hesitantly, Chronicler reached out and took the crown. He looked it over, turning it in his hands. Red berries nestled in the dark green leaves like gems, and it was cunningly braided so the thorns angled outward. He set it gingerly on his head, and it fit snugly across his brow. Bast grinned. All hail the Lord of Misrule, he shouted, throwing up his hands. He laughed a delighted laugh. A smile tugged Chronicler's lips as he removed the crown. So, he said softly as he lowered his hands into his lap. Does this mean things are settled between us? Bast tilted his head, puzzled. Beg pardon? Chronicler looked uncomfortable. What you you spoke of last night. Bast looked surprised. Oh no, he said seriously, shaking his head. No, not at all. You belong to me, down to the marrow of your bones. You are an instrument of my desire. Bast darted a glance toward the kitchen, his expression turning bitter. And you know what I desire. Make him remember he's more than some innkeeper baking pies. He practically spat the last word. Chronicler shifted uneasily in his seat, looking away. I still don't know what I can do. You'll do whatever you can, Bast said, his voice low. You will draw him out of himself. You will wake him out. He said the last words fiercely. Bast lay one hand on Chronicler's shoulder, his blue eyes narrowing ever so slightly. You will make him remember. You will. Chronicler hesitated for a moment, then looked down at the circle of holly in his lap and gave a small nod. I'll do what I can. That's all any of us can do, Bast said, giving him a friendly pat on the back. How's the shoulder, by the way? The scribe rolled it around, the motion seeming out of place as the rest of his body remained stiff and still. Numb, chilly, but it doesn't hurt. That's to be expected. I wouldn't worry about it if I were you. Bast smiled at him encouragingly. Life's too short for you folk to fret over little things. Breakfast came and went. Potatoes, toast, tomatoes, and eggs. Chronicler tucked away a respectable portion, and Bast ate enough for 3 people. Coates puttered about, bringing in more firewood, stoking the oven in preparation for the pies, and jugging up the cooling cider. He was carrying a pair of jugs to the bar when boots sounded on the wooden landing outside the inn, loud as any knocking. A moment later, the smith's apprentice burst through the door. Barely 16, he was one of the tallest men in town, with broad shoulders and thick arms. Hello, Aaron, the innkeeper said calmly. Close the door, would you? It's dusty out. As the smith's apprentice turned back to the door, the innkeeper and Bast tucked most of the holly below the bar, moving in quick, unspoken concert. By the time the smith's apprentice turned back to face them, Bast was toying with something that could easily have been a small, half-finished wreath. Something made to keep idle fingers busy against boredom. Aaron didn't seem to notice anything different as he hurried up to the bar. Mr. Coates, he said excitedly, could I get some travelling food? He waved an empty burlap sack. Carter said you'd know what that meant. The innkeeper nodded. I've got some bread and cheese, sausage and apples. He gestured to Bast, who grabbed the sack and scampered off into the kitchen. Carter's going somewhere today? Him and me both, the boy said. The Orrisons are selling some mutton off in Treya today. They hired me and Carter to come along on account of the roads being so bad and all. Treya? The innkeeper mused. You won't be back till tomorrow, then? The smith's apprentice carefully set a slim silver bit on the polished mahogany of the bar. Carter's hoping to find a replacement for Nellie, too. But if he can't come by a horse, he said he'll probably take the king's coin. Coates' eyebrows went up. Carter's going to enlist. The boy gave a smile that was a strange mix of grin and grin. He says there ain't much else for him if he can't come by a horse for his cart. He says they take care of you in the army. You get fed and get to travel around and such. The young man's eyes were excited as he spoke, his expression trapped somewhere between a boy's enthusiasm and the serious worry of a man. And they ain't just giving folks a silver noble for listing up anymore. These days they hand you over a royal when you sign up. A whole gold royal. The innkeeper's expression grew somber. Carter's the only one thinking about taking the coin, right? He looked the boy in the eye. Royal's a lot of money, the smith's apprentice admitted, flashing a sly grin. And times are tight, since my dad passed on and my mum moved over from Ranish. And what does your mother think of you taking the king's coin? The boy boy's face fell. Now don't go taking her side, he complained. I thought you'd understand. You're a man. You know how a fella has to do right by his mum? I know your mum would rather have you home safe than swim in a tub of gold, boy. I'm tired of folk calling me boy, the smith's apprentice snapped, his face flushing. I can do some good in the army. Once we get the rebels to swear fealty to the penitent king, things will start getting better again. The levy taxes will stop, the Bentleys won't lose their land, the roads will be safe again. Then his expression went grim, and for a second his face didn't seem very young at all. And then my mum won't have to sit all anxious when I'm not at home, he said, his voice dark. She'll stop waking up 3 times a night, checking the window shutters and the bar on the door. Aaron met the innkeeper's eye, and his back straightened. When he stopped slouching, he was almost a full head taller than the innkeeper. Sometimes a man has to stand up for his king and his country. And Rose? The innkeeper asked quietly. The apprentice blushed and looked down in embarrassment. His shoulders slouched again, and he deflated, like a sail when the wind goes out of it. Lord, does everyone know about us? The innkeeper nodded with a gentle smile. No secrets in a town like this. Well, Aaron said resolutely, I'm doing this for her too. For us. With my coin and the pay I've saved, I can buy us a house. Or set up my own shop without having to go to some shim moneylender. Coates opened his mouth, then closed it again. He looked thoughtful for the space of a long, deep breath, then spoke as if choosing his words very carefully. Aaron, do you know who Kvothe is? The smith's apprentice rolled his eyes. I'm not an idiot. We were telling stories about him just last night, remember? He looked over the innkeeper's shoulder toward the kitchen. Look, I've got to get on my way. Carter will be mad as a wet hen if I don't. Coat made a calming gesture. I'll make you a deal, Aaron. Listen to what I have to say, and I'll let you have your food for free. He pushed the silver bit back across the bar. Then you can use that to buy something nice for Rose in Faire. Aaron nodded cautiously. Fair enough. What do you know about Kvothe from the stories you've heard? What's he supposed to be like? Aaron laughed. Aside from dead? Coates smiled faintly. Aside from dead. He knew all sorts of secret magics, Aaron said. He knew 6 words he could whisper in a horse's ear that would make it run 100 miles. He could turn iron into gold and catch lightning in a courtyard to save it for later. He knew a song that would open any lock, and he could stave in a strong oak door with just one hand. Aaron trailed off. It all depends on the story, really. Sometimes he's the good guy like Prince Gallant. He rescued some girls from a troop of ogres once. Another faint smile. But in other stories, he's a right bastard, Aaron continued. He stole secret magics from the university. That's why they threw him out, you know. And they didn't call him Kvothe Kingkiller because he was good with a loot. The smile was gone, but the innkeeper nodded. True enough. But what was he like? Aaron's brow furrowed a bit. He had red hair, if that's what you mean. All the stories say that. A right devil with a sword. He was terrible clever. Had a real silver tongue, too. Could talk his way out of anything. The innkeeper nodded. Right. So if you were Kvothe, and terrible clever, as you say, and suddenly your head was worth 1,000 royals and a duchy to whoever cut it off, what would you do? The smith's apprentice shook his head and shrugged, plainly at a loss. Well, if I were Kvothe, the innkeeper said, I'd fake my death, change my name, and find some little town out in the middle of nowhere. Then I'd open an inn and do my best to disappear. He looked at the young man. That's what I'd do. Aaron's eye flickered to the innkeeper's red hair, to the sword that hung over the bar, then back to the innkeeper's eyes. Coat nodded slowly, then pointed to Chronicler. That fellow isn't just some ordinary scribe. He's a sort of historian, here to write down the true story of my life. You've missed the beginning, but if you'd like, you can stay for the rest. He smiled an easy smile. I can tell you stories no one has ever heard before. Stories no one will ever hear again. Stories about Felurian, how I learned to fight from the outer, the truth about Princess Erin. The innkeeper reached across the bar and touched the boy's arm. Truth is, Aaron, I'm fond of you. I think you're uncommon smart. And I'd hate to see you throw your life away. He took a deep breath and looked the smith's apprentice full in the face. His eyes were a startling green. I know how this war started. I know the truth of it. Once you hear that, you won't be nearly so eager to run off and die fighting in the middle of it. The innkeeper gestured to one of the empty chairs at the table beside Chronicler and smiled a smile so charming and easy that it belonged on a storybook print. What do you say? Aaron stared seriously at the innkeeper for a long moment, his eyes darting up to the sword, then back down again. If you really are... His voice trailed off, but his expression turned it into a question. I really am. Coat reassured him gently. Then... Can I see your cloak of no particular colour? Apprentice asked with a grin. The innkeeper's charming smile went stiff and brittle as a sheet of shattered glass. You're getting Kvothe confused with Taborlin the Great, Chronicler said matter-of-factly from across the room. Taborlin had the cloak of no particular colour. Aaron's expression was puzzled as he turned to look at the scribe. What did Kvothe have then? A shadow cloak, Chronicler said. If I remember correctly. The boy turned back toward the bar. Can you show me your shadow cloak then? He asked. Or a bit of magic? I've always wanted to see some. Just a little fire or lightning would be enough. I wouldn't want to tire you out. Before the innkeeper could respond, Aaron burst into a sudden laugh. I'm just having some fun with you, Mr. Coat. He grinned again, wider than before. Lord and lady, but I ain't never heard a liar like you before in my whole life. Even my Uncle Alvin couldn't tell one like that with a straight face. The innkeeper looked down and muttered something incomprehensible. Aaron reached over the bar and lay a broad hand on Coates' shoulder. I know you're just trying to help, Mr. Coates, he said warmly. You're a good man, and I'll think about what you said. I'm not rushing out to join. I just want to give my options a look over. The smith's apprentice shook his head ruefully. I swear, everyone's taken a run at me this morning. My mum said she was sick with the consumption. Rose told me she was pregnant. He ran one hand through his hair, chuckling. But yours was the ribbon winner of the lot, I gotta say. Well, you know, Coat managed a sickly smile. I couldn't have looked your mum square in the eye if I hadn't given it a shot. You might have had a chance if you'd picked something easier to swallow, he said. But everybody knows Kvothe's sword was made of silver. He flicked his eyes up to the sword that hung on the wall. It wasn't called Folly either. It was Kaisera, the poet killer. The innkeeper rocked back a bit at that. The poet killer? Aaron nodded doggedly. Yes, sir, and your scribe there is right. He had his cloak made all out of cobwebs and shadows, and he wore rings on all his fingers. How does it go? On his first hand he wore rings of stone, iron, amber, wood, and bone. There were... Smith's apprentice frowned. I can't remember the rest. There was something about fire. The innkeeper's expression was unreadable. He looked down at where his own hands lay spread on the top of the bar, and after a moment he recited, There were rings unseen on his second hand. One was blood in a flowing band, one of air or whisper thin, and the ring of ice had a flaw within. Full faintly shone the ring of flame, the final one was without name. That's it, Aaron said, smiling. You don't have any of those behind the bar, do you? He stood on his toes as if trying to get a better look. Coat gave a shaky, shamefaced smile. No, I can't say as I do. They both startled as Bast thumped a burlap sack onto the bar. That should take care of both Carter and you for 2 days with plenty to spare, Bast said brusquely. Aaron shouldered the sack and started to leave, then hesitated and looked back at the two of them behind the bar. I hate to ask for favors. Old Cobb said he'd look in on my mum for me, but... Bast made his way around the bar and began herding Aaron toward the door. She'll be fine, I expect. I'll stop and see Rose too, if you like. He gave the smith's apprentice a wide, lascivious smile, just to make sure she's not lonely or anything. I'd appreciate that, Aaron said, relief plain in his voice. She was in a bit of a state when I left. She could do with some comforting. Bast stopped midway through opening the inn's door and gave the broad-shouldered boy a look of utter disbelief. Then he shook his head and finished opening the door. Right, off you go. Have fun in the big city. Don't drink the water. Bast closed the door and pressed his forehead against the wood as if suddenly weary. She could use some comfort.
Oh man.
He repeated incredulously. I take back everything I ever said about that boy being clever. He turned around to face the bar while leveling an accusatory finger at the closed door. That, he said firmly to the room in general, is what comes of working with iron every day. The innkeeper gave a humorless chuckle as he leaned against the bar. So much for my legendary silver tongue. Bast gave a derogatory snort. The boy is an idiot, Reshi. Am I supposed to feel better because I wasn't able to persuade an idiot, Bast? Chronicler cleared his throat softly. It seems more of a testament to the performance you've given here, he said. You've played the innkeeper so well that they can't think of you any other way. He gestured around at the empty tavern. Frankly, I'm surprised you'd be willing to risk your life here just to keep the boy out of the army. Not much of a risk, the innkeeper said. It's not much of a life. He hauled himself upright and walked around to the front of the bar, making his way to the table where Chronicler sat. I'm responsible for everyone who dies in this stupid war. I was just hoping to save one. Apparently, that is beyond me. He sank into the chair opposite Chronicler. Where did we leave off yesterday? No sense repeating myself if I can help it. You just call the wind and given Ambrose a piece of what he had coming to him, Bast said from where he stood at the door. And you were mooning over your ladylove, something fierce. Coat looked up. I do not moon, Bast. Chronicler picked up his flat leather satchel and produced a sheet of paper 3/4 full of small, precise writing. I can read the last bit back to you if you'd like. Coates held out his hand. I can remember your cipher well enough to read it for myself, he said wearily. Give it over. Maybe it will prime the pump. He glanced over at Bast. Come and sit if you're going to listen. I won't have you hovering. Bast scampered for a seat while Coat drew a deep breath and looked over the last page of yesterday's story. The innkeeper was quiet for a long moment. His mouth made something that might have been the beginning of a frown and something like a faint shadow of a smile. He nodded thoughtfully, his eyes still on the page. So much of my young life was spent trying to get to the university. I wanted to go there even before my troop was killed, before I knew the Chandrian were more than a campfire story, before I began searching for the unknown. The innkeeper leaned back in his chair, his weary expression fading, becoming thoughtful instead. I thought once I was there, things would be easy. I would learn magic and find the answers to all my questions. I thought it would all be storybook simple. Kvothe gave a slightly embarrassed smile, the expression making his face look surprisingly young. And it might have been, if I didn't
Next
have a
journeyman
talent for making enemies and borrowing trouble. All I wanted was to play my music, attend my classes, and find my answers. Everything I wanted was at the university. All I wanted was to stay. He nodded to himself. That's where we should begin. The innkeeper handed the sheet of paper back to Chronicler, who absent-mindedly smoothed it down with one hand. chronicler uncapped his ink and dipped his pen. Bast leaned forward eagerly, grinning like an excited child. Kvoth's bright eyes flickered around the room, taking everything in. He drew a deep breath and flashed a sudden smile, and for a brief moment, looked nothing like an incl. His eyes were sharp and bright, green as a blade of grass. Ready? Chapter 3. Luck. Every term at the university began the same way. The admissions lottery followed by a full span of interviews. They were a necessary evil of sorts. I don't doubt the process started sensibly. Back when the university was smaller, I could picture them as actual interviews. An opportunity for a student to have a conversation with the masters about what he had learned. A dialogue. A discussion. But these days, the university was host to over 1,000 students. There was no time for discussion. Instead, each student was subjected to a hail of questions in a handful of minutes. Brief as the interviews were, a single wrong answer or overlong hesitation could have a dramatic impact on your tuition. Before interviews, students studied obsessively. Afterward, they drank in celebration or to console themselves. Because of this, for the 11 days of admissions, most students looked anxious and exhausted at best. At worst, they wandered the university like shamble men, hollow-eyed and grey-faced from too little sleep, too much drink, or both. Personally, I found it odd how seriously everyone else took the whole process. The vast majority of students were nobility or members of wealthy merchant families. For them, a high tuition was an inconvenience, leaving them less pocket money to spend on horses and whores. The stakes were higher for me. Once the masters set a tuition, it couldn't be changed. So if my tuition was set too high, I'd be barred from the university until I could pay. The first day of admissions always had a festival air about it. The admissions lottery took up the first half of the day, which meant the unlucky students who drew the earliest slots were forced to go through their interviews mere hours afterward. By the time I arrived, long lines snaked through the courtyard, while the students who had already drawn their tiles milled about, complaining and attempting to buy, sell, or trade their slots. I didn't see Willem or Simon anywhere, so I settled into the nearest line and tried not to think of how little I had in my purse. 1 talent and 3 jots. At one point in my life, it would have seemed like all the money in the world, but for tuition, it was nowhere near enough. There were carts scattered about, selling sausages and chestnuts, hot cider and beer. I smelled warm bread and grease from a nearby cart. It was stacked with pork pies for the sort of people who could afford such things. The lottery was always held in the largest courtyard of the university. Most everyone called it the Pennant Square, though a few folk with longer memories referred to it as the Questioning Hall. I knew it by an even older name, the House of the Wind. I watched a few leaves tumble around the cobblestones, and when I looked up, I saw Faire staring back at me from where she stood 30 or 40 people closer to the front of the line. She gave me a warm smile and a wave. I waved back, and she left her place, strolling back to where I stood. Faire was beautiful, the sort of woman you would expect to see in a painting, not the elaborate artificial beauty you often see among the nobility. Faire was natural and unself-conscious, with wide eyes and a full mouth that was constantly smiling. Here in the university, where men outnumbered women 10 to 1, she stood out like a horse in a sheepfold. "Do you mind if I wait with you?" she asked as she came to stand beside me.
Next chapter.
She smiled winsomely at the pair of men behind me.
Groß and Fehler.
"I'm not cutting in," she explained. "I'm just moving back." They had no objections, though their eyes flickered back and forth between Faire and myself. I could almost hear them wondering why one of the most lovely women in the university would give up her place in line to stand next to me. It was a fair question. I was curious myself. I moved aside to make space for her. We stood shoulder to shoulder for a moment, neither of us speaking. What are you studying this term? I asked. Faire brushed her hair back from her shoulder. I'll keep up with my work in the archives, I suppose. Some chemistry. And Brandier has invited me into manifold maths. I shivered a bit. Too many numbers, I can't swim those waters. Faire gave a shrug, and the long, dark curls of hair she'd brushed away took the opportunity to tumble back, framing her face. It's not so hard once you get your head around it. It's more like a game than anything. She cocked her head at me. What about you? Observation in the Medica, I said. Study and work in the fishery, sympathy too, if Dar will have me. I should probably brush up on my Siaru too. You speak Siaru? She asked, sounding surprised. I can get by, I said, but Will says my grammar is embarrassingly bad. Faire nodded, then looked sideways at me, biting her lip. Elodine's asked me to join his class too, she said, her voice thick with apprehension. Elodine's got a class? I asked. I didn't think they let him teach. He's starting it this term, she said, giving me a curious look. I thought you'd be in it. Didn't he sponsor you to Raylar? He did, I said. Oh, she looked uncomfortable, then quickly added. He probably just hasn't asked you yet. Or he's planning on mentoring you separately. I waved her comment aside, though I was stung at the thought of being left out. You can stay with Elodine, I said. If he isn't crazy, he's the best actor I've ever met. Faire started to say something, then looked around nervously and moved closer to me. Her shoulder brushed mine, and her curling hair tickled my ear as she quietly asked, throw you off the roof of the crockery? I gave an embarrassed chuckle. That's a complicated story, I said, then changed the subject rather clumsily. What's the name of his class? She rubbed her forehead and gave a frustrated laugh. I haven't the slightest idea. He said the name of the class was the name of the class. She looked at me. What does that mean? When I go to ledgers and lists...
That sounds like Elodine.
I admitted I didn't know. And from there it was a short step to sharing Elodine's story. Taylor said a scriv had caught him naked in the archives. I'd heard that he'd once spent an entire span walking around the university blindfolded. Taylor heard he'd invented an entire language from the ground up. I'd heard he had started a fistfight in one
Should
of
I
the
try or not?
taverns because someone had insisted on saying the word utilize instead of use. I heard that too, Faire said, laughing. Except it was at the Horse and Four and it was a baronet who wouldn't stop using the word moreover. Before I knew it, we were at the front of the line. Quoth Arleden son, I said. The bored-looking woman marked my name, and I drew a smooth ivory tile out of the black velvet bag. It read, Felling, noon. 8th day of admissions. Plenty of time to prepare. Faire drew her own tile, and we moved away from the table. What did you get? I asked.
Oh,
She showed me her own small eye.
okay, shaman works.
Trembling at fourth bell.
I don't have mana.
It was an incredibly lucky draw. One of the latest slots available. Wow, congratulations. Faire shrugged and slipped the tile into her pocket. That's all the same to me. I don't make a special point of studying. The more I prepare, the worse I do. It just makes me nervous. You should trade it away then, I said, gesturing to the milling throng of students. Someone would pay a full talent to get that slot, maybe more. I'm not much for bargaining either, she said. I just assume whatever tile I draw is lucky and stick to it. Free from the line, we didn't have any excuse to stay together. But I was enjoying her company. She didn't seem terribly eager to run off, so the two of us wandered the courtyard aimlessly, the crowd milling around us. I'm starving, Faire said suddenly.
Oh,
Go have an early lunch somewhere. I was painfully aware of how light my purse was. If I were any poorer, I'd have to put a rock in it to keep it from flapping in the breeze. My meals were free at Anchor's because I played music there, so spending money on food somewhere else, especially so close to admissions...
yeah, somehow.
I'd love to, I said honestly. Then I lied. But I should browse around here a bit, see if anyone is willing to trade slots with me. I'm a bargainer from way back. Faire fished around in her pocket. If you're looking for more time, you can have mine. I looked at the tile between her finger and thumb, sorely tempted. 2 more days of preparation.
Uh-oh.
Send. Or I could make a talent by trading it away. Maybe 2. I wouldn't want to take your luck, I said, smiling, and you certainly don't want any part of mine. Besides, you've already been.
Let's reset this. That's
I drew
already.
my cloak around my shoulders pointedly. Faire smiled at that, reaching out to run her knuckles across the front of the cloak. I'm glad you like it. But as far as I'm concerned,
This shocks and not that, but that I like much.
Then let her hand drop. Promise me you'll let me know if you change your mind. I promised. She smiled again, then gave a half wave and walked off across the courtyard. Watching her stroll through the crowd was like watching the wind move across the surface of a pond. Except instead of casting ripples on the water, the heads of young men turned to watch her as she passed. I was still watching when Willem walked up beside me. Are you finished with your flirting then? I wasn't flirting, I said. You should have been, he said.
Yeah.
What's the point of me waiting politely, not interrupting if you waste such opportunities? It isn't like that, I said. She's just friendly. Obviously, he said, his rough, Caldish accent making the sarcasm in his voice seem twice as thick. What did you draw? I showed him my tile. You're a day later than me. He held out his tile. I'll trade you for a jot. I hesitated. Come now, he said. It's not as if you can study in the archives like the rest of us. I glared at him. Your empathy is overwhelming. I save my empathy for those clever enough to avoid driving the Master Archivist into a frothing rage, he said. For folks such as you, I only have a jot in trade. Would you like it or not? I would like 2 jots, I said, scanning the crowd, looking for students with a desperate wildness around their eyes, if I can get them. Willem narrowed his dark eyes. A jot and 3 drabs, he said. I looked back at him, eyeing him carefully. A jot and 3, I said, and you take Simon as your partner the next time we play corners. He gave a huff of laughter and nodded. We traded tiles and I tucked the money into my purse. 1 talent and 4, a small step closer. After a moment's thought, I tucked my tile into my pocket. Aren't you going to keep trading down? Will asked. I shook my head. I think I'll keep this slot. He frowned. Why? What can you do with 4 days except fret and thumb twiddle? Same as anyone, I said. Prepare for my admissions interview. How? He asked. You're still banned from the archives, aren't you? There are other types of preparation, I said mysteriously. Willem snorted. That doesn't seem suspicious at all, he said. And you wonder why people talk about you. I don't wonder why they talk, I said. I wonder what they say. Chapter 4. Tar and Tin. The city that had grown up around the university over the centuries was not large. It was barely more than a town, really. Despite this, trade thrived at our end of the Great Stone Road. Merchants brought in carts of raw materials, tar and clay, gibstone, potash and sea salt. They brought luxuries like Lanetti coffee and vintage wine. They brought fine dark ink from Arouet, pure white sand for our glassworks, and delicately crafted Caldish springs and screws. When those same merchants left, their wagons were laden with things you could only find at the university. The Medica made medicines, real medicines, not coloured stump water or penny nostrums. The alchemy complex produced its own marvels that I was only dimly aware of, as well as raw materials like naphtha, sulfur jack, and twice-lime. I might be biased, but I think it's fair to say that most of the university's tangible wonders came from the artificery. Ground glass lenses, ingots of wolfram and glanced steel, sheets of gold so thin they tore like tissue paper. But we made much more than that. Sympathy lamps and telescopes, heat heaters and gear winds, salt pumps, trifoil compasses.
Okay, he's 46, one level lower
and
than the other one.
Artificers like myself made these things, and when merchants bought them, we earned a commission, 60% of the sale. This was the only reason I had any money at all. And since there were no classes during admissions, I had a full span of days to work in the fishery. I made my way to the stocks, the storeroom where artificers signed out tools and materials. I was surprised to see a tall, pale student standing at the window, looking profoundly bored. Jackson? I asked. What are you doing here? This is a scrub job.
No.
Jackson nodded nervously.
Oh, I could have interrupted him.
Vexed with me, he said. You know, the fire and everything. Sorry to hear it, I said. Jackson was a full Raylar like myself. He could be pursuing any number of projects on his own right now. To be forced into a menial task like this wasn't just boring. It humiliated Jackson publicly while costing him money and stalling his studies. As punishments went, it was remarkably thorough. What are we short on? I asked. There was an art to choosing your projects in the fishery. It didn't matter if you made the brightest sympathy lamp or the most efficient heat funnel in the history of artificing. Until someone bought it, you wouldn't make a bent penny of commission. For a lot of the other workers, this wasn't an issue. They could afford to wait. I, on the other hand, needed something that would sell quickly. Jackson leaned on the counter between us. Caravan just bought all our deck lamps, he said. We only have that ugly one of Veston's left.
No, I don't have mana. Oh, damn it.
Sympathy lamps were perfect for ships, difficult to break, cheaper than oil in the long run, and you didn't have to worry about them setting fire to your ship. I juggled the numbers in my head. I could make 2 lamps at once, saving some time through duplication of effort.
Thank you for the symbol.
They would sell before I had to pay tuition. Unfortunately, deck lamps were pure drudgery. 40 hours of painstaking labor, and if I botched any of it, the lamps simply wouldn't work. Then I would have nothing to show for my time except a debt to the stocks for the materials I'd wasted. Still, I didn't have a lot of options. I guess I'll do lamps then, I said. Jackson nodded and opened the ledger. I began to recite what I needed from memory. I'll need 20 medium raw emitters, 2 sets of the tall moldings, a diamond stylus, a tenton glass, 2 medium crucibles, 4 ounces of tin, 6 ounces of fine steel, 2 ounces of nickel.
See you later.
Nodding to himself, Jackson wrote it down in the ledger.
Can I help?
8 hours later, I walked through the front door of Anchors, smelling of hot bronze, tar, and coal smoke. It was almost midnight, and the room was empty except for a handful of dedicated drinkers. You look rough, Anchor said as I made my way to the bar. I feel rough, I said. I don't suppose there's anything left in the pot. He shook his head. Folk were hungry tonight. I've got some cold potatoes I was going to throw in the soup tomorrow and half a baked squash, I think. Sold, I said. Oh, I'd be grateful for some salt butter as well. He nodded and pushed away from the bar. Don't bother heating anything up, I said. I'll just take it up to my room. He brought out a bowl with 3 good-sized potatoes and half a golden squash shaped like a bell. There was a generous daub of butter in the middle of the squash, where the seeds had been scooped out. I'll take a bottle of breed and beer too, I said as I took the bowl. With the cap on, I don't want to spill on the stairs. It was 3 flights up to my tiny room. After I closed the door, I carefully turned the squash upside down in the bowl, set the bottle on top of it, and wrapped the whole thing in a piece of sackcloth, turning it into a bundle I could carry under one arm. Then I opened my window and climbed out onto the roof of the inn. From there it was a short hop over to the bakery across the alley. A piece of moon hung low in the sky, giving me enough light to see without making me feel exposed. Not that I was too worried. It was approaching midnight and the streets were quiet. Besides, you would be amazed how rarely people ever look up. Auri sat on a wide brick chimney waiting for me. She wore the dress I had bought her and swung her bare feet idly as she looked up at the stars. Her hair was so fine and light that it made a halo around her head, drifting on the faintest whisper of a breeze. I carefully stepped onto the middle of a flat piece of tin roofing. It made a low thump under my foot like a distant mellow drum. Auri's feet stopped swinging and she went motionless as a startled rabbit. Then she saw me and grinned. I waved to her. Auri hopped down from the chimney and skipped over to where I stood, her hair streaming behind her. "Hello, Quoth." She took a half step back. "Oh, you reek." I smiled my best smile of the day. "Hello, Auri," I said. "You smell like a pretty young girl." "I do," she agreed happily. She stepped sideways a little, then forward again, moving lightly on the balls of her bare feet. "What did you bring me?" she asked. "What did you bring me?" I countered. She grinned. "I have an apple that thinks it is a pear," she said, holding it up, "and a bun that thinks it is a cat, and a lettuce that thinks it is a lettuce." "It's a clever lettuce, then." "Hardly," she said with a delicate snort. "Why would anything clever think it was a lettuce?" "Even if it is a lettuce?" I asked. "Especially then," she said. "Bad enough to be a lettuce, how awful to think you are a lettuce, too." She shook her head sadly, her hair following the motion as if she were underwater. I unwrapped my bundle. "I brought you some potatoes, half a squash, and a bottle of beer that thinks it's a loaf of bread." "What does the squash think it is?" she asked curiously, looking down at it. She held her hands clasped behind her back. "It knows it's a squash," I said, "but it's pretending to be its setting sun." "And the potatoes?" she asked. "They're sleeping," I said, "and cold, I'm afraid." She looked up at me, her eyes gentle. "Don't be afraid," she said, and reached out and rested her fingers on my cheek for the space of a heartbeat, her touch lighter than the stroke of a feather. "I'm here. You're safe."
She's so
The
cute.
night was chill, so rather than eat on the rooftops as we often did, Auri led me down through the iron drainage grate and into the sprawl of tunnels beneath the university. She carried the bottle and held aloft something the size of a coin that gave off a gentle greenish light. I carried the bowl and the sympathy lamp I made myself, the one Kilvin had called a thieves' lamp. Its reddish light was an odd complement to Auri's brighter blue-green one. Auri brought us to a tunnel with pipes in all shapes and sizes running along the walls. Some of the larger iron pipes carried steam, and even wrapped in insulating cloth they provided a steady heat. Auri carefully arranged the potatoes at a bend in the pipe, where the cloth had been peeled away. It made a tiny oven of sorts. Using my sackcloth as a table, we sat on the ground and shared our dinner. The bun was a little stale, but it had nuts and cinnamon in it. The head of lettuce was surprisingly fresh, and I wondered where she had found it. She had a porcelain teacup and a tiny silver beggar's cup for herself. She poured the beer so solemnly, you'd think she was having tea with the king. There was no talking during dinner. That was one of the rules I had learned through trial and error. No touching, no sudden movement, no questions even remotely personal. I could not ask about the lettuce or the green coin. Such a thing would send her scampering off into the tunnels, and I wouldn't see her for days afterward. Truth be told, I didn't even know her real name. Auri was just what I had come to call her, but in my heart I thought of her as my little moon head. As always, Auri ate delicately. She sat with her back straight, taking small bites. She had a spoon we used to eat the squash, sharing it back and forth. "You didn't bring your loot," she said after we had finished eating. "I have to go read tonight," I said, "but I'll bring it soon." "How soon?" 6 nights from now," I said. I'd be finished with admissions then, and more studying would be pointless. Her tiny face pulled a frown. 6 days isn't soon," she said. "Tomorrow is soon." 6 days is soon for a stone, I said. Then play for a stone in 6 days, she said, and play for me tomorrow. I think you can be a stone for 6 days, I said. Better
So,
than being
let's hope my fear works here.
that. It is.
Oh, he has Netomatic and Polymorph.
Aori led me through the underthing. We went quietly along the nodway, jumped our way through vaults, then entered billows, a maze of tunnels.
What should I do?
I probably could have found my own way, but I preferred to have Aori as a guide. She knew the underthing like a tinker knows his packs. Willem was right. I was banned from the archives, but I've always had a knack for getting into places where I shouldn't be. More's the pity.
Oh.
Archives was a huge, windowless stone block of a building, but the students inside needed fresh air to breathe, and the books needed more than that. If the air was too moist, the books would rot and mildew. If the air was too dry, the parchment would become brittle and fall to pieces. It had taken me a long time to discover how fresh air made its way into the archives. But even after I found the proper tunnel, getting in wasn't easy. It involved a long crawl through a terrifyingly narrow tunnel, a quarter hour worming along on my belly across the dirty stone. I kept a set of clothes in the underthing, and after barely a dozen trips, they were thoroughly ruined, the knees and elbows almost entirely torn out. Still, it was a small price to pay for gaining access to the archives. There would be hell to pay if I were ever caught. I'd face expulsion, at the very least. But if I performed poorly in my admissions exam and received a tuition of 20 talents, I'd be just as good as expelled. So it was a horse apiece, really. Even so, I wasn't worried about being caught. The only lights in the stacks were carried by students and scribs. This meant it was always nighttime in the archives, and I have always been most comfortable at night. Chapter 5. The Aeolian. The days trudged past. I worked in the fishery until my fingers were numb, then read in the archives until my eyes were blurred. On the 5th day of admissions, I finally finished my deck laps and took them to stocks, hoping they sold quickly. I considered starting another pair, but I knew I wouldn't have time to finish them before tuition was due. So I set about making money in other ways. I played an extra night at Anchors, earning free drinks and a handful of small change from appreciative audience members. I did some piecework in the fishery, making simple, useful items like brass gears and panes of twice-tough glass. Such things could be sold back to the workshop immediately for a tiny profit. Then, since tiny profits weren't going to be enough, I made 2 batches of yellow emitters. When used to make a sympathy lamp, their light was a pleasant yellow very close to sunlight. They were worth quite a bit of money, because doping them required dangerous materials. Heavy metals and vaporous acids were the least of them. The bizarre alchemical compounds were the truly frightening things. There were transporting agents that would move through your skin without leaving a mark, then quietly eat the calcium out of your bones. Others would simply lurk in your body, doing nothing for months, until you started to bleed from your gums and lose your hair. The things they produced in Alchemy Complex made arsenic look like sugar in your tea. I was painstakingly careful, but while working on the second batch of emitters, my tenton glass cracked, and tiny drops of transporting agent spattered the glass of the fume hood where I was working. None of it actually touched my skin, but a single drop landed on my shirt, high above the long cuffs of the leather gloves I was wearing. Moving slowly, I used a nearby caliper to pinch the fabric of my shirt and pull it away from my body. Then, moving awkwardly, I cut the piece of fabric away so it had no chance at all of touching my skin. The incident left me shaken and sweating, and I decided there were better ways to earn money. I covered a fellow student's observation shift in the Medica in exchange for a jot, and helped a merchant unload 3 wagon loads of lime for a halfpenny each. Then later that night I found a handful of cutthroat gamblers willing to let me sit in on their game of breath. Over the course of 2 hours, I managed to lose 18 pennies and some loose iron. Though it galled me, I forced myself to walk away from the table before things got any worse. At the end of all my scrambling, I had less in my purse than when I had begun. Luckily,
That's gambling.
I had one last trick up my sleeve. I stretched my legs on the wide stone road heading to Imre. Accompanying me were Simon and Willem. Will had ended up selling his late slot to a desperate scriv for a tidy profit, so both of them were finished with admissions and carefree as kittens. Will's tuition was set at 6 talents and 8, while Sim was still gloating over his impressively low 5 talents and 2. My purse held 1 talent and 3, an inauspicious number. Completing our quartet was Manet. His wild grey hair and habitually rumpled clothes made him look vaguely bewildered, as if he'd just woken up and couldn't quite remember where he was.
Uh-oh.
We had brought him along partly because we needed a 4th for corners, but also because we felt it was our duty to get the poor fellow out of the university every once in a while. The 4 of us made our way over the high arch of Stonebridge, across the Omethi River and into Imre. Autumn was in its last gasp, and I wore my cloak against the chance of a chill. My loot was slung comfortably across my back. At the heart of Imre, we crossed a great cobblestone courtyard and walked past the central fountain filled with statues of satyrs chasing nymphs. Water splashed and fanned in the breeze as we joined the line leading to the Aeolian.
Oh. That was a waste of mana.
I was surprised to see Diok wasn't there. In his place was a short, grim man with a thick neck. He held out a hand. "That'll be a jot, youngster?" "Sorry." I moved the strap of my loot case out of the way and showed him the small set of silver pipes pinned to my cloak. I gestured to Will, Sim, and Manet. "They're with me." He squinted at the pipes suspiciously. "You look awfully young," he said, his eyes darting back to my face. "I am awfully young," I said easily. "It's part of my charm." "Awfully young to have your pipes," he clarified, making it a reasonably polite accusation. I hesitated. While I looked old for my age, that meant I looked a few years better than my actual 15. To the best of my knowledge, I was the youngest musician.
I was 15.
Normally this worked.
40, 50 when you said. No.
Before I could think of anything to say, a voice came from the line behind us. "It's not a fake cat." A tall woman carrying a fiddle case nodded at me. "He earned his pipes while you were away. He's the real thing." "Thanks, Marie," I said as the doorman gestured us inside. The 4 of us found a table near the back wall with a good view of the stage. I scanned the nearby faces and staved off a familiar flicker of disappointment when Daniel was nowhere to be seen. "Was that business at the door?" Manet asked as he looked around, taking in the stage, the high vaulted ceiling. "Were people paying to get in here?" I looked at him. "You've been a student for 30 years, but never been to the Aeolian?" "Well, you know." He made a vague gesture. "I've been busy. I don't get over to this side of the river very often." Sim laughed, sitting down. "Let me put this in terms you'll understand, Manet. If music had a university, this would be it, and Kvothe would be a full-fledged arcanist." "Bad analogy," Will said. "This is a musical court, and Kvothe is one of the gentry. We ride his coattails in. It is the reason we have tolerated his troublesome company for so long." Just to get in.
He's a nice taste of humor.
Manet gave a non-committal grunt as he looked around, eyeing the well-dressed nobles milling on the balcony above. "Well then," he said, "I guess I learned something today." The Aeolian was just beginning to fill up, so we passed the time playing corners. It was just a friendly game, a drab a hand, double for a counterfeit, but coin poor as I was, any stakes were high. Luckily, Manet played with the precision of a gear clock, no mislaid tricks, no wild bids, no hunches. Simon bought the first round of drinks, and Manet bought the second. By the time the Aeolian's lights dimmed, Manet and I were 10 hands ahead, largely due to Simon's tendency to enthusiastically overbid. I pocketed the single copper jot with grim satisfaction. 1 talent and 4. An older man made his way up onto the stage. After a brief introduction by stanchion, he played a heart-achingly lovely version of Titan's Late Day on mandolin. His fingers were light and quick and sure on his strings. But his voice... Most things fail with age. Our hands and backs stiffen, our eyes dim, skin roughens, and our beauty fades. The only exception is the voice. Properly cared for, a voice does nothing but grow sweeter with age and constant use.
Well, I can't use anything here. I've totally forgot about it.
He finished his song to hearty applause, and after a moment the lights came back up and the room swelled with conversation. There's breaks between the performers, I explained to Manet, so folk can talk and walk around and get their drinks. Taylor and all his angels won't be able to keep you safe if you talk during someone's performance. Manet, don't worry about me embarrassing you, I'm not a complete barbarian. Just giving fair warning, I said. You let me know what's dangerous in the artificery, I let you know what's dangerous here. His lute was different, Willem said. It sounded different and yours, smaller too. I fought off the urge to smile and decided not to make an issue of it. That sort of lute is called a mandolin, I said. You're going to play, aren't you? Simon asked, squirming in his seat like an eager puppy. You should play that song you wrote about Ambrose. He hummed a bit, then sang, A mule can learn magic. A mule has some class. Because unlike young Rosie, he's just half an ass. Willem cracked a rare smile. No, I said firmly. I'm done with Ambrose. We're quits as far as I'm concerned. Of course, Will said, deadpan. I'm serious, I said. There's no profit in it. This back and forth does nothing but irritate the masters. Irritate is rather a mild word, Manet said dryly. Not exactly the one I would have chosen myself. You owe him, Sim said, his eyes glittering with anger. Besides, they aren't going to charge you with conduct on becoming a member of the Arcanum just for singing a song. Nah, Manet said, they'll just raise his tuition. What? Simon said. They can't do that. Tuition is based on your admissions interview. Manet's snorts echoed hollowly into his mug as he took another drink. The interview is just a piece of the game. If you can afford it, they squeeze you a little. Same thing if you cause them trouble. He eyed me seriously. You're going to be getting it from both ends this time. How many times were you brought up on the horns last term? Twice, I admitted. But the second time wasn't really my fault. Of course, Manet gave me a frank look. And that's why they tied you up and whipped you bloody, is it? Because it wasn't your fault? I shifted uncomfortably in my chair, feeling the pull of the half-healed scars along my back. Most of it wasn't my fault, I amended. Manet shrugged it aside. Fault isn't the issue. A tree doesn't make a thunderstorm, but any fool knows where lightning's going to strike. Willem nodded seriously. Back home, we say the tallest nail gets hammered down first. He frowned. That sounds better in Searu. Sim looked troubled. But the admission interview still determines the lion's share of your tuition, doesn't it? From his tone, I guessed Sim hadn't even considered the possibility of personal grudges or politics entering into the equation. For the most part, Manet admitted. But the masters pick their own questions, and they each get their say. He began to tick things off on his fingers. Hemme doesn't care for you, and he can carry twice his weight in grudges. You got on Lauren's bad side early and managed to stay there. You're a troublemaker. You missed nearly a span of classes toward the end of last term. No warning beforehand or any explanation afterward. He gave me a significant look. I looked down at the table, pointedly aware that several of the classes I'd missed had been part of my apprenticeship under Manet in the artificery. After a moment, Manet shrugged and continued. On top of it all, they'll be testing you as a Raylar this time around. Tuitions get higher in the upper ranks. There's a reason I've stayed in Elia this long. He gave me a hard stare. My best guess, you'll be lucky to get out for less than 10 talents. 10 talents? Sim sucked a breath through his teeth and shook his head sympathetically. Good thing you're so flush. Not as flush as that, I said. How can you not be? Sim asked. The masters fined Ambrose almost 20 talents after he broke your loot. What did you do with all the money? I looked down and nudged my loot case gently with my foot. You spent it on a new loot? Simon asked, horrified. 20 talents? Do you know what you could buy for that amount of money? A loot? Willem asked. I didn't even know you could spend that much on an instrument, Simon said. You can spend a lot more than that, Manet said. They're like horses. This made the conversation stumble a bit. Will and Sim turned to look at him, confused. I laughed. It's a good comparison, actually. Manet nodded sagely. There's a wide spread with horses, you see. You can buy a broken old plough horse for less than a talent, or you can buy a high-stepping Volder for 40. Not likely, Will grunted. Not for a true Volder. Manet smiled. That's it exactly. However much you've ever known someone to spend on a horse, you could easily spend that buying yourself a fine harp or fiddle. Simon looked stunned by this. But my father once spent 250 hard on a Kepken Tall, he said. I leaned to one side and pointed. The blonde man there, his mandolin is worth twice that. But, Simon said, but horses have bloodlines. You can breed a horse and sell it. That mandolin has a bloodline, I said. It was made by Antresor himself. It's been around for 150 years. I watched as Sim absorbed the information, looking around at all the instruments in the room. Still, Sim said, 20 talents. He shook his head. Why didn't you wait until after admissions? You could have spent whatever you had left over on the loot. I needed it to play at Anchors, I explained. I get free room and board as their house musician. If I don't play, I can't stay. It was the truth, but it wasn't the whole truth. Anchor would have cut me some slack if I'd explained my situation. But if I'd waited, I would have had to spend almost 2 span without a loot. It would be like missing a tooth or a limb. It would be like spending 2 span with my mouth sewn shut. It was unthinkable. And I didn't spend all of it on the loot, I said. I had a few other expenses crop up too. Specifically, I paid off the Gaelet I'd borrowed money from. That had taken 6 talents, but being free of my debt to Devi was like having a great weight lifted off my chest. But now I could feel that same weight settling back onto me. If Manet's guess was even half accurate, I was worse off than I could walk. Fortunately, the lights dimmed and the room grew quiet, saving me from having to explain myself any further. We looked up as Stanchion brought Marie up onto the stage. He chatted with the nearby audience while she tuned her fiddle, and the room began to settle down. I liked Marie. She was taller than most men, proud as a cat, and spoke at least 4 languages. Many of Imre's musicians did their best to mimic the latest fashion, hoping to blend in with the nobility, but Marie wore road clothes, pants you could do a day's work in, boots you could use to walk 20 miles. I don't mean to imply she wore homespun, mind you. She just had no love for fashion or frippery. Her clothes were obviously tailored for her, close-fitting and flattering. Tonight she wore burgundy and brown, the colours of her patron, the Lady Jane. The 4 of us eyed the stage. I will admit, Willem said quietly, I have given Marie a fair amount of consideration. Manet gave a low chuckle. That is a woman and a half, he said. Which means she's 5 times more woman than any of you know what to do with. At a different time, such a statement might have goaded the 3 of us into swaggering protest. But Manet stated it without a hint of taunt in his voice. So we let it pass, especially as it was probably true. Not for me, Simon said. She always looks like she's getting ready to wrestle someone, or go off and break a wild horse. She does. Manet chuckled again. If we were living in a better age, they'd build a temple around a woman like that. We fell silent as Marie finished tuning her fiddle and eased into a sweet roundel, slow and gentle as a soft spring breeze.
Oh, one is missing.
Though I didn't have time to tell him, Simon was more than half right. Once, in the Flint and Thistle, I had seen Marie punch a man in the throat for referring to her as that mouthy fiddler bitch. She kicked him when he was on the ground, too, but only once, and nowhere that hurt him in a permanent way. Marie continued her rondo, the slow, sweet pace of it gradually building until it was trotting along briskly. The sort of tune you would only think of dancing to if you were exceptionally light on your feet or exceptionally drunk. She let it build until it was beyond anything a man could dream of dancing to. It was nothing like a trot now, it sprinted, fast as a pair of children racing. I marveled at how clean and clear her fingering was, despite the frantic pace. Faster, quick as a deer with a wild dog behind it. I started to get nervous, knowing it was just a matter of time before she slid or slipped or dropped a note. But somehow, she kept going, each note perfect, sharp and strong and sweet. Her flickering fingers arched high against the strings. The wrist of her bow hand hung loose and lazy, despite the terrible speed. Faster still, her face was intent, her bow arm a blur. Faster still, she braced herself, her long legs planted firmly on the stage, her fiddle tucked hard against her jaw, each note sharp as early morning birdsong. Faster still. She finished in a rush and gave a sudden, flourishing bow without a single mistake. I was sweating like a hard-run horse, my heart racing. I wasn't the only one. Will and Sim each had a sheen of sweat across their foreheads. Manet's knuckles were white where he gripped the edge of the table. "Merciful Sailor," he said breathlessly. "They have music like this every night?" I smiled at him. "It's still early," I said. "You haven't heard me play." Willem bought the next round of drinks, and our talk turned to the idle gossip of the university. Manet had been around for longer than half of the masters, so he knew more scandalous stories than the three of us put together. A lutist with a thick grey beard played a stirring version of En Fayant Morier. Then two lovely women, one in her 40s and the other young enough to be her daughter, sang a duet about Laniel Young again I'd never heard before. Marie was called back onto the stage and played a simple jig with such enthusiasm that it set folk dancing in the spaces between the tables. Manet actually stood for the final chorus and surprised us by demonstrating a pair of remarkably light feet. We cheered him, and when he took his seat again, he was flushed and breathing hard. Will bought him a drink, and Simon turned to me with excitement in his eyes. "No," I said, "I'm not going to play it. I already told you." Sim deflated into such profound disappointment that I couldn't help but laugh. "I'll tell you what. I'll take a turn around the place. If I see Threep, I'll put him up to it." I made my slow way through the crowded room, and while I did keep an eye out for Threep, the truth is I was hunting for dinner. I hadn't seen her come in by the front door, but with the music, cards, and general commotion, there was a chance I'd simply missed her. It took a quarter hour to methodically make my way through the crowded main floor, getting a look at all the faces and stopping to chat with a few of the musicians along the way. I made my way up to the second tier, just as the lights dimmed again. I settled in at the railing to watch an Ilish piper play a sad lilting tune. When the lights came back up, I searched the second tier of the Aeolian, a wide crescent-shaped balcony. My search was more a ritual than anything. Looking for Denner was an exercise in futility, like praying for fair weather. But tonight was the exception to the rule. As I strolled through the second tier, I spotted her walking with a tall, dark-haired gentleman. I changed my path through the tables, so I would intercept them casually. Denner spotted me half a minute later. She gave a bright, excited smile and took her hand off the gentleman's arm, motioning me closer. The man at her side was proud as a hawk and handsome, with a jawline like a cinder brick. He wore a shirt of blindingly white silk and a richly dyed suede jacket the color of blood, silver stitching, silver on the buckle and the cuff. He looked every bit the breeding gentleman. The cost of his clothes, not even counting his rings, would have paid my tuition for a solid year. Denner was playing the part of his charming and attractive companion. In the past, I had seen her dressed much the same as myself, plain clothes meant for hard wear and travel. But tonight, she wore a long dress of green silk. Her dark hair curled artfully around her face and tumbled down her shoulders. At her throat was an emerald pendant shaped like a smooth teardrop. It matched the color of the dress so perfectly that it felt like a coincidence. I felt a little shabby by comparison. More than a little. Every piece of clothing I owned in the world amounted to 4 shirts, 2 sets of pants, and a few sundries. All of it second-hand and threadbare to some degree. I was wearing my best tonight, but I'm sure you understand when I say my best was not particularly fine. The one exception was my cloak, Failur's gift. It was warm and wonderful, tailored for me in green and black with numerous pockets in the lining. It wasn't elegant by any measure, but it was the finest thing I owned. As I approached, Denner stepped forward and held out her hand for me to kiss. The gesture poised, almost haughty. Her expression was composed, her smile polite. To the casual observer, she looked every bit the genteel lady being gracious to a poor young musician. All except her eyes. They were dark and deep, the color of coffee and chocolate. Her eyes were dancing with amusement, full of laughter. Standing behind her, the gentleman gave a bare hint of a frown when she offered me her hand. I didn't know what game Denner was playing, but I could guess my part. So I bent over her hand, kissing it lightly in a low bow. I had been trained in courtly manners at an early age, so I knew what I was doing. Anyone can bend at the waist, but a good bow takes skill. This one was gracious and flattering, and as I pressed my lips to the back of her hand, I flared my cloak to one side with a delicate flick of my wrist. The last was the difficult bit, and it had taken me several hours of careful practice in the bathhouse mirror to get the motion to look sufficiently casual. Denner made a curtsy, as graceful as a falling leaf, and stepped back to stand beside the gentleman. Quoth, this is Lord Kellen Vantenia. Kellen? Quoth. Kellen eyed me up and down, forming his full opinion of me more quickly than you can draw a short, sharp breath. His expression became dismissive, and he gave me a nod. I'm no stranger to disdain, but I was surprised how much this particular bit stung me. At your service, my lord. I made a polite bow and shifted my weight so my cloak fell away from my shoulder, displaying my talent pipes. He was about to look away with practiced disinterest when his eye snagged on a bright piece of silver. It was nothing special in terms of jewelry, but here it was significant. Willem was right. At the Aeolian, I was one of the gentry. And Kellen knew it. After a heartbeat of consideration, he returned my bow. It was barely more than a nod, really, just low enough to be polite. Yours and your family, he said in perfect Turin. His voice was deeper than mine, a warm bass, with enough of a Medican accent to lend it a slight musical cant. Denner inclined her head in his direction. Kellen has been showing me my way around a harp. I am here to win my pipes, he said, his deep voice filled with certainty. When he spoke, women at the surrounding tables turned to look in his direction with hungry, half-lidded eyes. His voice had the opposite effect on me. To be both rich and handsome was bad enough, but to have a voice like honey over warm bread on top of that was simply inexcusable. The sound of it made me feel like a cat grabbed by the tail and rubbed backward with a wet hand. I glanced at his hands. So you're a harper? Harpist, he corrected stiffly. I play the pendenale, king of instruments. I pulled in half a breath, then closed my mouth. The Modigan Great Harp had been the king of instruments 500 years ago. These days it was an antique curiosity. I let it pass, avoiding the argument for Denner's sake. Will you be trying your luck tonight? I asked. Kellen's eyes narrowed slightly. be nothing of luck involved when I play, but no. Tonight I am enjoying my Lady Danae's company. He lifted Denna's hand to his lips and gave it an absent-minded kiss. He looked around at the murmuring crowd in a proprietary way, as if he owned them. I will be in worthy company here, I think. I glanced at Denna, but she was avoiding my eyes. Her head tilted to the side as she toyed with an earring previously hidden in her hair, a tiny teardrop emerald that matched the pendant at her throat. Kellen's eyes flickered over me again. My ill-fitting clothes, my hair too short to be fashionable, too long to be anything other than wild. And you are a piper? The least expensive instrument. Pipist, I said lightly. But no, I favor the lute. His eyebrows went up. You play court lute? My smile stiffened a bit despite my best efforts. Trooper's lute. Ah! He said, laughing as if things suddenly made sense. Folk music. I let that pass as well. No less easily than before.
Arrogant.
Have seats yet? I asked brightly. Several of us have taken a table below with a good view of the stage. You're welcome to join us. The lady and I already have a table in the third circle. Kellen nodded in Denna's direction. I much prefer the company above. Outside his field of vision, Denna rolled her eyes at me. I kept a straight face and made another polite bow to him, barely more than a nod. I won't delay you then. I turned to Denna. My lady, might I call on you sometime? She sighed, looking every bit the put upon socialite, except for her eyes, which were still laughing at all the ridiculous formality of the exchange. I'm sure you understand both. My schedule is quite full for the next several days, but you could pay a visit near the end of the span if you wish. I've taken rooms at the Grey Man. You're too kind, I said, and gave her a much more earnest bow than the one I had given Kellen. She rolled her eyes at me this time. Kellen held out his arm, turning his shoulder to me.
It's like a dance.
And the two of them walked off into the crowd. Watching them together, moving gracefully through the throng, it would be easy to believe they owned the place, or were perhaps thinking of buying it to use as a summer home. Only old nobility move with that easy arrogance, knowing deep in their guts that everything in the world exists only to make them happy. Denna was faking it marvelously, but for Lord Kellen Brickjaw it was as natural as drawing breath. I watched until they were halfway up the stairs to the third circle. That's where Denna stopped and put a hand to her head. Then she looked around at the floor, her expression anxious. The two of them spoke briefly, and she pointed up the stairs. Kellen nodded and climbed out of sight. On a hunch, I looked down at the floor and spotted a gleam of silver where Denna had been standing near the railing. I moved and stood over it, forcing a pair of Kael'dish merchants to detour around me. I pretended to watch the crowd below, until Denna came close and tapped me on the shoulder. Quoth, she said anxiously. I'm sorry to bother you, but I seem to have lost an earring. Would you be a dear and help me look for it? I'm sure I had it on me just a moment ago. I agreed, and soon we were enjoying a moment of privacy, decorously searching the floorboards with our heads close together. Luckily, Denna's dress was in the Medigan style, flowing and loose around the legs. If it had been slit up the side according to the current fashion of the Commonwealth, the sight of her crouching on the floor would have been scandalous. God's body, I muttered. Where did you find him? Denna chuckled low in her throat. Hush, you're the one who suggested I learn my way around a harp. Kellen is quite a good teacher. The Medigan pedal harp weighs 5 times as much as you do, I said. It's a parlor instrument. You'd never be able to take one on the road. She stopped pretending to look for her earring and gave me a pointed look. And who's to say I won't ever have a parlor to harp in? I looked back to the floor and gave as much of a shrug as I could manage. It's good enough for learning, I suppose. How are you liking it so far? It's better than the lyre, she said. I can already see that. I can barely play Squirrel in the Thatch, though.
Hmm.
Is he any good?
I don't get the
Smile.
item? Or is it inside? Ah, it's inside here.
I mean, Denna flushed a bit and looked for a second as if she would swat at me. But she remembered her decorum in time and settled for narrowing her eyes instead. You're awful, she said. Kellen has been a perfect gentleman. Telu, save us all from perfect gentlemen, I said. She shook her head. I meant it in the literal sense, she said. He's never been out of Modeg before. He's like a kitten in a coop. So you're denial now? I asked. For now, and for him, she said, looking at me sideways with a small quirk of a smile. From you, I still like Denna best. That's good to know, I said, then lifted my hand off the floor, revealing the smooth emerald teardrop of an earring. Denna made a show of discovering it, holding it up to catch the light. Ah, here we are! I stood and helped her to her feet. She brushed her hair back from her shoulder and leaned towards me. I'm all thumbs with these things, she said. Would you mind? I stepped toward her and stood close as she handed me the earring. She smelled faintly of wildflowers, but beneath that she smelled like autumn leaves, like the dark smell of her own hair, like road dust in the air before a summer storm. So, what is he? I said softly. Someone's second son. She gave a barely perceptible shake of her head, and a strand of her hair fell down to brush the back of my hand. He's a lord in his own right.
What's on your mind?
Get it, Erika Van, I swore. Lock up your sons and daughters. Denna laughed again quietly. Her body shook as she fought to hold it in. Hold still, I said as I gently took hold of her ear. Denna drew a deep breath and let it out again, composing herself. I threaded the earring through the lobe of her ear and stepped away. She lifted one hand to check it, then stepped back and gave a curtsy. Thank you kindly for all your help. I bowed to her again. It wasn't as polished as the bow I'd given her before, but it was more honest. I'm at your service, my lady. Denna smiled warmly as she turned to go, her eyes laughing again. I finished exploring the second tier for the sake of form, but Threep didn't seem to be around. Not wanting to risk the awkwardness of a second encounter with Denna and her lordling, I decided to skip the third tier entirely.
Welcome.
Sim had the lively look he gets around his fifth drink. Manet was slouched low in his chair, eyes half-lidded, his mug resting comfortably on the swell of his belly. Will looked the same as ever, his dark eyes unreadable. Threep's nowhere to be found, I said as I took my seat. Sorry. Oh, that's too bad, Sim said. Has he had any luck finding you a patron yet? I shook my head bitterly. Ambrose has threatened or bribed every noble within 100 miles of here. They'll have nothing to do with me. Why doesn't Threep take you on himself? Willem asked. He likes you well enough. I shook my head. Threep's already supporting 3 other musicians. 4 really, but 2 of them are a married couple. 4? Sim said, horrified. It's a wonder he can still afford to eat. Will cocked his head curiously, and Sim leaned forward to explain. Threep's accounts, but his holdings aren't really that extensive. Supporting 4 players on his income is a little extravagant. Will frowned. Drinks and strings can't amount to much. A patron's responsible for more than that. Sim began to count items off on his fingers.
What was my
There's
next
the written
plan?
patronage itself, then he provides room and board for his players, a yearly wage, a suit of clothes in his family's colours. 2 suits of clothing, traditionally, I interjected. Every year. Growing up in the troop, I never appreciated the livery Lord Greyfellow had given us. But these days I couldn't help but imagine how much my wardrobe would be improved by 2 new sets of clothing. Simon grinned as a serving boy arrived, leaving no doubt as to who was responsible for the glasses of blackberry brand set in front of each of us. Sim raised his glass in a silent toast and drank a solid swallow. I raised my glass in return, as did Willem, though it obviously pained him. Manet remained motionless, and I began to suspect he had dozed off. It still doesn't add square, Willem said, setting down his brand. All the patron gets is lighter pockets. The patron gets a reputation, I explained. That's why the players wear the livery. Plus, he has entertainers at his beck and call. Parties, dances, pageants. Sometimes they'll write songs or plays at his request. Will still seemed skeptical. Still, seems like the patron is getting the short side of it. That's because you only have half the picture, Manet said, pulling himself upright in his chair. You're a city boy. You don't know what it's like growing up in a little town built on one man's land. Here's Lord Ponsington's lands, Manet said, using a bit of spilled beer to draw a circle in the center of the table. Where you live like the good little commoner you are. Manet picked up Simon's empty glass and put it inside the circle. One day, a fella strolls through town wearing Lord Ponsington's colours. Manet picked up his full glass of brand and jigged it across the table until it stood next to Sim's empty one inside the circle. And this fellow plays songs for everyone at the local inn. Manet splashed some of the brand into Sim's glass. Not needing any prompting, Sim grinned and drank it. Manet trotted his glass around the table and entered the circle again. Next month, a couple more folk come through wearing his colours and put on a puppet show. He poured more brand and Simon tossed it back. The next month, there's a play.
Watch your back.
Again. Now Manet picked up his wooden mug and clonked it across the table into the circle. Then the taxman shows up, wearing the same colours. Manet knocked his empty mug impatiently on the table. Sim sat confused for a second. Then he picked up his own mug and sloshed some beer into it. Manet eyed him and tapped the mug again sternly. Sim poured the rest of his beer into Manet's mug, laughing. I like Blackberry brand better anyway. Lord Ponsington likes his taxes better, Manet said. And people like to be entertained, and the taxman likes not being poisoned and buried in a shallow grave behind the old mill. He took a drink of beer. So it works out nicely for everyone. Will watched the exchange with his serious dark eyes. That makes better sense. It's not always as mercenary as that, I said. Threep genuinely wants to help musicians improve their craft. Some nobles treat their performers like horses in a stable, I sighed. Even that would be better than what I have now, which is nothing. Don't sell yourself cheap, Sim said cheerfully. Wait and get a good patron, you deserve it. You're as good as any musician here. I kept silent, too proud to tell them the truth. I was poor in a way the rest of them could hardly understand. Sim was a Turan nobility, and Will's family were wool merchants from Raelian. They thought being poor meant not having enough money to go drinking as often as they liked. With tuition looming, I didn't dare spend a bent penny. I couldn't buy candles or ink or paper. I had no jewelry to pawn, no allowance, no parents to write home to. No respectable moneylender would give me a thin shim. Hardly surprising, as I was a rootless orphan a Damaroo whose possessions would fit into a burlap sack. It wouldn't have to be a large sack either. I got to my feet before the conversation had a chance to wander into uncomfortable territory. It's time I made some music. I picked up my loot case and made my way to where Stanchion sat at the corner of the bar. What have you got for us tonight? He asked, running his hand over his beard. A surprise. Stanchion paused in the act of getting off his stool. Is this the sort of surprise that's going to cause a riot or make folk set my place on fire? He asked. I shook my head, smiling. Good. He smiled and headed off in the direction of the stage. In that case, I like surprises. Chapter 6. Love. Stanchion led me onto the stage and brought out an armless chair. Then he walked to the front of the stage to chat with the audience. I spread my cloak over the back of the chair as the lights began to dim. I laid my battered loot case on the floor. It was even shabbier than I was. It had been quite nice once, but that was years ago and miles away. Now the leather hinges were cracked and stiff, and the body was worn as thin as parchment in places. Only one of the original clasps remained, a delicate thing of worked silver. I'd replaced the others with whatever I could scavenge, so now the case sported mismatched clasps of bright brass and dull iron. But inside the case was something else entirely. Inside was the reason I was scrambling for tuition tomorrow. I had driven a hard bargain for it, and even then it had cost me more money than I had ever spent on anything in my life. So much money I couldn't afford a case that fitted properly, and made do by padding my old one with rags. The wood was the color of dark coffee, of freshly turned earth. The curve of the bowl was perfect as a woman's hip. It was hushed echo and bright string and thrum. My lute, my tangible soul. I've heard what poets write about women. They rhyme and rhapsodize and lie. I have watched sailors on the shore stare mutely at the slow rolling swell of the sea. I have watched old soldiers with hearts like leather grow teary-eyed at their king's colors stretched against the wind.
What's
Listen
on
to
your
me.
mind?
These men know nothing of love. You will not find it in the words of poets or the longing eyes of sailors. If you want to know of love, look to a trooper's hands as he makes his music. A trooper knows. I looked out at my audience as they grew slowly still. Simon waved enthusiastically, and I smiled in return. I saw Count Threep's white hair near the rail on the second tier now. He was speaking earnestly to the well-dressed couple, gesturing in my direction, still campaigning on my behalf, though we both knew it was a hopeless cause. I brought the lute out of its shabby case and began to tune it. It was not the finest lute in the Aeolian, not by half. Its neck was slightly bent but not bowed. One of the pegs was loose and was prone to changing its tune. I brushed a soft chord and tipped my ear to the strings.
Oh, hi Nody.
As I looked up, I could see Denna's face, clear as the moon. She smiled excitedly at me and wiggled her fingers below the level of the table where her gentleman couldn't see. I touched the loose peg gently, running my hands over the warm wood of the lute. The varnish was scraped and scuffed in places. It had been treated unkindly in the past, but that didn't make it less lovely underneath. So yes, it had flaws. But what does that matter when it comes to matters of the heart?
Yeah.
We love what we love.
Love what we love.
Reason does not enter into it. In many ways, unwise love is the truest love. Anyone can love a thing because. That's as easy as putting a penny in your pocket.
Loving,
Love something
but
despite.
despite.
To know the flaws and love them too, that is rare and pure and perfect. Stanchion made a sweeping gesture in my direction. There was brief applause, followed by an attentive hush. I plucked 2 notes and felt the audience lean toward me. I touched a string,
What's your bet?
tuned it slightly, and began to play. Before a handful of notes rang out, everyone had caught the tune. It was Bellwether, a tune shepherds have been whistling for 10,000 years. The simplest of simple melodies, a tune anyone with a bucket could carry. A bucket was overkill, actually. A pair of cupped hands would manage nicely. A single hand. 2 fingers, even. It was, plainly said, folk music. There have been 100 songs written to the tune of Bellwether. Songs of love and war, songs of humor, tragedy, and lust. I did not bother with any of these. No words, just the music, just the tune. I looked up and saw Lord Brickjaw leaning close to Denna, making a dismissive gesture.
Oh,
I smiled as I teased the song carefully from the strings of my lute.
oh, that is
Before
also
much
not here.
longer, my smile grew strained. Sweat began to bead on my forehead. I hunched over the lute, concentrating on what my hands were doing. My fingers darted, then danced, then flew. I played as hard as a hailstorm, like a hammer beating brass. I played soft as the sun on autumn gentle as a single stirring leaf. Before long, my breath began to catch from the strain of it. My lips made a thin, bloodless line across my face. As I pushed through the middle refrain, I shook my head to clear my hair away from my eyes. Sweat flew in an arc to patter out along the wood of the stage. I breathed hard, my chest working like a bellows, straining like a horse run to lather. The song rang out, each note bright and clear. I almost stumbled once. The rhythm faltered for the space of a split hair. Then somehow I recovered, pushed through, and managed to finish the final line, plucking the notes sweet and light, despite the fact that my fingers were a weary blur. Then, just when it was obvious I couldn't carry on a moment longer, the last chord rang through the room. I slumped in my chair, exhausted. The audience burst into thunderous applause, but not the whole audience. Scattered through the room, dozens of people burst into laughter instead, a few of them pounding the tables and stomping the floor, shouting their amusement. The applause sputtered and died almost immediately. Men and women stopped with their hands frozen mid-clap as they stared at the laughing members of the audience. Some looked angry, others confused. Many were plainly offended on my behalf, and angry mutterings began to ripple through the room. Before any serious discussion could take root, I struck a single high note and held up a hand, pulling their attention back to me. I wasn't done yet. Not by half. I shifted in my seat and rolled my shoulders. I strummed once, touched the loose peg, and rolled effortlessly into my second song. It was one of Ilian's, Tintatatonen. I doubt you've ever heard it. It's something of an oddity compared to Ilian's other works. First, it has no lyrics. Second, while it's a lovely song, it isn't nearly as catchy or moving as many of his better-known melodies. Most importantly, it is perversely difficult to play. My father referred to it as the finest song ever written for 15 fingers. He made me play it when I was getting too full of myself and felt I needed humbling. Suffice to say, I practiced it with fair regularity, sometimes more than once a day. So, I played Tintatatonen. I leaned back into my chair and crossed my ankles, relaxing a bit. My hands strolled idly over the strings. After the first chorus, I drew a breath and gave a short sigh, like a young boy trapped inside on a sunny day. My eyes began to wander aimlessly around the room, bored. Still playing, I fidgeted in my seat, trying to find a comfortable position and failing. I frowned, stood up, and looked at the chair as if it was somehow to blame. Then I reclaimed my seat and wriggled, an uncomfortable expression on my face. All the while, the 10,000 notes of Tintatatonen danced and capered. I took a moment between one chord and the next to scratch myself idly behind the ear. I was so deeply into my little act that I actually felt a yawn swelling up. I let it out in full earnest, so wide and long that the people in the front row could count my teeth. I shook my head as if to clear it and daubed at my watery eyes with my sleeve. Through all of this, Tintatatonen tripped into the air, maddening harmony and counterpoint weaving together, skipping apart, all of it flawless and sweet and easy as breathing. When the end came, drawing together a dozen tangled threads of song, I made no flourish. I simply stopped and rubbed my eyes a bit. No crescendo, no bow, nothing. I cracked my knuckles distractedly and leaned forward to set my lute back in the case. This time, the laughter came first. The same people as before, hooting and hammering at their tables twice as loudly as before. My people. The musicians. I let my bored expression fall away and grinned knowingly out at them. The applause followed a few heartbeats later, but it was scattered and confused. Even before the house lights rose, it had dissolved into 100 murmuring discussions throughout the room. Marie rushed up to greet me as I came down the stairs, her face full of laughter. She shook my hand and clapped me on the back. She was the first of many, all musicians. Before I could get bogged down, Marie linked her arm in mine and led me back to my table. "Good lord, boy," Manet said. You're like a tiny king here. This isn't half the attention he usually gets, Willem said. Normally they're still cheering when he makes it back to the table. Young women bat their eyes and strew his path with flowers. Sim looked around the room curiously. The reaction did seem... He groped for a word. Mixed? Why is that? Because young six-string here is so sharp he can hardly help but cut himself, Stanchion said as he made his way over to our table. You've noticed that too? Manet asked dryly. Hush, Marie said. It was brilliant. Stanchion sighed and shook his head. I, for one, Willem said pointedly, would like to know what is being discussed. Quoth here played the simplest song in the world and made it look like he was spinning gold out of flax, Marie said. Then he took a real piece of music, something only a handful of folk in the whole place could play, and made it look so easy you'd think a child could blow it on a tin whistle. I'm not denying that it was cleverly done, Stanchion said. The problem is the way he did it. Everyone who jumps in clapping on the first song feels like an idiot. They feel they've been toyed with. Which they were, Marie pointed out. The performer manipulates the audience. That's the point of the joke. People don't like being toyed with, Stanchion replied. They resent it, in fact. Nobody likes having a joke played on them. Technically, Simon interjected, grinning, he played the joke on the lute. Everyone turned to look at him and his grin faded a bit. You see, he actually played a joke on a lute. He looked down at the table, his grin fading as his face flushed a sudden embarrassed red. Sorry. Marie laughed an easy laugh. Manet spoke up. So it's really an issue of two audiences, he said slowly. There's those that know enough about music to get the joke, and those who need the joke explained to them. Marie made a triumphant gesture toward Manet. That's it exactly, she said to Stanchion. If you come here and don't know enough to get the joke on your own, then you deserve to have your nose tweaked a bit. Except most of those people are the gentry, Stanchion said. And our clever Jack doesn't have a patron yet. What? Marie said. 3 put word out months ago. Why hasn't someone snatched you up? Ambrose Jackis, I explained. Her face didn't show any recognition. Is he a musician? Baron's son, Willem said. She gave a puzzled frown. How can he possibly keep you away from a patron? Ample free time and twice as much money as God, I said dryly. His father's one of the most powerful men in Vintus, Manet added, then turned to Simon. What is he, 16th in line of the throne? 13, Simon said sullenly. The entire Surthan family was lost at sea 2 months ago. Ambrose won't shut up about the fact that his father's barely a dozen steps from being king. Manet turned back to Marie. The point is, this particular Baron's son has got all manner of weight, and he's not afraid to throw it around. To be completely fair, Stanchion said, it should be mentioned that young Quoth is not the savviest socialite in the Commonwealth. He cleared his throat, as evidenced by tonight's performance. I hate it when people call me young Quoth, I said in an aside to Sim. He gave me a sympathetic look. I still say it was brilliant, Marie said, turning to face Stanchion, planting her feet solidly on the floor. It's the cleverest thing anyone's done here in a month, and you know it. I lay my hand on Marie's arm. He's right, I said. It was stupid. I made a vacillating shrug. Or at least it would be if I still had the slightest hope of getting a patron. I looked Stanchion in the eye, but I don't. We both know Ambrose has poisoned that well for me. Wells don't stay poisoned forever, Stanchion said. I shrugged. How about this then? I'd prefer to play songs that amuse my friends rather than cater to folk who dislike me based on hearsay. Stanchion drew a breath, then let it out in a rush. Fair enough, he said, smiling a bit. In the brief lull that followed, Manet cleared his throat meaningfully and darted his eyes around the table. I took his hint and made a round of introductions. Stanchion, you've already met my fellow students, Will and Sim. This is Manet, student and my sometimes mentor at the university. Everyone, this is Stanchion, host, owner, and master of the Aeolian stage. Pleasure to meet you, Stanchion said, giving a polite nod before looking anxiously around the room. Speaking of hosting, I should be about my business. He patted me on the back as he turned to leave. I'll see if I can put out a few fires while I'm at it. I smiled my thanks to him, then made a flourishing gesture. Everyone, this is Marie, as you've already heard with your own ears, the Aeolian's finest fiddler, as you can see with your own eyes, the most beautiful woman in 1,000 miles. As your wit discerns, the wisest of... Grinning, she swatted me. If I were half as wise as I am tall, I wouldn't be stepping in to defend you, she said. Has poor Threep really been out stumping for you all this while? I nodded. I told him it was a lost cause. It is if you keep thumbing your nose at folk, she said. I swear I've never met a man who has your knack for lack of social grace. If you weren't naturally charming, someone would have stabbed you by now. You're assuming, I muttered. Marie turned to my friends at the table. It's a pleasure to meet all of you. Will nodded and Sim smiled. Manet, however, came to his feet in a smooth motion and held out his hand. Marie took it, and Manet clasped it warmly between his own. Marie, he said, you intrigue me. Is there any chance I could buy you a drink and enjoy the pleasure of your conversation at some point tonight? I was too startled to do anything but stare. Standing there, the two of them looked like badly matched bookends. Marie stood 6 inches taller than Manet, her boots making her long legs look even longer. Manet, on the other hand, looked as he always did, grizzled and disheveled, plus older than Marie by at least a decade. Marie blinked and cocked her head a bit, as if considering. I'm here with some friends right now, she said. It might be late by the time I finish up with them. When makes no difference to me, Manet said easily. I'm willing to lose some sleep if it comes to that. I can't think of the last time I shared the company of a woman who speaks her mind firmly and without hesitation. Your kind are in short supply these days. Marie looked him over again. Manet met her eye and flashed a smile so confident and charming that it belonged on stage. I've no desire to pull you away from your friends, he said, but you're the first fiddler in 10 years that set my feet dancing. It seems a drink is the least I can do. Marie smiled back at him, half amused, half wry. I'm on the 2nd tier right now, she said, gesturing toward the stairway. But I should be free in, say, 2 hours? You're terribly kind, he said. Should I come and find you? You should, she said, then gave him a thoughtful look as she turned to walk away. Manet reclaimed his seat and took a drink. Simon looked as flabbergasted as we all felt. What the hell was that? He demanded. Manet chuckled into his beard and leaned back in his chair, cradling his mug to his chest. That, he said smugly, is just one more thing I understand that you pups don't. Take notes, take heed. When members of the nobility want to show a musician their appreciation, they give money. When I first began playing in the Aeolian, I'd received a few such gifts, and for a time it had been enough to help pay my tuition and keep my head above water, if only barely. But Ambrose had been persistent in his campaign against me, and it had been months since I had received anything of the sort. Musicians are poorer than the gentry, but they still enjoy a show. So when they appreciate your playing, they buy you drinks. This was the real reason I was at the Aeolian tonight. Manet wandered off to fetch a wet rag from the bar so we could clean the table and play another round of corners. Before he could make it back, a young Kael'dish piper came over to ask if there was any chance he could stand us around. There was a chance, as it turned out. He caught the eye of a nearby serving girl, and we each ordered what we liked best, and a beer for Manet besides. We drank, played cards, and listened to music. Manet and I had a run of bad cards and went down 3 hands in a row. It soured my mood a bit, but but not nearly as much as the sneaking suspicion that Stanchion might be right about what he'd said. A rich patron would solve many of my problems. Even a poor patron would be able to give me a little room to breathe, financially speaking. If nothing else, it would give me someone I could borrow money from in a tight spot, rather than being forced into dealing with dangerous folk. While my mind was occupied, I misplayed and we lost another hand, putting us down 4 in a row with a forfeit besides. Manet glared at me while he gathered in the cards. Here's a primer for admissions. He held up his hand, 3 fingers spearing angrily into the air. Let's say you have 3 spades in your hand and there have been 5 spades laid down. He held up his other hand, fingers splayed wide. How many spades is that total? He leaned back in his chair, crossing his arms. Take your time. He's still reeling from the knowledge that Marie is willing to have a drink with you, Willem said dryly. We all are. Not me, Simon chirped. I knew you had it in you. We were interrupted by the arrival of Lily, one of the regular serving girls at the Aeolian. What's going on here? She said playfully. Is someone throwing a handsome party? Lily, Simon asked, if I asked you to have a drink with me, would you consider it? I would, she said easily, but not for very long. She laid her hand on his shoulder. You gents are in luck. An anonymous admirer of fine music has offered to stand your table a round of drinks. Scotland for me, Willem said. Mead, Simon said, grinning. I'll have a Soonton, I said. Manet raised an eyebrow. A Soonton, eh? He asked, glancing at me. I'll have one too. He gave the serving girl a knowing look and nodded toward me. On his, of course. Really? Lily said, then shrugged. Back in a shake. Now that you've impressed the hell out of everyone, you can have some fun, right? Simon asked. Something about a donkey? For the last time, no, I said. I'm done with Ambrose. There's no percentage in antagonizing him any further. You broke his arm, Will said. I think he's as antagonized as he's gonna get. He broke my lute, I said. We're even. I'm ready to let bygones be bygones. Like hell, Sim said. You dropped that pound of rancid butter down his chimney. You loosened the cinch on his saddle. Black Hands, shut up, I said, looking around. It was nearly a month ago, and no one knows it was me except for you two, and now Manet and everyone within earshot. Sim flushed an embarrassed red, and the conversation lulled until Lily returned with our drinks. Will's scutton was in its traditional stone cup. Sim's mead shone golden in a tall glass. Manet and I got wooden mugs. Manet smiled. I can't remember the last time I ordered a Soonton, he mused. I don't think I've ever ordered one for myself before. You're the only other person I've ever known to drink it, Sim said. Cloth here throws them back like nobody's business. 3 or 4 a night. Manet raised a bushy eyebrow. No.
They don't know.
I shook my head as I drank out of my own mug, not sure if I should be amused or embarrassed.
Oh.
Manet slid his mug towards Simon, who picked it up and took a sip. He frowned and took another. Water? Manet nodded. It's an old horse trick. You're chatting them up in the tap room of the brothel, and you want to show you're not like all the rest. You're a man of refinement, so you offer to buy a drink. He reached across the table and took his mug back from Sim. But they're working. They don't want a drink. They'd rather have the money, so they order a Soonton or a Perverit or something else. You pay your money, the barman gives her water, and at the end of the night she splits the money with the house. If she's a good listener, a girl can make as much at the bar as she does in bed. I chimed in. Actually, we split it 3 ways. A third to the house, a third to the barman, and a third to me. You're getting screwed then, Manet said frankly. The barman should get his piece from the house. I've never seen you order a Soonton at Anchors, Sim said. That must be the Greysdale mead, Will said. You order that all the time. But I've ordered Greysdale, Sim protested. It tasted like sweet pickles and piss. Besides, Sim trailed off. It was more expensive than you thought it would be? Manet asked, grinning. Wouldn't make much sense to go through all of this for the price of a short beer, would it? They know what I mean when I order Greysdale at Anchors, I told him. If I ordered something that didn't actually exist, it would be a pretty easy game to figure out. How do you know about this? Sim asked Manet. Manet chuckled. No new tricks to an old dog like me, he said. The lights began to dim, and we turned toward the stage. The night rambled on from there. Manet left for greener pastures, while Will, Sim, and I did our best to keep our table clear of glasses, while amused musicians bought us round after round of drinks. An obscene amount of drinks, really. Far more than I dared to hope for. I drank Soulstone for the most part, since raising money to cover tuition was the main reason I'd come to the Aeolian tonight. Will and Sim ordered a few rounds too, now that they knew the trick of it. I was doubly grateful, otherwise I would have been forced to bring them home in a wheelbarrow. Eventually, the three of us had our fill of music, gossip, and in Sim's case, the fruitless pursuit of serving girls. Before we left, I stopped to have a discreet word with the barman where I brought up the difference between a half and a third. At the end of our negotiation, I cashed out for a full talent and 6 jots. The vast majority of that was from the drinks my fellow musicians had bought me tonight. I gathered the coins into my purse. 3 talents even. My negotiations had also profited me 2 dark brown bottles. What's that? Sim asked as I began to tuck the bottles into my boot case. Breed and beer. I shifted the rags I used to pad my loops so they wouldn't rub against it. Breeden, Will said, his voice thick with disdain, is closer to bread than beer. Sim nodded in agreement, making a face. I don't like having to chew my liquor. It's not that bad, I said defensively. In the small kingdoms, women drink it when they're pregnant. Will mentioned it in one of his lectures. They brew it with flower pollen and fish oil and cherry seeds. It has all sorts of trace nutrients. We don't judge you. Willem lay his hand on my shoulder, his face concerned. Sim and I don't mind that you're a pregnant Elish woman. Simon snorted, then laughed at the fact that he had snorted. The three of us made our slow way back to the university, crossing the high arch of Stonebridge, and since there was nobody around to hear, I sang Jackass, Jackass for Sim. Will and Sim stumbled gently off to their rooms in Muse, but I wasn't ready for bed and continued wandering the university's empty streets, breathing the cool night air. I strolled past the dark fronts of apothecaries, glass blowers and bookbinders. I cut through a manicured lawn, smelling the clean, dusty smell of autumn leaves and green grass. Nearly all the inns and drinking houses were dark, but lights were burning in the brothels. The grey stone of the master's hall was silvery in the moonlight. A single dim light burned inside, illuminating the stained glass window, in his classic pose, barefoot at the mouth of his cave, speaking to a crowd of youngsters. I went past the crucifix, its countless bristling chimneys, dark and largely smokeless against the moonlit sun. Even at night it smelled of ammonia and charred, acid and alcohol, 1,000 mingled scents that had seeped into the stone of the building over the centuries. Last was the archive, 5 stories tall and windowless. It reminded me of an enormous waystone. Its massive doors were closed, but I could see the reddish light of sympathy lamps welling up around the edges of the door. During admissions, Master Lauren kept the archives open at night so all the members of the Arcanum could study to their heart's content. All members, except one, of course. I made my way back to Anchor's and found the inn dark and silent. I had a key to the back door, but rather than stumble through the dark, I headed into the high alley. Right foot rain barrel, left foot window ledge, left hand iron drain pipe. I quietly made my way up to my 3rd story window, tripped the latch with a piece of wire, and let myself in. It was pitch black, and I was too tired to go looking for a light from the fireplace downstairs. So I touched the wick of the lamp beside my bed, getting a little oil on my fingers. Then I murmured a binding and felt my arm go chilly as the heat bled out of it. Nothing happened at first, and I scowled, concentrating to overcome the vague haze of alcohol. The chills sunk deeper into my arm, making me shiver. But finally the wick bloomed into view. Cold now, I closed the window and looked around the tiny room with its sloped ceiling and narrow bed. Surprisingly, I realized there was nowhere else in the four corners I'd rather be. Almost felt as if I were home. This may not seem odd to you, but it was strange to me. Growing up among the Ademaru, home was never a place. Home was a group of wagons and songs around a campfire. When my troop was killed, it was more than the loss of my family and childhood friends. It was like my entire world had been burned down to the waterline.
Whoa! Grunter!
After almost a year at the university, I was beginning to feel like I belonged here. It was an odd feeling, this fondness for a place. In some ways, it was
Whoa!
comforting, but the rule in me was restless, rebelling at the thought of putting down roots like a plant. As I drifted off to sleep, I wondered what my father would think of me. Chapter 7. Admissions. The next morning I
Never have in my mind
on
as
my
dangerous.
couch downstairs. The tap room of Anchors was just starting to fill with people looking for an early lunch, and a few particularly disconsolate students were getting an early start on the day's drinking. Still bleary from lack of sleep, I settled into my usual corner table and began to fret about my upcoming interview. Kilvin and Elxadal didn't worry me. I was ready for their question. The same was largely true of Arwyll. The other masters were all varying degrees of mystery to me. Every term, each master put a selection of books on display in tomes, the reading room in the archive. There were basic texts for the low-ranking Elir to study from, with progressively more advanced works for Raylar and Elthe. Those books revealed what the masters considered valuable knowledge. Those were the books a clever student studied before admissions. But I couldn't wander into tomes like everyone else. I was the only student who'd been banned from the archives in a dozen years, and everyone knew about it. Tomes was the only well-lit room in the whole building, and during admissions, there were always people there reading. So I was forced to find copies of the master's texts, buried in the stacks. You'd be amazed how many versions of the same book there can be. If I was lucky, the volume I found was identical to the one the master had set aside in tomes. More often, the versions I found were outdated, expurgated, badly translated. I'd done as much reading as possible over the last few nights, but hunting down the books took precious time. I was totally underprepared. I was lost in these anxious thoughts when Anchor's voice caught my attention. Actually, that's quote right over there, he said. I looked up to see a woman sitting at the bar. She wasn't dressed like a student. She wore an elaborate burgundy dress with long skirts, tight waist, and matching burgundy gloves that rose all the way to her elbows. Moving deliberately, she managed to get down off the stool without tangling her feet and made her way over to stand next to my table. Her blonde hair was artfully curled. Her lips were a deeply painted red. I couldn't help wondering what she was doing in a place like Anchor's.
Are you the one who broke the arm of that brat Anchor's Chars?
She asked. She spoke Turan with a thick, musical Modegan accent. While it made her a little difficult to understand, I'd be lying if I said I didn't find it attractive. The Modegan accent practically sweats the sails. I did, I said. It wasn't entirely on purpose, but I did.
Then you must make me pay you.
She said in the tone of a woman who usually gets her way. I smiled at her, wishing I'd been awake more than 10 minutes so my wits weren't quite so fuddled. You wouldn't be the first to buy me one on that account, I said honestly. If you insist, I'll have a Greysdale me. I watched her turn and walk back to the bar. If she was a student, she was new. If she'd been here more than a handful of days, I would have heard about it from Sim, who kept tabs on all the prettiest girls in town, courting them with artless enthusiasm. Bodigan woman returned a moment later and sat across from me, sliding a wooden mug across the table.
Come on.
Anchor must have just finished washing it. The fingers of her burgundy glove were wet where they had gripped the handle. She raised her own glass, filled with a deep red wine. "Te Ambrose Gaius," she said with sudden fierceness. "May he fall into a well and die." I picked up the mug and took a drink, wondering if there was a woman within 50 miles of the university Ambrose hadn't treated badly. I wiped my hand discreetly on my pants. The woman took a deep drink of her wine and set her glass down hard. Her pupils were huge. Early as it was, she must have already been doing a fair piece of drinking. I could suddenly smell nutmeg and plum. I sniffed at my mug, then looked at the tabletop, thinking someone might have spilled a drink. There was nothing. The woman across from me suddenly burst into tears. This was no gentle weeping either. It was like someone had turned a spigot. She looked down at her gloved hands and shook her head. She peeled off the wet one, looked at me, and sobbed out a dozen words of Bodigan. "I'm sorry," I said helplessly. "I don't speak." But she was already pushing herself up and away from the table. Wiping at her face, she ran to the door. Anchor stared at me from behind the bar, as did everyone else in the room. "That was not my fault," I said, pointing at the door. "She went crazy on her own." I would have followed her and tried to unravel it all, but she was already outside, and my admissions interview was less than an hour away. Besides, if I'd tried to help every woman Ambrose had ever traumatized, I wouldn't have time left for eating or sleeping. On the upside, the bizarre encounter seemed to have cleared my head, and I no longer felt gritty and thick with lack of sleep. I decided I might as well take advantage of it and get admissions out of the way. Sooner begun is sooner done, as my father used to say. On my way to Hollows, I stopped to buy a golden brown meat pie from a vendor's cart. I knew I'd need every penny for this term's tuition, but the price of a decent meal wasn't going to make much difference one way or the other. It was hot and solid, full of chicken and carrot and sage. I ate it while I walked, reveling in the small freedom of buying something according to my taste, rather than making do with whatever Anchor happened to have at hand. As I finished the last bit of crust, I smelled honeyed almonds. I bought a large scoop in a clever pouch made from a dried corn husk. It cost me 4 drabs, but I hadn't had honeyed almonds in years, and some sugar in my blood wouldn't hurt when I was answering questions. The line for admissions wound through the courtyard. Not abnormally long, but irritating nonetheless. I saw a familiar face from the fishery, and went to stand next to a young, green-eyed woman who was waiting to queue up as well. "Hello there," I said. "You're Amlia, aren't you?" She gave me a nervous smile and a nod. "I'm Quoth," I said, making a tiny bow.
"I know who you are,"
she said.
"I've seen you in the artificery."
"You should call it the fishery," I said. I held out the pouch. "Would you like a honey almond?" Amlia shook her head. "They're really good," I said, joggling them enticingly in the corn husk pouch. She reached out hesitantly and took one. "Is this the line for noon?" I asked, gesturing. She shook her head.
"We've got another couple of minutes before we have to line up."
"It's ridiculous that they make us stand around like this," I said. "Like sheep in a paddock? This entire process is a waste of everyone's time. And insulting to boot." I saw a flicker of anxiety cross Amlia's face. "What?" I asked her.
"It's just that you're talking a little loudly,"
she said, looking around. "I'm just not afraid to say what everybody else is thinking," I said. "The whole admissions process is flawed to the point of blinding idiocy. Master Kilvin knows what I'm capable of, so does Elkstadal. Branger doesn't know me from a hole in the ground. Why should he get an equal say in my tuition?" Amlia shrugged, not meeting my eye. I bit into another almond and quickly spit it into the cobblestones. "Ta!" I held them out to her. "Do these taste like plums to you?" She gave me a vaguely disgusted look, then her eyes focused on something behind me. I turned to see Ambrose moving through the courtyard towards us. He cut a fine figure, as he always did, dressed in clean white linen, velvet, and brocade. He wore a hat with a tall white plume, and the sight of it made me unreasonably angry. Uncharacteristically, he was alone, devoid of his usual contingent of toadies and bootlickers. "Wonderful," I said as soon as he came within earshot. "Ambrose, your presence is the horseshit frosting on the horseshit cake that is the admissions interview process." Surprisingly, Ambrose smiled at this. "Ah, Cloth. I'm pleased to see you too. I met one of your previous ladyloves today," I said. "She was dealing with the sort of profound emotional trauma I assume comes from seeing you naked." His expression soured a little at that, and I leaned over and spoke to Amlia in a stage whisper. "I have it on good report that not only does Ambrose have a tiny, tiny penis, but he can only become aroused when in the presence of a dead dog, a painting of the Duke of Gibeah, and a shirtless galley drummer." Amlia's expression was frozen.
Wow.
Ambrose looked at her. "You should leave," he said gently. "There's no reason you should have to listen to this sort of thing." Amlia practically fled. "I'll give you that," I said, watching her go. "Nobody can make a woman run like you." I tipped an imaginary hat. "You could give lessons. You could teach a class." Ambrose just stood, nodding contentedly and watching me in an oddly proprietary way. "That hat makes you look like you fancy young boys. And I've a mind to slap it right off your head if you don't piss off." I looked at him. "Speaking of which, how's the arm?" "It's feeling a great deal better at the moment," he said pleasantly. He rubbed at it absent-mindedly as he stood there smiling. I popped another almond into my mouth, then grimaced and spat it out again. "What's the matter?" Ambrose asked. "Don't fancy plum?" Then, without waiting for an answer, he turned and walked away. He was smiling. It says a great deal for my state of mind that I simply watched him go, confused. I lifted the pouch to my nose and took a deep breath. I smelled the dusty smell of the corn husks, honey and cinnamon. Nothing at all of plum or nutmeg. How could Ambrose possibly know? Then everything came crashing together in my head. At the same time, noon bell rang out, and everyone with a tile similar to mine moved to join the long line winding through the courtyard. It was time for my admissions exam. I left the courtyard at a dead run. I pounded frantically on the door, out of breath from running up to the third floor of Muse. "Simon!" I shouted. "Open this door and talk to me!" Along the hallway, doors opened and students peered out at the commotion. One of the heads peering out was Simon's, his sandy hair in disarray. "Cloth?" he said. "What are you doing? That's not even my door." I walked over, pushed him inside his room and closed the door behind us. "Simon, Ambrose drugged me. I think there's something not right in my head, but I can't tell what it is." Simon grinned. "I thought that from..." He trailed off, his expression turning incredulous. "What are you doing? Don't spit on my floor." "I have a strange taste in my mouth," I explained. "I don't care," he said, angry and confused. "What's wrong with you? Were you born in a barn?" I struck him hard across the face with the flat of my hand, sending him staggering up against the wall. "I was born in a barn, actually," I said grimly. "Is there something wrong with that?" Sim stood with one hand braced against the wall, the other against the reddening skin of his cheek, his expression pure astonishment. "What in God's name is wrong with you?" "Nothing's wrong with me," I said, "but you do well to watch your tone. I like you well enough, but just because I don't have a set of rich parents doesn't mean you're one whit better than me." I frowned and spat again. "God, that's foul. I hate nothing. I have ever since I was a child." A sudden realization washed over Sim's face. "Taste in your mouth," he said. "Is it like plums and spiders?" I nodded. "It's disgusting." "God's grey ashes," Sim said, his voice hushed in grim earnest. "Okay, you're right. You've been drugged. I know what it is." He trailed off as I turned around and started to open the door. "What are you?" "I'm going to kill Ambrose," I said, "for poisoning me." It's not a poison. He stopped speaking abruptly, then continued in a calm, level voice. Where did you get that knife? I keep it strapped to my leg under my pants, I said. For emergencies. Sim drew a deep breath and let it out. Could you give me a minute to explain before you go into Ambrose? I shrugged. Okay. Would you mind sitting down while we talk? He gestured to a chair. I sighed and sat down. Fine, but hurry, I've got admissions soon. Sim nodded calmly and sat on the edge of his bed facing me. Okay, you know when someone's been drinking and they get it into their head to do something stupid and you can't talk them out of it even though it's obviously a bad idea? I laughed. Like when you wanted to go and talk to that Harper girl outside the Aeolian and threw up on her horse. He nodded. Exactly like that. There's something an alchemist can make that does the same thing, but it's much more extreme. I shook my head. I don't feel drunk in the least. My head is as clear as a bell. Sim nodded again. It's not like being drunk, he said. It's just that one piece of it. It won't make you dizzy or tired, it just makes it easier for a person to do something stupid. I thought about it for a moment. I don't think that's it, I said. I don't feel like I want to do anything stupid. There's one way to tell, Sim said. Can you think of anything right now that seems like a bad idea? I thought for a moment, tapping the flat of the knife's blade right against the edge of my boot. It would be a bad idea to... I trailed off. I thought for a longer moment. Sim looked at me expectantly. To jump off the roof? My voice curled up at the end, making it a sort of question. Sim was quiet. He kept looking at me. I see the problem, I said slowly. I don't seem to have any behavioral filters. Simon gave a relieved smile and nodded encouragingly. That's it exactly. All your inhibitions have been sliced off so cleanly you can't even tell they're gone. But everything else is the same. You're steady, articulate, and rational. You're patronizing me, I said, pointing at him with the knife. Don't. He blinked. Fair enough. Can you think of a solution to the problem? Of course. I need some sort of behavioral touchstone. You're going to need to be my compass because you still have your filters in place. I was thinking the same thing, he said. So you'll trust me? I nodded. Except when it comes to women. You're an idiot with women. I picked up a glass of water from a nearby table and rinsed my mouth out with it, spitting it on the floor. Sim gave a shaky smile. Fair enough. First, you can't go and kill Ambrose. I hesitated. You're sure? I'm sure. In fact, pretty much anything you think to do with that knife is going to be a bad idea. You should give it to me. I shrugged and flipped it over in my palm, handing him the makeshift leather grip. Sim seemed surprised by this, but he took hold of the knife. Merciful Taylor, he said with a profound sigh, setting the knife down on the bed. Thank you. Was that an extreme case? I asked, rinsing my mouth out again. We should probably have some sort of ranking system, like a 10-point scale. Spitting water onto my floor is 1. Oh, I said. Sorry. I put the cup back onto his desk. He said. Is 1 low or high? Low, he said. Killing Ambrose is a 10. He hesitated. Maybe an 8. Or a 7. Really? I said. That much? Okay then. I leaned forward in my seat. You need to give me some tips for admissions. I've got to get back into line before too long. Simon shook his head firmly. That's a really bad idea. 8. Really? Really, he said. It's a delicate social situation. A lot of things could go wrong. But if... Sim let out a sigh, brushing his sandy hair out of his eyes. Am I your type?
Sim's such a good friend.
It gets tedious if I have to tell you everything 3 times before you listen.
Empathy.
Right. Especially if I'm about to do something potentially dangerous. I looked around. How long is this going to last? No more than 8 hours. He opened his mouth to continue and closed it. What? I asked. Sim sighed. There might be some side effects. It's lipid soluble, so it will hang around in your body a bit. You might experience occasional minor relapses brought about by stress, intense emotion, exercise. He gave me an apologetic look. They'd be like little echoes of this. I'll worry about that later, I said. I held out my hand. Give me your admissions tile. You can go through now. I'll take your slot. He spread his hands helplessly. I've already gone, he explained. Taylor's tits and teeth, I cursed. Fine. Go get Faire. He waved his hands violently in front of himself. No. 10. I laughed. Not for that. She has a slot late on Kendling. You think she'll trade with you? She's already offered. Sim got to his feet. I'll go find her. I'll stay here, I said. Sim gave an enthusiastic nod and looked nervously around the room. It's probably safest if you don't do anything while I'm gone, he said as he opened the door. Just sit on your hands until I get back. Sim was only gone for 5 minutes, which was probably for the best. There was a knock on the door. It's me, Sim's voice came through the wood. Is everything all right in there? You know what's strange? I said to him through the door. I tried to think of something funny I could do while you were gone, but I couldn't. I looked around at the room. I think that means humor is rooted in social transgression. I can't transgress because I can't figure out what would be socially unacceptable. Everything seems the same to me. You might have a point, he said, then asked, did you do something anyway? No, I said. I decided to be good. Did you find Faire? I did, he's here. But before we come in, you have to promise not to do anything without asking me first. Fair? I laughed. Oh, fair enough. Just don't make me do stupid things in front of her. I promise, Sim said. Why don't you sit down, just to be safe? I'm already sitting, I said. Sim opened the door. I could see Faire peering over his shoulder. Hello, Faire, I said. I need to trade slots with you. First, Sim said, you should put your shirt back on. That's about a 2. Oh, I said, sorry, I was hot. I could have opened the window. I thought it would be safer if I limited my interactions with external objects, I said. Sim raised an eyebrow. That's actually a really good idea. It just steered you a little wrong in this case. Oh, I heard Failer's voice from the hallway. Is he serious? Absolutely serious, Sim said. Honestly, I don't think it's safe for you to come in. I tugged my shirt on. Dress, I said. I'll even sit on my hands if it will make you feel better. I did just that, tucking them under my legs. Sim let Faire inside, then closed the door behind her. Faire, you are just gorgeous, I said. I would give you all the money in my purse if I could just look at you naked for 2 minutes. I'd give everything I own, except my loot. It's hard to say which of them blushed a deeper red. I think it was Sim. I wasn't supposed to say that, was I? I said. No, Sim said. That's about a 5. That doesn't make any sense, I said. Women are naked in paintings. People buy paintings, don't they? Women pose for them. Sim nodded. That's true, but still just sit for a moment and don't say or do anything, okay? I nodded. I can't quite believe this, Faire said, the blush fading from her cheeks. I can't help but think the two of you are playing some sort of elaborate joke on me.
Oh.
I wish we were, Simon said. This stuff is terribly dangerous. How can you remember naked paintings and not remember you're supposed to keep your shirt on in public? She asked Sim, her eyes never leaving me. It just didn't seem very important, I said. I took my shirt off when I was whipped. That was public. It seems a strange thing to get in trouble for. Do you know what would happen if you tried to knife Ambrose? Simon asked. I thought for a second. It was like trying to remember what you'd eaten for breakfast a month ago. There'd be a trial, I suppose, I said slowly, and people would buy me drinks. Faire muffled a laugh behind her hand. How about this? Simon asked me. Which is worse, stealing a pie or killing Ambrose? I gave it a moment's hard thought. A meat pie or a fruit pie? It almost makes my skin crawl. Simon nodded. It's a terrifying piece of alchemy. It's a variation of a sedative called a plum bob. You don't even have to ingest it. It's absorbed straight through the skin. Faire looked at him. How do you know so much about it? Sim gave a weak smile. Mandrag lectures about it in every alchemy class he teaches. I've heard the story a dozen times by now. It's his favorite example of how alchemy can be abused. An alchemist used it to ruin the lives of several government officials in Artur about 50 years ago. He only got caught because a countess ran amok in the middle of a wedding, killed a dozen folk, and... Sim stopped, shaking his head. Anyway, it was bad. Bad enough that the alchemist's mistress turned him over to the guards. I hope he got what he deserved. And with some to spare, Sim said grimly. The point is, it hits everyone a little differently. It's not a simple lowering of inhibition. There's an amplification of emotion, a freeing up of hidden desire, combined with a strange type of selective memory, almost like a moral amnesia. I don't feel bad, I said. I feel pretty good, actually, but I'm worried about admissions. Sim gestured. See, he remembers admissions. It's important to him. But other things are just gone. Is there a cure? Faire asked nervously. Shouldn't we take him to the medica? Simon looked nervous. I don't think so. They might try a purgative, but it's not as if there's a drug working through him. Alchemy doesn't work like that. He's under the influence of unbound principles. You can't flush those out the way you try to get rid of mercury or ophalum. Purgative doesn't sound like much fun, I added. If my vote counts for anything. And there's a chance they might think he's cracked under admission stress, Sim said to Faire. That happens to a few students every term. They'd stick him in Haven until they were sure. I was on my feet, my hands clenched into fists. I'll be cut into pieces in hell before I let them stick me in Haven, I said, furious. Even for an hour, even for a minute. Sim blanched and took a step back, raising his hands defensively, palms out. But his voice was firm and calm. Quoth, I am telling you 3 times. Stop. I stopped. Faire was watching me with wide, frightened eyes. Simon continued firmly. Quoth, I'm telling you 3 times. Sit down. I sat. Standing behind him, Faire looked at Simon, surprised. Thank you, Simon said graciously, lowering his hands. I agree. The Medica isn't the best place for you. We could just ride this out here. That sounds better to me too, I said. Even if things did go smoothly at the Medica, Simon added, I expect you'll be more inclined to speak your mind than usual. He gave a small, wry smile. Secrets are the cornerstone of civilization, and I know you have a few more than most folk. I don't think I have any secrets, I said. Sim and Faire both burst out laughing at the same time. I'm afraid you just proved this point, Faire said. I know you have at least a few. So do I, Sim said. You're my touchstone, I shrugged. Then I smiled at Faire and pulled out my purse. Sim shook his head at me. No. I've already told you. Seeing her naked would be the worst thing in the world right now. Failer's eyes narrowed a little. Are you worried I'll tackle her to the ground and ravish her? I laughed. Sim looked at me. Wouldn't you? Of course not, I said. He looked at Faire, then back. Can you say why? He asked curiously. I thought about it. It's because... I trailed off and then shook my head. I just can't. I know I can't eat a stone or walk through a wall. It's like that. I concentrated on it for a second and began to get dizzy. I put one hand over my eyes and tried to ignore the sudden vertigo. Please tell me I'm right about that, I asked suddenly. I can't eat a stone, can I? You're right, Faire said quickly. Can't. I stopped trying to rummage around the inside of my mind for answers, and the odd vertigo faded. Sim was watching me intently. I wish I knew that signified, he said. I have a fair idea, Faire murmured softly. drew the ivory admissions tile out of my purse. I was just looking to trade, I said, unless you're willing to let me see you naked. I hefted the purse with my other hand and met Fair's eye. Sim says it's wrong, but he's an idiot with women. My head might not be screwed on quite as tightly as I'd like, but I remember that clearly. It was 4 hours before my inhibitions began to filter back, and 2 more before they were firmly in place. Simon spent the entire day with me, patient as a priest, explaining that no, I shouldn't go and buy us a bottle of brand. No, I shouldn't go and kick the dog that was barking across the street. No, I shouldn't go to Imre and look for dinner. No, 3 times no. By the time the sun went down, I was back to my regular, semi-moral self. Simon quizzed me extensively before walking me back to my room at Anchor's, where he made me swear on my mother's milk that I wouldn't leave my room until morning. I swore. But all was not right with me. My emotions were still running hot, flaring up at every little thing. Worse, my memory hadn't simply returned to normal, it was back with a vivid and uncontrollable enthusiasm. It hadn't been that bad when I was with Simon. His presence was a pleasant distraction, but alone in my small garret room in Anchor's, I was at the mercy of my memory. It was as if my mind was determined to unpack and examine every sharp and painful thing I'd ever seen. You might think the worst memories were those of when my troop was killed, of how I came back to our camp and found everything aflame. The unnatural shapes my parents' bodies made in the twilight, the smell of scorched canvas and blood and burning hair, memories of the ones who killed them, of the Chandrian, of the man who spoke to me, grinning all the while, of Cinder. These were bad memories, but over the years, I had brought them out and handled them so often there was hardly a sharp edge left to them. I remembered the pitch and timbre of Haliax's voice as clearly as my father's. I could easily bring to mind the face of Cinder, his perfect smiling teeth, his white curling hair, his eyes black as beads of ink. His voice, full of winter's chill, saying, "Someone's parents have been singing entirely the wrong sort of songs." You would think these would be the worst memories, but you would be wrong. No, the worst memories are those of my young life. The slow roll and bump of riding in the wagon, my father holding the reins loosely, his strong hands on my shoulders, showing me how to stand on the stage so my body said proud, or sad, or shy. His fingers adjusting mine on the strings of his lute. My mother brushing my hair, the feel of her arms around me, the perfect way my head fit into the curve of her neck. How I would sit curled in her lap next to the fire at night, drowsy and happy and safe. These were the worst memories, precious and perfect, sharp as a mouthful of broken glass. I lay in bed, clenched into a trembling knot, unable to sleep, unable to turn my mind to other things, unable to stop myself from...
What a good crit at start.
Again and again. Then there came a small tapping at my window, a sound so tiny I didn't notice it until it stopped. Then I heard the window ease open behind me. Howard said softly. I clenched my teeth against the sobbing and lay as still as I could, hoping she would think I was asleep and leave.
Claude,
She called again.
I brought you.
There was a moment of silence, then she said,
Oh,
I heard a soft sound behind me. The moonlight showed her tiny shadow on the wall as she climbed through the window. I felt the bed move as she settled onto it. A small, cool hand brushed the side of my face. It's okay, she said quietly.
come here.
I began to cry quietly, and she gently uncurled the tight knot of me until my head lay in her lap. She murmured, brushing my hair away from my forehead, her hands cool against my hot face. cannot remember the last time someone had touched me in a loving way.
I know, she said. You have a stone in your heart, and some days it's so heavy there is nothing to be done. But you don't have to be alone for it. You should have come to me. You understand?
My body clenched, and suddenly a taste of plum filled my mouth again. I said before I realized I was speaking. Then I bit it off before I could say anything else. I clenched my teeth and shook my head furiously like a horse fighting its reins.
You can say it,
Haori said gently. I shook again, tasted plum, and suddenly the words were pouring out of me.
She said I sang before I spoke. She said when I was just a baby, she had the habit of humming when she held me. Nothing like a song, just a descending third, just a soothing sound. Then one day she was walking me around the camp and she heard me echo it back to her. 2 octaves higher, a tiny piping third. She said it was my first song. We sang it back and forth to each other for years.
I choked and clenched my teeth.
You can't say it.
Haori said softly.
It's okay if you say it.
I'm never going to see her again.
I choked out. Then I began to cry in earnest.
It's okay.
Haori said softly.
I'm here. You're safe.
Chapter 8. Questions. The next few days were neither pleasant nor productive. Failer's admission slot was at the very end of the span, so I attempted to put the extra time to good use. I tried to do some piecework in the fishery, but quickly returned to my room when I broke down crying, halfway through inscribing a heat funnel. Not only couldn't I maintain the proper Allah, the last thing I needed was for people to think I'd cracked under the stress of admissions. Later that night, when I tried to crawl through the narrow tunnel into the archives, the taste of plum flooded my mouth, and I was filled with a mindless fear of the dark, confining space. Luckily, I'd only gone a dozen feet, but even so, I almost gave myself a concussion, struggling backwards out of the tunnel, and my palms were scraped raw from my panicked scrabbling against the stone. So I spent the next 2 days pretending I was sick and keeping to my tiny room. I played my lute, slept fitfully, and thought dark thoughts of Ambrose. Anchor was cleaning up when I came downstairs. "Feeling better?" he asked. "A bit," I said. Yesterday I'd only had 2 plum echoes, and they were very brief. Better yet, I'd managed to sleep the whole night through. It seemed I was through the worst of it. "You hungry?" I shook my head. "Admissions today?" Anchor frowned. "You should have something then." He bustled around behind the bar, then brought out a pottery mug and a heavy jug. "Have some milk too. I've got to make use of it before it turns. Damn iceless started giving up the ghost a couple of days ago. 3 talents solid that thing cost me. I knew I shouldn't have wasted money on it with ice so cheap around here." I leaned over the bar and peered at the long wooden box tucked away among mugs and bottles. "I could take a look at it for you," I offered. Anchor raised an eyebrow. "Can you do something with it?" "I can look," I said. "Could be something simple I could fix." Anchor shrugged. "You can't break it more than it's already broken." He wiped his hands on his apron and motioned me behind the bar. "I'll do you a couple of eggs while you're having your look. I should use those up too." He opened the long box, took out a handful of eggs, then walked back into the kitchen. I made my way around the corner of the bar and knelt to look at the iceless. It was a stone-lined box the size of a small traveling trunk. Anywhere other than the university, it would have been a miracle of artifice, a luxury. Here, where such things were easy to come by, it was just another piece of needless god-bothering that wasn't working properly. It was about as simple a piece of artificing as could be made. No moving parts at all, just 2 of the rooms. That explained it. A piece of sigildry is like a sentence in a notepad. If you remove a couple of words, it simply doesn't make any sense. I should say it usually doesn't make any sense. Sometimes a damaged piece of sigildry can do something truly unpleasant. I frowned down at the band of tin. This was sloppy artificing. The runes should have been on the inside of the band where they couldn't be damaged. I rummaged around until I found a disused ice hammer in the back of a drawer, and carefully tapped the 2 damaged runes flat into the soft surface of the tin. Then I concentrated and used the tip of a paring knife to etch them back into the thick metal band. Anchor emerged from the kitchen with a plate full of eggs and tomatoes. "It should work now," I said. I started eating out of politeness, then realized I was actually hungry. Anchor looked over the box, lifting the lid. "That easy?" "Same as anything else," I said, my mouth half full. "Easy if you know what you're doing. It should work. Give it a day and see if it actually chills down." I finished off the plate full of eggs and drank the milk as quickly as I could without being rude. "I'll need to cash out my bar credit today," I said. "Tuition's going to be hard this term." Anchor nodded and checked the small ledger he kept underneath the bar, tallying all the Greysdale mead I'd pretended to drink over the last 2 months. Then he pulled out his purse and counted out 10 copper drops onto the table. A full talent, twice what I'd expected. I looked at him puzzled. "One of Kilvin's boys would have charged me at least half a talent to come round and fix this thing," Anchor explained, kicking at the ices. "I can't be sure." He waved me into silence. "If it isn't fixed, I'll take it out of your wages over the next month. Or I'll use it as leverage to get you to start playing Reaving nights too." He grinned. "I consider it an investment." I gathered the money into my purse. 4 talents.
Generosity is a really talent.
My lamps had finally sold when I caught a glimpse of a familiar face crossing the courtyard wearing Dark Master's robes. "Master Elodin!" I called as I saw him approaching a side door to the Master's hall. It was one of the few buildings I hadn't spent much time in, as it contained little more than living quarters for the Masters, resident gillers, and guest rooms for visiting arcanists. He turned at the sound of his name. Then, seeing me jogging toward him, he rolled his eyes and turned back to the door. "Master Elodin," I said, breathing a little hard, "might I ask you a quick question?" "Statistically speaking, it's pretty likely," he said, unlocking the door with a bright brass key. "May I ask you a question, then? I doubt any power known to man could stop you." He swung open the door and headed inside. I hadn't been invited, but I slipped inside after him. Elodin was difficult to track down, and I worried if I didn't take this chance, I might not see him again for another span of days. I followed him through a narrow stone hallway. "I'd heard a rumor you were gathering a group of students to study naming," I said cautiously. "That's not a question," Elodin said as he headed up a long, narrow flight of stairs. I fought back the urge to snap at him and took a deep breath instead. "Is it true you're teaching such a class?" "Yes." "Are you planning on including me?" Elodin stopped and turned to face me on the stairway. He looked out of place in his Dark Master's robe. His hair was tousled and his face was too young, almost boyish. He stared at me for a long minute. He looked me up and down as if I were a horse he were thinking of betting on, or a side of beef he was considering selling by the pound. But that was nothing compared to when he met my eyes. For a heartbeat, it was simply unsettling. Then it almost felt like the light on the stairway grew dim, or that I was suddenly being thrust deep underwater and the pressure was keeping me from drawing a full breath.
Damn you, half-wit!
I heard a familiar voice that seemed to be coming from a long way off.
If you're going catatonic again, have the decency to do it in Haven and save us the trouble of carting your foam-flecked carcass back there. Barring that, get to one side.
Elodin looked away from me and suddenly everything was bright and clear again. I fought to keep from gasping in a lungful of air. Master Heme stomped down the stairs, shouldering Elodin roughly to one side. When he saw me, he snorted.
Of course, the Quarterwit is here too. Might I recommend a book for your perusal? It's reading titled Hallways, Their Form and Function, a Primer for the Mentally Deficient.
He glowered at me, and when I didn't immediately jump aside, he gave me an unpleasant smile.
Ah, but you're still banned from the archives, aren't you? So I arranged to present the salient information in a form more suited to your kind? Perhaps a mummer's play, or some manner of puppet show?
I stepped to one side, and Hemet stormed by, muttering to himself. Elodin stared daggers into the other master's broad back. Only after Hemet turned the corner did Elodin's attention settle back on me. He sighed. Perhaps it would be better if you pursued your other studies, Raylar wrote. Dahl has a fondness for you, as does Kilvin. You seem to be progressing well with them. But, sir, I said, trying to keep the dismay out of my voice, you're the one who sponsored my promotion to Raylar. He turned and began climbing the stairs again. Then you should value my sage advice, shouldn't you? But if you're teaching other students, why not me? Because you are too eager to be properly patient, he said flippantly. You're too proud to listen properly, and you're too clever by half. That's the worst of it. Some masters prefer clever students, I muttered as we emerged into a wide hallway. Yes, Elodin said. Dahl and Kilvin and I will like clever students. Go study with one of them. Both our lives will be considerably easier because of it. But Elodin came to an abrupt halt in the middle of the hallway. Fine, he said. Prove your worth teaching. Shake my assumptions down to their foundation stones. He patted at his robes dramatically, as if looking for something lost in a pocket. Much to my dismay, I find myself without a way to get past the door. He rapped it with a knuckle. What do you do in this situation, Raylar quoth? I smiled, despite my general irritation. He couldn't have picked a challenge more perfectly suited to my talents. I pulled a long, slender piece of spring steel out of a pocket in my cloak, then knelt in front of the door and eyed the keyhole. The lock was substantial, made to last. But while large, heavy locks look impressive, they're actually easier to circumvent if they're well maintained. This one was. It took me the space of 3 slow breaths to trip it with a satisfying stick. I stood up, brushed off my knees, and swung the door inward with a flourish. For his part, Elodin did seem somewhat impressed. His eyebrows went up as the door swung open. Clever, he said as he walked inside. I followed on his heels. I'd never really wondered what Elodin's rooms were like, but if I'd guessed, it wouldn't be anything resembling this. They were huge and lavish, with high ceilings and thick rugs. Old wood paneled the walls and tall windows let in the early morning light. There were oil paintings and massive pieces of ancient wooden furniture. It was bizarrely ordinary. Elodin moved quickly through the entryway, through a tasteful sitting room, then into the bedroom. Call it a bed chamber, rather. It was huge, with a 4-post bed as big as a boat. Elodin threw open a wardrobe and started removing several long, dark robes similar to the one he was wearing. Here, Elodin shoved robes into my arms until I couldn't hold any more. Some were everyday cotton, but others were fine linen or rich, soft velvet. He lay another half-dozen robes over his own arm and carried them back into the sitting room. We passed old bookshelves lined with hundreds of books and a huge polished desk. One wall was taken up with a large stone fireplace big enough to roast a pig, though there was currently only a small fire smouldering there, keeping away the early autumn chill. Elodin lifted a crystal decanter off a table and went to stand in front of the fireplace. He dumped the robes he was carrying into my arms so I could barely see over the top of them. Delicately lifting the top of the decanter, he sipped at the contents and raised an eyebrow appreciatively, holding it up to the light. I decided to try again. Master Elodin, why don't you want to teach me naming? That's the wrong question, he said, and upended the decanter onto smoldering coals in the fireplace. As the flames licked up hungrily, he took his armload of robes back and fed a velvet one slowly into the fire. It caught quickly, and when it was blazing away, He fed the others onto the fire in quick succession. The result was a great smouldering pile of cloth that sent black smoke billowing up the chimney. Try again. I couldn't help but ask the obvious. Why are you burning your clothes? Nope, not even close to the right question, he said, as he took more robes out of my arms and piled them into the fireplace. Then Elodine grabbed the handle for the flue and pulled it closed with a metallic clank. Great clouds of smoke began to pour into the room. Elodine coughed a bit, then stepped back and looked around in a vaguely satisfied way. I suddenly realized what was going on. Oh, God, I said. Whose rooms are these? Elodine gave a satisfied nod. Very good. I would also have accepted, why don't you have a key for this room? Or what are we doing in here? He looked down at me, his eyes serious. Doors are locked for a reason. People who don't have keys are supposed to stay out for a reason. He nudged the heap of smoldering cloth with one foot, as if reassuring himself it would stay in the fireplace. You know you're clever. That's your weakness. You assume you know what you're getting into, but you don't. Elodine turned to look at me, his dark eyes serious. You think you can trust me to teach you, he said. You think I will keep you safe, but that is the worst sort of foolishness. Whose rooms are these? I repeated numbly. He showed me all his teeth in a sudden grin. Master Hemmer's. Why are you burning all of Hemmer's clothes? I asked, trying to ignore the fact that the room was rapidly filling with bitter smoke. Elodine looked at me as if I were an idiot. Because I hate him. He picked up the crystal decanter from the mantel and threw it violently against the back of the fireplace,
Oh,
where it shattered.
and I have
The fire began to burn more
nature
vigorously
spell
from whatever had
damage.
been left
What
inside.
a
The
waste.
man is an absolute tit. Nobody talks to me like that. Smoke continued to boil into the room.
Ugh.
If it weren't for the high ceilings, we'd already be choking on it. Even so, it was becoming hard to breathe as we made our way to the door. Elodine opened it and smoke rolled out into the hallway. We stood outside the door, staring at each other while the smoke billowed past. I decided to take a different tack on the problem. I understand your hesitation, Master Elodine, I said. Sometimes I don't think things all the way through. Obviously. And I'll admit there have been times when my actions have been... I paused, trying to think of something more humble than ill-considered. Stupid beyond all mortal ken? Elodine said helpfully. My temper flared, burning away my brief attempt at humility. Well, thank God I'm the only one here that's ever made a bad decision in my life, I said, barely keeping my voice this side of a shout. I looked him hard in the eye. I've heard stories about you too, you know. They say you toughed things up pretty well yourself back when you were a student here. Elodine's amused expression faded a bit, leaving him looking like he'd swallowed something, and it had gotten stuck halfway down.
Get everything
I
there.
continued. If you think I'm reckless, do something about it. Show me the straighter path. Mold my supple young mind. I sucked in a lungful of smoke and began to cough, forcing me to cut my tirade short. Do something, damn you! I choked out. Teach me! I hadn't really been shouting, but I ended up breathless all the same. My temper faded as quickly as it had flared up, and I worried I'd gone too far. But Elodine just looked at me. What makes you think I'm not teaching you? He asked, puzzled. Aside from the fact that you refuse to learn. Then he turned and walked down the hallway. I'd get out of here if I were you, he said over his shoulder. People are going to want to know who's responsible for this, and everyone knows you and Hemme don't get on very well. I felt myself break into a panicked sweat. What? I'd wash up before admissions too, he said. It won't look good if you show up reeking of smoke. I live here, Elodine said, pulling a key from his pocket and unlocking a door at the far end of the hallway. What's your excuse? Chapter 9. A Civil Tongue. My hair was still wet when I made my way through a short hallway, then up the stairs onto the stage of an empty theater. As always, the room was dark except for the huge crescent-shaped table. I moved to the edge of the light and waited politely. The Chancellor motioned me forward, and I walked to the center of the table, reaching up to hand him my tile. Then I stepped back to stand in the circle of slightly brighter light between the two outthrust horns of the table. The 9 masters looked down at me. I'd like to say they looked dramatic, like ravens on a fence or something like that. But while they were all wearing their formal robes, they were too mismatched to look like a collection of anything. What's more, I could see the marks of weariness on them. Only then did it occur to me that as much as the students hated admissions, it was probably no walk in the garden for the masters either.
First, our leader and son,
The Chancellor said formally.
Rayla,
He made a gesture to the far right-hand horn of the table.
Master Physica,
Arwyll peered down at me, his face grandfatherly behind his round spectacles.
What are the medicinal properties of Menka? He asked.
Powerful anesthetic, I said. Powerful catatoniate. Powerful murderfic. I hesitated. It has a whole sack full of complicating secondaries too. Should I list them all? Arwyll shook his head.
A patient comes into the Medica complaining of pains in their joints and difficulty breathing. Their mouth is dry and they claim to have a sweet taste in their mouth. They complain of chills, but they are actually sweaty and feverish. What is your diagnosis?
I drew a breath, then hesitated. I don't make diagnoses in the Medica, Master Arwyll. I'd fetch one of your elf there to do it. He smiled at me, twinkling around the edges.
Correct, he said. But for the sake of argument, what do you think might be wrong?
Is the patient a student? Arwyll raised an eyebrow.
What does that have to do with the price of butter?
If they work in the fishery, it might be smelter's flu, I said. Arwyll cocked an eyebrow at me and I added, there's all sorts of heavy metal poisoning you can get in the fishery. It's rare around here because the students are well trained, but anyone working with hot bronze can inhale enough fumes to kill themselves if they aren't properly careful. I saw Kilvin nodding along and was glad I didn't have to admit the only reason I needed to give myself a mild case of the mummy. Arwyll gave a thoughtful humph, then gestured to the other side of the table.
Master arithmetician?
Brandier sat on the left-hand point of the table.
Assuming the change here takes 4%, how many pennies can you break from a talent?
He asked the question without looking up from the papers in front of him. What type of penny, Master Brandier? He looked up, frowning.
We are still in the Commonwealth, if I remember correctly.
I juggled numbers in my head, working from the figures in the books set aside in the archives. They weren't the true exchange rates you would get from a moneylender. They were the official exchange rates governments and financiers used, so they had common ground for lying to each other. In iron pennies, 350, I said, then added 1 and a half. Brandier looked down at the papers before I even finished speaking.
Your compass reads gold at 220 points, platinum at 112 points, and cobalt at 32 points. Where are you?
I was boggled by the question. Orienting by trifoil required detailed maps and painstaking triangulation. It was usually only practiced by sea captains and cartographers, and they used detailed charts to make their calculations. I'd only ever laid eyes on a trifoil compass twice in my life. Either this was a question listed in one of the books Brandier had set aside for study, or it was deliberately designed to spike my wheel. Given that Brandier and Heme were friends, I guessed it was the latter. I closed my eyes, brought up a map of the civilized world in my head, and took my best guess. Tarbean? I said. Maybe somewhere in Ill? I opened my eyes. Honestly, I have no idea. Brandier made a mark on a piece of paper.
Master Namer,
He said, without looking up. Elodine gave me a wicked knowing grin, and I was suddenly struck with the fear that he might reveal my part of what we had done in Heme's rooms earlier that morning. Instead, he held up 3 fingers dramatically.
You have 3 spades in your hand, and there have been 5 spades plates.
He pulled his fingers and looked at me seriously.
How many spades is that?
8 spades, I said. The other masters stirred slightly in their seats. Arwyll sighed, Kilvin slouched, Heme and Branger went so far as to roll their eyes at each other. Altogether, they gave the impression of long-suffering exasperation. Elodine scowled at them.
What?
He demanded, his voice going hard around the edges.
You want me to take this song and dance more seriously? You want me to ask him questions only a namer can answer?
The other masters stilled at this, looking uncomfortable and refusing to meet his eye. Heme was the exception, and glared openly.
Fine,
Elodin said, turning back to me. His eyes were dark, and his voice had a strange resonance to it. It wasn't loud, but when he spoke, it seemed to fill the entire hall. It left no space over for any other sound.
Where does the moon go?
Elodin asked grimly.
When it is no longer in our sky.
The room seemed unnaturally quiet when he stopped speaking, as if his voice had left a hole in the world. I waited to see if there was more to the question. I haven't the slightest, I admitted. After Elodin's voice, my own seemed rather thin and insubstantial. Elodin shrugged, then gestured graciously across the table.
Master Sympathist.
Elk Sadal was the only one who really looked comfortable in his formal robes. As always, his dark beard and lean face made me think of the evil magician in so many bad Turant plays. He gave me a bit of a sympathetic look.
How about the binding for linear galvanic attraction?
He said in an offhand way. I rattled it off easily. He nodded.
What's the distance of insurmountable decay for iron?
5.5 miles, I said, giving the textbook answer despite the fact that I had some quibbles with the term insurmountable. While it was true that moving any significant amount of energy more than 6 miles was statistically impossible, you could still use sympathy to douse over much greater distances.
Once an ounce of water is boiling, how much heat will it take to boil it completely away?
I dragged up what I could remember from the vaporization tables I'd worked with in the fishery. 180 thorns, I said with more assurance than I actually felt.
Good enough for me,
Dahl said.
Master Alchemist.
Mandrag waved a mottled hand dismissively.
I'll pass.
He's good with questions about spades, Elodin suggested. Mandrag frowned at Elodin.
Master Archivist.
Lauren stared down at me, his long face impassive.
What are the rules of the archives?
I flushed at this and looked down. Move quietly, I said. Respect the books, obey the scribs. No water, no food. I swallowed. No fire. Lauren nodded. Nothing in his tone or demeanor indicated any sort of disapproval, but that just made it worse. His eyes moved across the table.
Master Artificer.
I cursed inwardly. Over the last span, I'd read all 6 books Master Lauren had set aside for Raylar to study from. Feltemi Race's Fall of Empire alone took me 10 hours. I wanted few things more than access to the archives, and I desperately hoped to impress Master Lauren by answering whatever question he could think to ask. But there was no help for it. I turned to face Gilbert.
galvanic throughput of copper.
The great bear-like master rumbled through his beard. I gave it to 5 places. I'd had to use it while making calculations for the deck lamps.
Conductive coefficient of gallium.
I'd needed to know that to dope the emitters for the lamp. He's still been lobbing me easy questions. I gave the answer.
Good.
Kilvin said.
Master rhetorician.
I drew a deep breath as I turned to look at him. I had gone so far as to read 3 of his books, though I have a sharp loathing for rhetoric and pointless philosophy. Still, I could tap down my distaste for 2 minutes' time and play the part of a good, humble student. I am one of the Rue. I could act the part. Heme scowled at me, his round face like an angry moon.
Did you set fire to my rooms, you little rabble bastard?
The raw nature of the question caught me entirely off my guard. I was ready for impossibly hard questions, or trick questions, or questions he could twist to make any answer I gave seem wrong. But this sudden accusation caught me utterly wrong-footed. Ravel is a term I particularly despise. A welter of emotion rolled through me and brought the sudden taste of plum to my mouth. While part of me was still considering the most gracious way to respond, I found I was already speaking. I didn't set fire to your rooms, I said honestly, but I wish I had, and I wish you'd been in there when it started, sleeping soundly. Heme's expression turned from scowling to astonished.
Raylar Quoth,
The Chancellor snapped.
you will keep a civil tongue in your head, or I will bring you up on charges of conduct unbecoming myself.
The taste of plum disappeared as quickly as it had come, leaving me feeling slightly dizzy and sweating with fear and embarrassment. My apologies, Chancellor, I said quickly, looking down at my feet. I spoke in anger. Ravel is a term my people find particularly offensive. Its use makes light of the systematic slaughter of thousands of Rue. A curious line appeared between the Chancellor's eyebrows.
I'll admit I don't know that particular etymology.
He mused.
I guess I'll make that my question.
Hold off.
Heme interrupted.
I'm not finished.
You are finished.
His voice hard and firm.
You are as bad as the boy, Jasom, and with less excuse. You've shown you can't conduct yourself in a professional manner, so stint thy clep and consider yourself lucky I don't call for an official censure.
Heme went white with anger, but he held his tongue. The Chancellor turned to look at me.
Master Linguist,
He announced himself formally.
Raylar Quoth, what is the etymology of the word Ravel?
It comes from the purges instigated by Emperor Alcyon, I said. He issued a proclamation saying any of the traveling rabble on the roads was subject to fine, imprisonment, or transportation without trial. The term became shortened to ravel through metaplasmic enclitization. He raised an eyebrow at that.
Did it now?
I nodded. Though I also expect there is a connection to the term ravel end, referring to the ragged appearance of performing troops that are out at the heels. The Chancellor nodded formally.
Thank you, Raylar Quoth. Take a seat while we confer.
Chapter 10. Being Treasured. My tuition was set at 9 talents and 5. Better than the 10 talents Manet had predicted, but more than I had in my purse. I had until tomorrow noon to settle up with the bursar, or I would be forced to miss an entire term. Having to postpone my studies wouldn't have been a tragedy, but only students are allowed access to university resources such as the equipment in the artificery. That meant if I couldn't pay my tuition, I would be barred from my work in Kilvin's shop, the only job where I could hope to earn enough money for my tuition. I stopped at the stocks, and Jackson smiled as I approached the open window.
Just sold your lamps this morning,
He said.
We squeezed them for a little extra because they were the last ones left.
He leafed through the ledger until he found the appropriate page.
Your 60% comes out to 4 talents and 8 jots. After the materials and piecework you used,
He ran his finger down a page.
you're left with 2 talents, 3 jots, and 8 drabs.
Jackson made a note of the ledger, then wrote me a receipt. I folded the paper carefully and tucked it into my purse. It didn't have the satisfying weight of coins, but it brought my total up to more than 6 talents. So much money, but still not enough. If I hadn't lost my temper with Heme, my tuition might have been low enough. I could have studied more or earned more money if I hadn't been forced to hide in my room for almost 2 whole days, weeping and raging with the taste of plum in my mouth. A thought occurred to me. I should start something new, I guess, I said casually. I'll need a small crucible, 3 ounces of tin, 2 ounces of bronze, 4 ounces of silver, a spool of fine gold wire, a copper... Hold on a second, Jackson interrupted me. He ran a finger back along my name in the ledger. I don't have you authorized for gold or silver. He looked up at me. Is that a mistake? I hesitated, not wanting to lie. I didn't know you needed authorization, I said. Jackson gave me a knowing grin. You're not the first one to try something like that, he said. Rough tuition? I nodded. He grimaced sympathetically. Sorry. Kilvin knows stocks could turn into a moneylender's stall if he isn't careful. He closed the ledger. You'll have to hit the pawn shop like everyone else. I held up my hands, showing him the fronts and backs to make a point of my lack of jewelry. Jackson winced. That's rough. I know a decent moneylender on Silver Court. Only charges 10% a month. It's still like having a teapot, but better than most. I nodded and sighed. Silver Court was where the guild moneylenders had their shops. They wouldn't give me the time of day. It's certainly better than I've got in the past, I said. I thought things over while I walked to Imre, the familiar weight of my loot resting on one shoulder. I was in a tight spot, but not a terrible one. No guild moneylender would lend money to an orphan Adema Rue with no collateral, but I could borrow the money from Devi. Still, I wish it hadn't come to that. Not only was her rate of interest extortionate, but I worried what favors she might require of me if I ever defaulted my loan. I doubted they would be small, or easy, or entirely legal.
What? I didn't have the
Such were the turnings of my
axe.
thoughts as I made my way over Stone Bridge. I stopped at the apothecary, then made my way to the Grey Man.
Damn it.
Opening the door, I saw the Grey Man was a boarding house. There was no common room where people could gather and drink. Instead, there was a small, richly appointed parlor, complete with a well-dressed porter who eyed me with an air of disapproval, if not outright distaste.
Can I help you, young sir?
He asked as I came in the door. I'm calling on a young lady, I said. By the name of Dinail? He nodded.
I shall go and see if she's in.
Don't trouble yourself, I said, moving toward the stairs. She's expecting me. The man moved to block my way.
I'm afraid that isn't possible,
he said.
but I will be glad to see if the lady is in.
He held out his hand. I looked at it.
Your calling card?
He asked.
That I might present it to the young lady?
How can you give her my card if you aren't sure she is in? I asked. The porter gave me the smile again. It was gracious, polite, and so sharply unpleasant that I took special note of it, fixing it in my memory. A smile like that is a work of art. As someone who grew up on the stage, I could appreciate it on several levels. A smile like that is like a knife in certain social settings, and I might have need of it someday.
Oh,
the porter said.
The lady is in,
he said with a certain emphasis.
But that does not necessarily mean she is in for you.
You can tell her Quoth has come calling, I said, more amused than offended. I'll wait. I didn't have to wait long. The porter came down the stairs wearing an irritated expression as if he'd been looking forward to throwing me out.
This way,
he said. I followed him upstairs. He opened a door and I swept past him with what I hoped was an irritating amount of dismissive aplomb. It was a sitting room with wide windows that let in the late afternoon sun, large enough to seem spacious despite the scattered chairs and couches. A hammer dulcimer sat against the far wall, but one corner of the room was entirely occupied by a massive Madigan great harp. Jenna stood in the center of the room, wearing a green velvet dress. Her hair was arranged to display her elegant neck to good effect, revealing the emerald teardrop earrings and matching necklace on her throat. She was talking to a young man who was, the best word I can think of is pretty. He had a sweet, clean-shaven face with wide, dark had the look of a young noble who had been down on his luck too long for it to be a temporary thing. His clothing was fine but rumpled. His dark hair was cut in a style obviously meant to be curled, but it hadn't been tended to recently. His eyes were sunken, as if he hadn't been sleeping well. Denna held out her hands to me.
Quoth, she said. Come meet Geoffrey. Pleasure to meet you, Quoth, Geoffrey said. Danail has told me quite a bit about you. You're a bit of a, what is it, wizard?
His smile was open and utterly guileless. Arcanist, actually, I said as politely as possible. Wizard brings too much storybook nonsense to mind. People expect us to wear dark robes and fling about the entrails of birds. And yourself?
Geoffrey's a poet, Denna said, and a good one, though he'll deny it.
I will, he admitted. Then his smile faded.
I have to go. I have an appointment with folk who shouldn't be kept waiting.
He gave Denna a kiss on the cheek, shook my hand warmly and left. Denna watched the door close behind him.
He's asleep.
Say that as if you regretted.
If he were a little less sweet, he might be able to fit two thoughts in his head at the same time. Maybe they would rub together and make a spark.
Even a little smoke would be nice, then at least it would look like something was happening in there.
She sighed. Is he really that thick? She shook her head.
No, he's just trusting. Hasn't got a calculating bone in his body, and he's done nothing but make bad choices since he got here a month ago.
I reached into my cloak and brought out a pair of small, cloth-wrapped bundles, one blue, one white. I brought you a present. Denna reached out to take them, looking slightly puzzled. What had seemed like such a good idea a few hours ago now seemed rather foolish. They're for your lungs, I said, suddenly embarrassed. I know you have trouble sometimes. She tilted her head on one side.
And how do you know that, pray tell?
You mentioned it when we were in Trebon, I said. I did some research. I pointed. That one you can brew in a tea, featherbite, dead nettle, lohatum. I pointed to the other. That one you boil the leaves in some water and breathe the vapor coming off the top. Denna looked back and forth between the packages. I've written instructions on slips of paper inside, I said. The blue one is the one you're supposed to boil and breathe the vapor. Blue for water, you see. She looked up at me.
Don't you make a tea with water too?
I blinked at that, then flushed and started to say something, but Denna laughed and shook her head.
I'm teasing you,
she said gently.
Thanks. This is the sweetest thing anyone's done for me in a long while.
Denna walked over to a chest of drawers and tucked the two bundles carefully in an ornate wooden box. You seem to be doing fairly well for yourself, I said, gesturing to the well-appointed room. Denna shrugged, looking around the room indifferently.
Kellen is doing well for himself, she said. I merely stand in his reflected light.
I nodded my understanding. I thought perhaps you'd found yourself a patron.
Nothing so formal as that. Kellen and I are walking about together, as they say in Modeg, and he's showing me my way around the harp.
She nodded to where the instrument loomed hugely in the corner. Care to show me what you've learned? I asked. Denna shook her head, embarrassed. Her hair slid down around her shoulders as she did so.
I'm not very good yet.
I will restrain my natural urge to jeer and hiss, I said graciously. Denna laughed.
Oh, just a bit.
She walked behind the harp and drew up a tall stool to lean against. Then she lifted her hands to the strings, paused for a long moment and began to play. The melody was a variant of Bellwether. I smiled. Her playing was slow, almost stately. Too many people think speed is the hallmark of a good musician. It's understandable. What Marie had done at the Aeolian was amazing, but how quickly you can finger notes is the smallest part of music. The real key is timing. It's like telling a joke. Anyone can remember the words, anyone can repeat it, but making someone laugh requires more than that. Telling a joke faster doesn't make it funnier. As with many things, hesitation is better than hurry. This is why there are so few true musicians. A lot of folks can sing or saw out a tune on a fiddle, A music box can play a song flawlessly again and again, but knowing the notes isn't enough. You have to know how to play them. Speed comes with time and practice, but timing, you are born with it. You have it, or you don't. Denna had it. She moved slowly through the song, but she wasn't plodding. She played it slow, as a luxurious kiss. Not that I knew anything of kissing at that point in my life, but as she stood with her arms around the harp, her eyes half lidded with concentration, her lips slightly pursed, I knew I someday wanted to be kissed with that amount of slow, deliberate care. And she was beautiful. I suppose it should come as no surprise that I have a particular fondness for women with music running through them. But as she played, I saw her for the first time that day. Before, I had been distracted by the difference in her hair, the cut of her dress. But as she played, all that faded from view. I rambled. Suffice to say, she was impressive, though obviously still learning. She struck a few bad notes, but didn't flinch or cringe away from them. As they say, a jeweler knows the uncut gem. And I am, and she was, and so. You're a long way past squirrel in a thatch, I said quietly after she'd struck the final notes. She shrugged my compliment away, not meeting my eye. I don't have much to do but practice, she said, and Kellen says I have a bit of a knack. How long have you been at it? I asked. 3 span. She looked thoughtful, then nodded. A little less than 3 span. Mother of God, I said, shaking my head. Don't ever tell anyone how quickly you've picked it up. Other musicians will hate you for it. My fingers aren't used to it yet, she said, looking down at them. I can't practice nearly as long as I like. I reached out and took hold of one of her hands, turning it palm up so I could see her fingertips. There were fading blisters there. I looked up and realized how close she was standing. Her hand was cool in mine. She stared at me with huge dark eyes, one eyebrow slightly raised, not arch or playful even, just genuine.
Melting.
My stomach felt suddenly strange and weak. What? She asked. I realized I had no idea what I had been about to say. I thought of saying, I have no idea what I was going to say, then I realized that would be a stupid thing to say, so I didn't say anything. Denna looked down and took hold of my hand, turning it over. Your hands are soft, she said, then touched my fingertips lightly. I thought the calluses would be rough, but they're not. They're smooth. Once her eyes weren't fixed on mine, I regained a small piece of my wits. It just takes time, I said. Denna looked up and gave a shy smile. My mind went blank, fresh paper. After a moment, Denna let go of my hand and moved past me to the center of the room. Would you care for something to drink? She asked as she settled gracefully into a chair. That would be very kind of you, I said, purely on reflex. I realized my hand was still hanging stupidly in midair, and I let it fall to my side. She gestured to a nearby chair, and I sat. What's this? She picked up a small silver bell from a nearby table and rang it softly. Then she held up one hand with all 5 fingers extended. She folded in her thumb, then her index finger, counting downward. Before she folded in her smallest finger, there came a knock on the door. Come in, Denna called, and the well-dressed porter opened the door. I believe I would like some drinking chocolate, she said. And quoth, she looked at me questioningly. Drinking chocolate sounds lovely, I said. The porter nodded and disappeared, closing the door behind him. Sometimes I do it just to make him run, Denna admitted, looking down at the bell. I can't imagine how he can hear it. For a while I was convinced he was sitting in the hallway with his ear against my door. Can I see it? I asked. She handed it over. It looked normal at first glance, but when I turned it upside down, I saw some tiny sigildry on the inner surface of the bell. He isn't eavesdropping, I said, handing it back. There's another bell downstairs that rings in time with this one. How? She asked, then answered her own question. Magic? You could call it that. Is that the sort of thing you do every day? She jerked her head in the direction of the river and the university beyond. Seems to be tawdry. It's the most frivolous use of sigildry I've ever seen, I said. Denna burst out laughing. Oh, you sound so offended, she said. Then, it's called sigildry. Making something like that is called artificing, I said. Sigildry is writing or carving the runes that make it work. Denna's eyes lit up at this. So it's magic where you write things down? She asked, leaning forward in her chair. How does it work? I hesitated. Not only because it was a huge question, but because the university has very specific rules about sharing arcane secrets. It's rather complicated, I said. Luckily, at that moment, there was another knock on the door and our chocolate arrived in steaming cups. My mouth watered at the smell of it. The man set the tray on a nearby table and left without a word. I sipped and smiled at the thick sweetness of it. It's been years since I've had chocolate. Denna lifted her cup and looked around the room. Strange to think some people live their whole lives like this, she mused. It's not real writing, I asked in surprise. I like the chocolate and the harp, she said, but I could do without the bell and a whole room just for sitting. Her mouth curved into the beginning of a frown, and I hate knowing someone is set to guard me, like I'm a treasure someone might try to steal. You're not to be treasured then?
Eat me. Gross. Eat me.
I wasn't sure how serious I was. I don't fancy being under lock and key, she clarified, with a grim note. I don't mind being given rooms, but they aren't really mine if I'm not free to come and go. I raised an eyebrow at that, but before I could say anything, she waved her hand dismissively. It's not like that, really, she sighed, but I don't doubt Kellen is informed of my comings and goings. I know the porter tells him who comes calling. It rankles a bit, is all. She gave a cruel smile. I suppose that seems terribly ungrateful, doesn't it? Not at all, I said. When I was younger, my troupe travelled everywhere, but every year we would spend a few span at our patron's estate, performing for his family and his guests. I shook my head at the memory. Baron Greyfellow was a gracious host. We sat at his own table. He gave us gifts. I trailed off, remembering a regiment of tiny lead soldiers he'd given me. I shook my head clear of the thought. But my father hated it, climbed the walls. He couldn't tolerate the feeling of being at someone's beck and call. Yes, Denna said. That's exactly it. If Kellen says he might pay me a visit on such and such evening, suddenly I feel I've had one foot nailed to the floor. If I leave, I'm being obstinate and rude, but if I stay, I feel like a dog waiting by the door. We sat for a moment in silence. Denna twirled the ring on her finger absent-mindedly, sunlight catching the pale blue stone. Still, I said, looking around, they are nice rooms. They're nice when you're here, she said. Several hours later, I climbed a narrow flight of stairs behind a butcher's shop. There was a faint, pervasive smell of rancid fat from the alley below, but I was smiling. An afternoon with Denna entirely to myself was a rare treat.
Yeah.
My step was surprisingly light for someone about to make a deal with a demon. I knocked on the solid wooden door at the top of the steps and waited. No guild moneylender would trust me with a bent penny. There are always folk willing to lend money. Poets and other romantics call them copperhawks or sharps, but Gaelet is the better term. They are dangerous people, and wise folk steer well clear of them. The door opened a crack, then swung wide, revealing a young woman with a pixie face and strawberry blonde hair. "Growth!" Devi exclaimed. "I worried I might not see you this term." I stepped inside, and Devi bolted the door behind me. The large, windowless room smelt pleasantly of cinnus fruit and honey, a refreshing change from the alley. One side of the room was dominated by a huge canopy bed, its dark curtains drawn. On the other side was a fireplace, a large wooden desk, and a standing bookshelf 3/4 full. I wandered over to eye the titles while Devi locked and barred the door. "Is this copy of Malkath new?" I asked. It is, she said, walking over to stand beside me. A young alchemist who couldn't settle his debts let me pick through his library in order to square things. Devi carefully pulled the book from the shelf, revealing Vision and Revision in gold leaf on the cover. She looked up at me, grinning impishly. Have you read it? I haven't, I said. I'd wanted to study it for admissions, but hadn't been able to find a copy in the stacks. Just heard about it. Devi looked thoughtful for a moment, then handed it to me. When you're finished, come back and we'll discuss it. I'm woefully devoid of interesting conversation these days. If we have a decent argument, I might let you borrow another. Once the book was in my hands, she tapped the cover lightly with a finger. This book is worth more than you are, she said without a hint of playfulness in her voice. If it comes back damaged, there will be an accounting. I'll be very careful, I said. Devi nodded, then turned and walked past me toward the desk. Right then, on to business. She sat down. Cutting it a little close, aren't you? She asked. Tuition needs to be paid before noon tomorrow. I live a dangerous and exciting life, I said as I wandered over and took a seat across from her. And delightful as I find your company, I was hoping to avoid your services this term. How do you like tuition, Azraelar? She asked knowingly. How hard did they hit you? That's a rather personal question, I said. Devi gave me a friend. We are about to enter into a rather personal arrangement, she pointed out. I hardly feel I'm overstepping myself. 9.5, I said. She snorted derisively. Oh, I thought you were supposed to be all manner of clever. I never got higher than 7 when I was Raylar. You had access to the archives, I pointed out. I had access to vast stores of intellect, she said matter-of-factly. Plus, I'm cute as a button. She gave a grin that brought out dimples in both her cheeks. You are as shiny as a new penny, I admitted. No man can hope to stand against you. Some women have trouble keeping their feet as well, she said. Her grin changed slightly, moving from adorable to impish and then well past the border into wicked. Not having the slightest idea how to respond to that, I moved in a safer direction. I'm afraid I need to borrow 4 talents, I said. Ah, Devi said, suddenly businesslike. She folded her hands atop the desk. I'm afraid I've made a few changes to my business recently. Currently, I am only extending loans of 6 talents or more. I didn't bother trying to hide my dismay. 6 talents? Devi, that extra debt will be a millstone around my neck. She gave a sigh that sounded at least slightly apologetic. Here's the trouble. When I make a loan, I run certain risks. I risk losing my investment if my debtor dies or tries to run. I run the risk they'll attempt to report me. I run the risk of being brought up against the Iron Law, or worse, the Moneylenders Guild. You know I'd never try something like that, Devi. The fact remains, Devi continued, my risk is the same, no matter if the loan is small or large. Why should I take those risks for small loans? Small? I asked. I could live for a year on 4 talents. She tapped the desk with a finger, pursing her mouth. Collateral? The usual, I said, giving her my best smile. My boundless charm? Devi snorted indelicately. For boundless charm and 3 drops of blood, you can borrow 6 talents at my standard rate, 50% interest over a 2-month term. Devi, I said ingratiatingly, what am I going to do with the extra money? Throw a party, she suggested. Spend a day in the buckle. Find yourself a nice game of high-stakes faro. Faro, I said, is a tax on people who can't calculate probabilities. Then run bank and collect the tax, she said. Buy yourself something pretty and wear it next time you come in to see me. She looked me up and down with dangerous eyes. Maybe then I'll be willing to cut you a deal. How about 6 talents for a month at 25%? I asked. Devi shook her head, not unkindly. Quoth, I respect the impulse to bargain, but you don't have any leverage. You're here because you're over a barrel. I'm here to capitalize on that situation. She spread her hands in a helpless gesture. That's how I make my living. The fact that you have a sweet face doesn't really Firstly, if a guild moneylender would give you the time of day, I wouldn't expect you to come here simply because I'm pretty and you like the color of my hair. It is a lovely color, I said. We fiery types should really stick together. We should, she agreed. I propose we stick together at 50% interest over a 2-month term. Fine, I said, slumping back into my chair. You win. Devi gave me a winsome smile, showing again. I can only say we were both actually playing. She opened a drawer in the desk, bringing out a small glass and a long pin. I reached out to take them, but instead of sliding them across the desk, she gave me a thoughtful look. As I think of it, there might be another option. I'd love another option, I admitted. The last time we talked, Debbie said slowly, you implied you had a way into the archives. I hesitated. I did imply that. That information would be worth quite a bit to me, she said over casually. Though she tried to hide it, I could see a fierce, lean hunger in her eyes. I looked down at my hands and didn't say anything. I'll give you 10 talents right now, Debbie said bluntly. Not a loan. I'll buy the information outright. If I get caught in stacks, I never learned it from you. I thought of everything I could do with 10 talents. New clothes, a loot case that wasn't about to fall to pieces, paper, gloves for the coming winter. I sighed and shook my head. 20 talents, Debbie said, and guild rates on any loans you want in the future. 20 talents. Within half a year of worry-free tuition, I could pursue my own projects in the fishery rather than slaving away at deck lamps. I could buy tailored clothes, fresh fruit. I could use a laundry rather than wash my clothes myself. I drew a reluctant breath. 40 talents, Debbie said hungrily. Guild rates. And I will take you to bed. For 40 talents, I could buy Denna her own half-harp. I looked up and saw Debbie staring at me from across the desk. Her lips were wet, her pale blue eyes intense. She shifted her shoulders back and forth in the slow, unconscious motion of a cat before it passes. I thought of Aurori, safe and happy in the Amazon. What would she do if her tiny kingdom was invaded by a stranger? I'm sorry, I said. I can't. Getting in is complicated. It involves a friend, and I don't think they'd be willing. I decided to ignore the other part of her offer, as I hadn't the slightest idea what to say about it. There was a long, tense moment. God damn you, Debbie said at last. You sound like you're telling the truth. I know, I said. It's unsettling, you know. God damn! She scowled as she pushed the bottle and pin across the desk. I pricked the back of my hand and watched the blood well up and roll down my hand to pour into the bottle. After 3 drops, I tipped the pin into the mouth of the bottle as well. Devi swabbed some adhesive around the stopper and drove it angrily into the bottle. Then she reached into a drawer and pulled out a diamond stylus. Do you trust me? She asked as she etched a number into the glass. Or do you want this sealed? I trust you, I said. But I'd like it sealed all the same. She melted a door with sealing wax onto the top of the bottle. I pressed my talent pipe into it, leaving a recognizable impression. Reaching into another drawer, Debbie brought out 6 talents and patted them onto the desk. The motion might have seemed petulant if her eyes hadn't been so hard and angry. I'm getting in there one way or another, she said with a chill edge to her voice. Talk to your friend. If you're the one that helps me, I'll make it worth your time. Chapter 11. Haven. I returned to the university in good spirits despite the burden of my new deck. I made a few purchases, gathered up my loot, and headed out over the rooftops. From the inside, Mainz was a nightmare to navigate, A maze of irrational hallways and stairways leading nowhere. But moving across its jumbled rooftops was easy as anything. I made my way to a small courtyard that at some point in the building's construction had become completely inaccessible, trapped like a fly in amber. Auri wasn't expecting me, but this was the first place I'd met her, and on clear nights she sometimes came out to watch the stars. I checked to make sure the classrooms overlooking the courtyard were dark and empty. Then I brought out my lute and began to tune it. I'd been playing for almost an hour when I heard a rustling movement in the overgrown courtyard below. Then Auri appeared, scurrying up the overgrown apple tree and onto the roof. She ran toward me, bare feet skipping lightly across the tar, her hair blowing behind her.
I heard you, she said as she came close. I heard you all the way down in vaults.
I seem to remember, I said slowly, that I was going to play music for someone.
Me?
She held both her hands close to her chest, grinning. She moved from foot to foot, almost dancing with her ego.
Play for me. I have been as patient as 2 stones together, she said. You are just in time. I could not be as patient as 3 stones.
Well, I said hesitantly, I suppose it all depends on what you brought me. She laughed, rising up onto the balls of her feet, her hands still together, close to her chest.
What did you do me?
I knelt and began to untie my bundle. I've brought you 3 things, I said.
How traditional, she said. You are quite the proper young gentleman tonight.
I am. I held up a heavy, dark bottle. She took it with both hands.
Who made it?
Bees, I said, and brewers in Breeden. Auri smiled.
That's 3 bees,
she said, and set the bottle down by her feet. I brought out a round loaf of fresh barley bread. She reached out and touched it with her finger, then nodded approvingly. Last, I brought out a whole smoked salmon. It had cost 4 drabs by itself, but I worried Auri didn't get enough meat of whatever she managed to scrounge up while I wasn't around. It would be good for her. Auri looked down at it curiously, tilting her head to look into its single staring eye.
Hello, fish,
she said. Then she looked back up at me.
Does it have a secret?
I nodded. It has a heart instead of a heart. She looked back down at it.
No wonder it looked so surprised.
Auri took the fish out of my hands and laid it carefully on the roof.
Now stand up. I have 3 things for you, as is only fair.
Are they talking about food? I'm hungry too.
And she held out something wrapped in a piece of cloth. It was a thick candle that smelled of lavender. What's inside of it? I asked.
Happy dreams, she said. I put them there for you.
I turned the candle over in my hands, a suspicion forming. Did you make this yourself? She nodded and gave a delighted grin.
I did. I am terribly clever.
I tucked it carefully into one of the pockets of my cloak. Thank you, Auri. Auri looked serious.
Now close your eyes and bend down so I can give you your second present.
Puzzled, I closed my eyes and bent at the wrist, wondering if she had made me a hat as well. I felt her hands on either side of my face. Then she gave me a tiny, delicate kiss in the middle of my forehead. Surprised, I opened my eyes. But she was already standing several steps away, her hands clasped nervously behind her back. I couldn't think of anything to say. Auri took a step forward.
You are special to me,
she said seriously, her face grave.
I want you to know I will always take care of you.
She reached out tentatively and wiped at my cheeks.
No, none of that tonight. This is your 3rd present. If things are bad, you can come and stay with me in the underthing. It is nice there, and you will be safe.
Thank you, Auri, I said as soon as I was able. You are special to me too.
Of course I am,
she said matter-of-factly.
Oh.
I am as lovely as the moon.
I collected myself while Auri skipped over to a piece of metal piping that jutted from a chimney and used it to pry the cap off the bottle. Then she brought it back, holding it carefully with both hands. Char is nice, she said, wriggling her toes. It
True,
gives
I
you
can't
warmth from the
skin.
sun. Would you like a pair of shoes? What would they have in them? She asked. Your feet, I said. It's going to be winter soon. She shrugged. Your feet will be cold. I don't come out on top of things in the winter, she said. It isn't very nice. Before I could respond, Elodine stepped around a large brick chimney as casually as if he were out for an afternoon stroll. The three of us stared at each other for a moment, each of us startled in our own way. Elodine and I were surprised, but out of the corner of my eye, I saw Auri grow perfectly still, like a deer ready to spring away to safety. Master Elodine, I said in my gentlest, friendliest tones, desperately hoping he wouldn't do anything that might startle Auri into running. The last time she'd been scared back underground, it had taken her a full span to re-emerge. How nice to meet you.
Hello there.
Elodine said, matching my casual tone perfectly, as if there was nothing odd about the three of us meeting on a rooftop in the middle of the night. So for all I knew, it might not seem odd to him. Master Elodine. Auri dipped one bare foot behind the other and tugged the edges of her ragged dress in a tiny curtsy.
Two.
Elodine remained in the moon-cast shadow of the tall brick chimney. He made a curiously formal bow in return. I couldn't see his face in any detail, but I could imagine his curious eyes examining the barefoot, waifish girl with the nimbus of floating hair. And what brings the two of you out this fine night? Elodine asked. I tensed. Questions were dangerous with Auri. Luckily, this one didn't seem to bother her. Kvothe has brought me lovely things, she said. He brought me bee beer and barley bread and a smoked fish with a harp where its heart should be. Ah, Elodine said, stepping away from the chimney. He patted his robes until he found something in a pocket. He held it out to her. I'm afraid I've only brought you a sinas fruit. Auri took a tiny dancer's step backward and made no motion to take it. Have you brought anything for Kvothe? This seemed to catch Elodine off his stride. He stood awkwardly for a moment, arm outstretched. I'm afraid I haven't, he said. But I don't imagine Kvothe has brought anything for me either. Auri's eyes narrowed, and she gave a tiny frown, fierce with disapproval. Kvothe has brought music, she said sternly. It is for everyone. Elodine paused again, and I have to admit I enjoyed seeing him discomfited by someone else's behavior for once. He turned and made a half bow in my direction. My apologies, he said. I made a gracious gesture. Think nothing of it. Elodine turned back to Auri and held out his hand a second time. She took 2 small steps forward, hesitated, then took 2 more. She reached out slowly, paused with her hand on the small fruit, then took several scurrying steps away, bringing both hands close to her chest. Thank you kindly, she said, making another small curtsy. Now you may join us if you like, and if you behave, you may stay and listen to Kvothe play afterward. She tilted her head a bit, making it a question. Elodine hesitated, then nodded. Auri scampered around to the other side of the roof, then down into the courtyard through the bare limbs of the apple tree. Elodine watched her go. When he tilted his head, there was just enough moonlight that I could see a thoughtful expression on his face. I felt a sudden sharp anxiety tie knots in my stomach. Master Elodine. He turned to face me. I knew from experience it would only take her 3 or 4 minutes to fetch whatever she was bringing up from the underthing. I needed to talk fast. I know this looks very strange, I said, but you have to be careful. She's very nervous. Don't try to touch her. Don't make any sudden movements. It will scare her away. Elodine's expression was hidden in shadow again. Will it now? He said. Loud noises too, even a loud laugh, and you can't ask her anything resembling a person. personal question. She'll just run if you do. Good luck. I drew a deep breath, my mind racing. I have a good tongue in my head, and given enough time, I'm confident in my ability to persuade just about anyone of anything. But Elodine was simply too unpredictable to manipulate. You can't tell anyone she's here. It came out more forcefully than I'd intended, and I immediately regretted my choice of words. I was in no position to be giving orders to one of the masters, even if he was more than half mad. What I mean, I said quickly, is that I would take it as a great personal favor if you didn't mention her to anyone. Elodine gave me a long, speculative look. And why is that? Raylark wrote. I felt myself break out in a sweat at the cool amusement of his tone. They'll stick her in Haven, I said. You of all people. I trailed off, my throat growing dry. Elodine stared down at me, his face little more than a shadow, but I could sense him scowling. Of all people, I what? Raylark quoth. Do you presume to know my feelings toward Haven? I felt all my elegant, half-planned persuasion fall to tatters around my feet, and I suddenly felt like I was back on the streets of Tarbeen, my stomach a hard knot of hunger, my chest full of desperate hopelessness as I clutched at the sleeves of sailors and merchants, begging for pennies, halfpennies, shims, begging for anything so I could get something to eat. Please, I said to him, please, Master Elodine, if they chase her, she'll hide, and I won't be able to find her. She isn't quite right in the head, but she's happy here, and I can take care of her. Not much, but a little. If they catch her, that would be even worse. Haven would kill her. Please, Master Elodine, I'll do whatever you like. Just don't tell anyone. Hush, Elodine said. She's coming. He reached out to grip my shoulder, and moonlight fell across his face. His expression wasn't fierce and hard at all. There was nothing but puzzlement and concern. Oh, then, lady, you're shaking. Take a breath and put your stage face on. You'll scare her if she sees you like this. I took a deep breath and fought to relax. Elodine's concerned expression faded, and he stepped back, letting go of my shoulder. I turned in time to see Aori scurry across the roof towards us, her arms full. She stopped a short distance away, eyeing us both, before coming the rest of the way, stepping carefully as a dancer until she was back where she originally stood. Then she sat down lightly on the roof, crossing her legs beneath herself. Elodine and I sat as well, though not nearly as gracefully. Aori unfolded a cloth, lay it carefully between the three of us, then set a large, smooth wooden platter in the middle. She brought out the cinnus fruit and sniffed it, her eyes peering over the top of it. What is in this? She asked Elodine. Sunshine, he said easily, as if it expected the question. And early morning sunshine at that. They knew each other. Of course. That was why she hadn't run away at the outset. I felt the solid bar of tension between my shoulder blades ease slightly. Aori sniffed the fruit again and looked thoughtful for a moment. It is lovely, she declared. But both things are lovelier still. That stands to reason, Elodine said. I expect Voth is a nicer person than I am. That goes without saying, Aori said primly. Aori served up dinner, sharing out the bread and fish to each of us. She also produced a squat clay jar of brined olives. It made me glad to see she could provide for herself when I wasn't around. Aori poured beer into my familiar porcelain teacup. Elodine got a small glass jar of the sort you would use to store jam. She filled his cup for the first round, but not the second. I was left wondering if he was simply out of easy reach, or if it was a subtle sign of her displeasure. We ate without speaking. Aori delicately, taking tiny bites, her back straight, Elodine cautiously, occasionally darting a glance at me as if he were unsure how to behave. I guessed from this that he'd never shared a meal with Aori before. When we were finished with everything else, Aori brought out a small, bright knife and divided the cinnus fruit into 3 parts. As soon as she broke the skin of it, I could smell it on the air, sweet and sharp. It made my mouth water. Cinnus fruit came from a long way off and was simply too expensive for people like me. She held out my piece, and I took it from her gently. Thank you kindly, Auri. You are welcome kindly, quoth. Elodine looked back and forth between the two of us. Auri? I waited for him to finish his question, but that seemed to be all of it. Auri understood before I did. It's my name, she said, grinning proudly. Is it now? Elodine said curiously. Auri nodded. Quoth gave it to me. She beamed in my direction. Isn't it marvelous? Elodine nodded. It is a lovely name, he said politely, and it suits you. It does, she agreed. It's like having a flower in my heart. She gave Elodine a serious look. If your name is getting too heavy, you should have Quoth give you a new one. Elodine nodded again and took a bite of his cinnus. As he chewed, he turned to look at me. By the light of the moon, I saw his eyes. They were cool, thoughtful, and perfectly, utterly sane. After we finished our dinner, I sang a few songs and we said our goodbyes. Elodine and I walked away together. I knew at least a half-dozen ways to climb down from the roof of Mainz, but I let him take the lead. We made our way past a round stone observatory that stuck up from the roof and moved onto a long stretch of reasonably flat lead sheeting. How long have you been coming to see her? Elodine asked. I thought about it. Half a year? It depends on when you start counting. It took a couple of span of playing before I caught a glimpse of her. More before she trusted me enough to talk. You've had better luck than I have, he said. It's been years. This is the first time she's come within 10 paces of me. We barely speak a dozen words on a good day. We climbed over a wide, low chimney and back onto a gentle slope of thick timber sealed with layers of tar. As we walked, I grew more anxious. Why had he been trying to get close to her? I thought about the time I had gone to Haven with Elodine to visit his giller, Alder Wynn. I thought about Auri there, tiny Auri strapped to a bed with thick leather belts so she couldn't hurt herself or thrash around while she was being fed. I stopped walking. Elodine took a few more steps before turning to look at me. She's my friend, I said slowly. He nodded. That much is obvious. I don't have enough friends that I could bear to lose one, I said. Not her. Promise me you won't tell anyone about her or bundle her off to Haven. It's not the right place for her. I swallowed against the dryness in my throat. I need you to promise me. Elodine tilted his head to one side. I'm hearing an or else, he said, amusement in his voice. Even though you're not actually saying it, I need to promise you, or else. One corner of his mouth quirked up in a wry little smile. When he smiled, I felt a flash of anger mingled with anxiety and fear. It was followed by the sudden hot taste of plum and nutmeg in my mouth, and I became very conscious of the knife I had strapped to my thigh underneath my pants. I felt my hand slowly sliding into my pocket. Then I saw the edge of the roof, a half-dozen feet behind Elodine, and I felt my feet shift slightly, getting ready to sprint and tackle him, bearing us both off the roof and down to the hard cobblestones below. I felt a sudden cold sweat sweep over my body and closed my eyes. I took a deep, slow breath, and the taste in my mouth faded. I opened my eyes again. I need you to promise me, I said, or else I'll probably do something stupid beyond all mortal ken. I swallowed. And both of us will end up the worse for it.
Good.
Elodine looked at me. What they're remarkably honest threats, she said. Normally Normally they're much more growlish and gristly than that. Gristly? I asked, emphasizing the T. Don't you mean grizzly? Both, he said. Usually there's a lot of I'll break your knees, I'll break your neck. He shrugged. Makes me think of gristle, like when you're boning a chicken. Ah, I said, I see. We stared at each other for a moment. I'm not going to send anyone to take her in, he said at last. Haven is the proper place for some folk. It's the only place for a lot of them.
Money, friend.
But I wouldn't wish a mad dog locked there if there were a better option. He turned and started to walk away. When I didn't follow, he turned to look back at me. That's not good enough, I said. I need you to promise. I swear on my mother's milk, Elodin said. I swear on my name and my power. I swear it by the ever-moving moon. We started walking again. She needs warmer clothes, I said, and socks and shoes and a blanket, and they need to be new. Aori won't take anything that's been worn by anyone else. I've tried. She won't take them from me, Elodin said. I've left things out for her. She won't touch them. He turned to look at me. If I give them to you, will you pass them along? I nodded. In that case, she also needs about 20 talents, a ruby the size of an egg, and a new set of engraving tools. Elodin gave an honest, earthy chuckle. Does she also need lute strings? I nodded. 2 pair if you can get them. Why Aori? Elodin asked. Because she doesn't have anyone else, I said. And neither do I. If we don't look out for each other, who will? He shook his head. No, why did you pick that name for her? Oh, I said, embarrassed. Because she's so bright and sweet. She doesn't have any reason to be, but she is. Aori means sunny. In what language? He asked. I hesitated. Siaru, I think. Elodin shook his head. Sunny is Leviriat in Siaru. I tried to think where I had learned the word. Had I stumbled onto it in the archives? Before I could bring it to mind, Elodin spoke. I am preparing to teach a class, he said casually, for those interested in the delicate and subtle art of naming. He gave me a sideways look. It occurs to me that it might not be a complete waste of your time. I might be interested, I said carefully. He nodded. You should read Tekam's underlying principles to prepare, not a long book, but thick if you follow me. If you lend me a copy, I'd like nothing better than to read it, I said. Otherwise, I'll have to muddle through without. He looked at me, uncomprehending. I've been banned from the archive? What, still? Elodin asked, surprised. Still. He seemed indignant. It's been, what, half a year? 3/4 of a year in 3 days' time, I said. Master Lauren has made his feelings clear on the issue of letting me back inside. That, Elodin said with a strange protectiveness in his voice, is utter horseshit. You're my railer now. Elodin changed directions, heading over a piece of rooftop because it was covered in clay roofing tiles. From there we hopped a narrow alley, made our way across the sloping roof of an inn, and stepped onto a broad roof of finished stone. Eventually we came to a wide window, with the warm glow of candlelight behind it. Elodin knocked on a pane of glass as sharply as if it were a door. Looking around, I realized we were standing atop the Master's Hall. After a moment, I saw the tall, thin shape of Master Lauren block the candlelight behind the window. He worked the latch, and the entire window swung open on a hinge.
Elodin, what can I do for you?
Lauren asked. If he thought anything odd about the situation, I couldn't tell from looking at his face. Elodin jerked a thumb over his shoulder at me. The boy here says he's still banned from the archives. Is that so? Lauren's impassive eyes moved to me, then back to Elodin.
It is.
Well, let him back in, Elodin said. He needs to read things. You've made your point.
He's reckless,
Have a good one.
Lauren said flatly.
I'd planned to keep him out for a year and a day.
Elodin sighed. Yes, very traditional. Why don't you give him a second chance? I'll vouch for him. Lauren eyed me for a long moment. I tried to look as responsible as I could, which wasn't very considering I was standing on a rooftop in the middle of the night.
Very well,
Lauren said.
tomes only.
Tomes is for feckless tits who can't shoot her own food,
Elodine said dismissively.
My boy's a railer. He has the feck of 20 men. He needs to explore the stacks and discover all manner of useless things.
I'm not concerned about the boy.
Lauren said with unblinking calm.
My concern is for the archives itself.
Elodine reached out and grabbed me by the shoulder, pushing me forward a bit.
How about this? If you catch him larking around again, I'll let you cut off his thumbs. That should set an example, don't you think?
Lauren gave the two of us a slow look. Then he nodded.
Very well,
he said, and closed his window.
There you go,
Elodine said expansively.
What the hell?
I demanded, wringing my hands.
What the hell?
Elodine looked at me, puzzled.
What? You're in, problem solved. You can't offer to let him cut off my thumbs,
I said. He raised an eyebrow.
Are you planning on breaking the rules again?
He asked pointedly.
What? No, but then you don't have anything to worry about,
he said. He turned and continued up the slope of the roof.
Probably. I'd still step carefully if I were you. I can never tell when Lauren is kidding.
As soon as I awoke the next day, I made my way to the office of the bursar and settled accounts with Riem, the pinch-faced man who held the university's purse strings. I paid my hard-won 9 talents and 5, securing my place in the university for 1 more term. Next, I went to Ledgers and Lists, where I signed up for observation in the Medica, along with physiognomy and physics.
Iron Watch?
Next was ferrous and cupric metallurgy with Camar in the fishery. Last came adept sympathy with Elk Sadal. It was only then I realized I didn't know the name of Elodine's class. I leafed through the ledger until I spotted Elodine's name, then ran my finger back to where the title of the class was listed in fresh dark ink. Introduction to Not Being a Stupid Jackass. I sighed and penned my name in the single blank space beneath. Chapter 12. The Sleeping Mind. When I stirred awake the next day, my first thought was of Elodine's class. There was an excited flutter in my stomach. After long months of trying to get Master Namer to teach me, I was finally going to get a chance to study naming. Real magic, to ball in the great magic. But work came before play. Elodine's class didn't meet until noon. With Devi's debt hanging over my head, I needed to squeeze in a couple of hours' work at the fishery. Entering Kilvin's workshop, the familiar din of 100 busy hands washed over me like music. While it was a dangerous place, I found the workshop oddly relaxing. Many students resented my quick rise through the ranks of the Arcanum, but I'd earned a grudging respect from most of the other artificers. I saw Manet working near the kilns, and started to wind my way through the busy work tables toward him. Manet always knew what work paid best.
Growth!
The huge room grew quiet, and I turned to see Master Kilvin standing in the doorway of his office. He made a curt, beckoning gesture and stepped back inside his office. Sound slowly filled the room as the students returned to their work, but I could feel their eyes on me as I made my way across the room, weaving between the work tables. As I came closer, I saw Kilvin through the wide window of his office, writing on a wall-mounted slate. He was half a foot taller than me, with a chest like a barrel. His great bristling beard and dark eyes made him look even larger than he really was. I knocked politely on the doorframe, and Kilvin turned, setting down his chalk.
Will Quoth come in, close the door.
Anxiously, I stepped into the room and pulled the door shut behind me. The clatter and din of the workshop was cut off so completely that I expected Kilvin must have some cunning sigildry in place that muffled the noise. The result was an almost eerie quiet in the room. Kilvin picked up a piece of paper from the corner of his work table.
I've heard a distressing thing, he said. Several days ago, a girl came to Stokes. She was looking for a young man who had sold her a charm.
He looked me in the eye.
Do you know anything about this?
I shook my head. What did she want?
We do not know, Kilvin said. Earlier, Basil was working in Stokes at the time. He said the girl was young and seemed rather distressed. She was looking for...
He glanced down at the paper.
A young wizard. She didn't know his name, but described him as being young, red-haired, and pretty.
Kilvin set down the piece of paper.
Basil said she grew increasingly upset as they spoke. She looked frightened, and when he tried to get her name, she ran off crying.
He crossed his huge arms in front of his chest, his face severe.
So I ask you plainly, have you been selling charms to young women?
The question caught me by surprise. Charms? I asked. Charms for what?
That you should tell me,
Kilvin said darkly.
Charms for love or luck, to help a woman catch with child, or to prevent the same. Amulets against demons and the like.
Can such things be made? I asked.
No,
Kilvin said firmly.
Which is why we do not sell them.
His dark eyes settled heavily onto me.
So I ask you again, have you been selling charms to ignorant townsfolk?
I was so unprepared for the accusation that I couldn't think of anything sensible to say in my defense. Then the ridiculousness of it struck me and I burst out laughing. Kilvin's eyes narrowed.
This is not amusing, Raylar quoth. Not only are such things expressly forbidden by the university, but a student who would sell false charms.
Kilvin trailed off, shaking his head.
It reveals a profound flaw of character.
Master Kilvin, look at me, I said, plucking at my shirt. If I was tricking gullible townsfolk out of their money, I wouldn't have to wear second-hand homespun. Kilvin looked over, as if noticing my clothes for the first time.
True, he said. However, one might think a student of lesser means would be more tempted to such actions.
I've thought of it, I admitted. With a penny's worth of iron and 10 minutes easy sigildry, I could make a pendant that was cold to the touch. It wouldn't be hard to sell such a thing. I shrugged, but I'm well aware that would fall under fraudulent purveyance. I wouldn't risk that. Kilvin frowned.
Member of the Arcanum. Avoid such behavior because it is wrong, Raylar quoth, not because there is too much risk.
I gave him a forlorn smile. Master Kilvin, if you had that much faith in my moral grounding, we wouldn't be having this conversation. His expression softened a little, and he gave me a small smile.
I admit, I would not expect such of you, but I have been surprised before. I would be remiss in my duty if I did not investigate such things.
Did this girl come to complain about charm? I asked. Kilvin shook his head.
No. As I said, she left no message, but I am at a loss as to why else a distressed young girl with a charm would come looking for you, knowing your description but not your name.
He raised an eyebrow at me, making it a question. I sighed. Do you want my honest opinion, Master Kilvin? Kilvin raised both eyebrows at that.
Always, Raylar quoth.
I expect someone is trying to get me into trouble, I said. Compared to dosing me with an alchemical poison, spreading rumors was practically genteel behavior for Ambrose. Kilvin nodded, absent-mindedly smoothing down his beard with one hand.
Yes, I see.
He shrugged and picked up his piece of chalk.
Well then, I consider this matter resolved for the moment.
He turned back to the slate and glanced over his shoulder at me.
I trust I will not be troubled by a horde of pregnant women waving iron pendants and cursing your name.
I'll take steps to avoid that, Master Kilvin. I filled a few hours doing piecework in the fishery. then made my way to the lecture hall in Mainz where Elodin's class was being held. It was scheduled to begin at noon, but I was there half an hour early, the first to arrive. The other students trickled in slowly. 7 of us in all. First came Fenton, my friendly rival from Advanced Sympathy. Then Faire arrived with Brian, a pretty girl of about 20 with sandy hair cut in the fashion of a boy's. We chatted and introduced ourselves. Jarrett was a shy Medigan I'd seen in the Medica. I recognized the young woman with bright blue eyes and honey-colored hair as Inissa, but it took me a while to remember where I'd met her. She was one of Simon's countless short-lived relationships. Last was Uresh, nearly 30, and a full elfe. His complexion and accent marked him as coming all the way from the Lannet. The noon bell struck, but Elodin was nowhere to be seen. 5 minutes passed, then 10. It wasn't until noon that Elodin breezed into the hall, carrying a loose armful of papers. He dropped them onto a table and began to pace back and forth directly in front of us.
Several things should be made perfectly clear before we start, he said without any introduction or apology for his lateness. First, you must do as I say. You must do it to the best of your ability, even when you don't see the reasons for it. Questions are fine, but in the end, I say you do. He looked around. Yes?
We nodded or murmured affirmative noises.
Second, you must believe me when I tell you certain things. Some of the things I tell you may not be true, but you must believe them anyway until I tell you to stop.
He looked at each of us.
Yes?
I wondered vaguely if he began every lecture this way. Elodin noticed the lack of an affirmative from my direction. He glared at me, irritated.
We aren't to the hard part yet, he said. I'll do my best to try, I said. With answers like that, we'll make you a barrister in no time, he said sarcastically. Why not just do it instead of doing your best to try?
I nodded. It seemed to appease him, and he turned back to the class as a whole.
There are 2 things you must remember. First, our names shape us, and we shape our names in turn.
He stopped his pacing and looked out at us.
Second, even the simplest name is so complex that your mind could never begin to feel the boundaries of, let alone understand it well enough for you to speak it.
There was a long stretch of quiet. Elodin waited, staring at us. Finally, Fenton took the bait.
If that's the case, how can anyone be a namer?
Good question, Elodin said.
The obvious answer is that it can't be done. That even the simplest of names is well beyond our reach.
He held up a hand.
Remember, I am not speaking of the small names we use every day. The calling names like tree and fire and stone. I'm talking about something else entirely.
He reached into a pocket and pulled out a river stone, smooth and dark.
Describe the precise shape of this. Tell me of the weight and pressure that forged it from sand and sediment. Tell me how the light reflects from it. Tell me how the world pulls at the mass of it. How the wind cups it as it moves through the air. Tell me how the traces of its iron will feel the calling of a loading stone. All of these things and 100,000 more make up the name of this stone.
He held it out to us at arm's length.
This single, simple stone.
Elodin lowered his hand and looked at us.
Can you see how complex even this simple thing is? If you studied it for a long month, perhaps you would come to know it well enough to glimpse the outward edges of its name. Perhaps. This is the problem namers face. We must understand things that are beyond our understanding. How can it be done?
He didn't wait for an answer, and instead picked up some of the paper he brought in with him, handing each of us several sheets.
In 15 minutes, I will toss this stone. I will stand here. He set his feet, facing thus. He squared his shoulders. I will throw it underhand with about 3 grip of force behind it. I want you to calculate in what manner it will move through the air so you can have your hand in the proper place to catch it when the time comes.
Elodin set the stone on a desk.
Proceed.
I set to the problem with a will. I drew triangles and arcs. I calculated, guessing at formulas I couldn't quite remember. It wasn't long before I grew frustrated at the impossibility of the task. Too much was unknown, too much was simply impossible to calculate. After 5 minutes on our own, Elodine encouraged us to work as a group. That was when I first saw Uresh's talent with numbers. His calculations had outstripped mine to such a degree that I couldn't understand much of what he was doing. Faire was much the same, though she had also sketched a detailed series of parabolic arcs. The 7 of us discussed, argued, tried, failed, tried again. At the end of 15 minutes, we were frustrated. Myself especially. I hate problems I cannot solve. Elodine looked to us as a group. So, what can you tell me? Some of us started to give our half answers or best guesses, but he waved us into silence. What can you tell me with certainty? After a moment, Faire spoke up. We don't know how the stone will fall. Elodine clapped his hands approvingly. Good! That is the right answer. Now watch. He went to the door and stuck his head out. Henry, he shouted. Yes, you come here for a second. He stepped back from the door and ushered in one of Jameson's runners, a boy no more than 8 years old. Elodine took a half-dozen steps away and turned to face the boy. He squared his shoulders and grinned a mad grin. Catch! He said, lofting the stone at the boy. Startled, the boy snatched it out of the air. Elodine applauded wildly, then congratulated the bewildered boy before reclaiming the stone and hurrying him back out the door. Our teacher turned to face us. So, Elodine asked, how did he do it? How could he calculate in a second what 7 brilliant members of the Arcanum could not figure in a quarter hour? Does he know more geometry than Faire? Are his numbers quicker than Uresh's? Should we bring him back and make him a railer? We laughed a bit, relaxing. My point is this. In each of us there is a mind we use for all our waking deeds. But there is another mind as well. A sleeping mind. It is so powerful that the sleeping mind of an 8-year-old can accomplish in 1 second what the waking minds of 7 members of the Arcanum could not in 15 minutes. He made a sweeping gesture. Your sleeping mind is wide and wild enough to hold the names of things. This I know, because sometimes this knowledge bubbles to the surface. Inisha has spoken the name of iron. Her waking mind does not know it, but her sleeping mind is wiser. Something deep inside Faire understands the name of the stone. Elodine pointed at me. Quoth has called the winds. If we are to believe the writings of those long dead, his is the traditional path. The wind was the name aspiring namers sought and caught when things were studied here so long ago. He went quiet for a moment, looking at us seriously, his arms folded. I want each of you to think on what name you would like to find. It should be a small name, something simple. Iron or fire, wind or water, wood or stone. It should be something you feel an affinity toward. Elodine strode toward the large slate mounted on the wall and began to write a list of titles. His handwriting was surprisingly tidy. These are important books, he said. Read one of them. After a moment, Brienne raised her hand. Then she realized it was pointless as Elodine still had his back to us.
Master Elodine?
She asked hesitantly.
Which one should we read?
He looked over his shoulder, not pausing in his writing at all. I don't care, he said, plainly irritated. Pick one. The others you should skim in a desultory fashion. Look at the pictures, smell them if nothing else. He turned back to look at the slate. The 7 of us looked at each other. The only sound in the room was the tapping of Elodine's chalk. Which one is the most important? I asked. Elodine made a disgusted noise. I don't know, he said. I haven't read them. He wrote a temerant voice on the board and circled it. I don't don't even know if this one is in the archives at all. He put a question mark next to it and continued to write. I will tell you this. None of them are in tomes. I made sure of that. You'll have to hunt for them in the stacks. You'll have to earn them. He finished the last title and took a step back, nodding to himself. There were 20 books in all. He drew stars next to 3 of them, underlined 2 others, and drew a sad face next to the last one on the list. Then he left, striding out of the room without another word, leaving us thinking on the nature of names and wondering what we had gotten ourselves into. Chapter 13.
Oh yeah.
The Hunt. Determined to make a good showing of myself in Elodine's class, I tracked down Willem and negotiated an exchange of future drinks for his help navigating the archives. We made our way through the cobbled streets of the university together, the wind gusting as the huge windowless shape of the archives loomed above us across the courtyard. The words Vorfelan Renata Morie were chiseled into the stone above the massive stone doors. As we came closer, I realized my hands were sweaty. Warden lady, hold on for a second, I said as I stopped walking. Will raised an eyebrow at me. Nervous as unusual, I said. Just give me a moment. You said Lauren left at his barn 2 days ago? Willem said. I thought you'd be inside as soon as you had permission. I was waiting for them to update the ledgers. I wiped my damp hands on my shirt. I know something's going to happen, I said anxiously. My name won't be in the book, or Ambrose will be at the desk, and I'll have some sort of relapse from that plum drug and end up kneeling on his throat and screaming. I'd like to see that, Will said. But Ambrose doesn't work today. That's something, I admitted, relaxing a bit. I pointed to the words above the door. Do you know what that means? Will glanced up. The desire for knowledge shapes a man, he said. Or something close to that. I like that. I took a deep breath. Right, let's go. I pulled open the huge stone doors and entered a small antechamber. Then Will tugged open the inner doors and we stepped into the entry hall. In the middle of the room was a huge wooden desk with several large leather-bound ledgers open atop it. Several imposing doors led off in different directions. Faire sat behind the desk, her curling hair pulled back into a tail. The red light from the sympathy lamps made her look different, but no less pretty. She smiled. Hello, Faire, I said, trying not to sound as nervous as I felt. I heard I'm back in Lauren's good books. Could you check for me? She nodded and began to flip through the ledger in front of her. Her face brightened, and she pointed. Then her expression went dark. I felt a sinking sensation in my stomach. What is it? I asked. Is something wrong? No, she said. Nothing's wrong. You look like something's wrong, Will grumbled. What does it say? Faire hesitated, then spun the book around so we could read it. Quoth, Arleden son, red-haired, fair-complected, young. Written next to this in the margin in a different script were the words, Rue bastard. I grinned at her. Correct on all counts. Can I go in? Do you need lamps? She asked, opening a drawer. I do, Will said, already writing his name in a separate ledger. I've got my own, I said, pulling my small lamp from a pocket of my cloak. Faire opened the admittance ledger and signed us in. My hand shook as I wrote, skittering the pen's nib embarrassingly so it flicked ink across the page. Faire blotted it away and closed the book. She smiled up at me. Welcome back, she said. I let Willem lead the way through the stacks and did my best to look properly amazed. It wasn't a hard part to play. While I'd had access to the archives for some time, I'd been forced to creep around like a thief. I had kept my lamp on its dimmest setting and avoided the main hallways for fear of accidentally running into someone. Shelves covered every bit of the stone walls. Some hallways were broad and open with high ceilings, while others formed narrow lanes barely wide enough for 2 people to pass if they both sideways. The air was heavy, with the smell of leather and dust, of old parchment and binding glue. It smelled of secrets. Willem led me through twisting shelves, up some stairs, then through a long, wide hallway lined with books, bound all in identical red leather. Finally, we came to a door, with dim red light showing around the edges. There are rooms set aside for private study, Willem said softly. Reading halls. Sim and I use this one a lot. Not many people know about it. Will knocked briefly on the door before he opened it to reveal a windowless room, barely larger than the table and chairs it contained. Sim sat at the table, the red light of his sympathy lamp making his face look ruddier than usual. His eyes grew wide when he saw me. Growth? What are you doing in here? He turned to Willem, horrified. Is he doing in here? Lauren lifted his band, Willem said. Our young boy has a reading list. He's planning his first book hunt. Congratulations! Sim beamed at me. Can I help? I'm falling asleep here. He held out his hand. I tapped my temple. The day I can't memorize 20 titles is the day I don't belong in the Arcanum, I said. Though that was only half the truth. The full truth was that I only owned a half dozen precious sheets of paper. I couldn't afford to waste one on something like this. Sim pulled a folded piece of paper out of his pocket along with a nub of pencil. I need things written down, he said. Not all of us memorize ballads for fun. I shrugged and began to jot them down. It'll probably go faster if we split my list 3 ways, I said. Willem gave me a look. You think you can just walk around and find books by yourself? He looked at Sim, who was grinning widely. Of course, I wasn't supposed to know anything about the layout of the stacks. Will and Sim didn't know I'd been sneaking in at nights for almost a month. It's not that I didn't trust them, but Sim couldn't lie to save his life, and Will worked as a scriv. I didn't want to force him to choose between my secret and his duty to Master Lauren. So I decided to play dumb. Oh, I'll muddle through, I said nonchalantly. It can't be that hard to figure out. There are so many books in the archives, Will said slowly, that merely reading all the titles would take you a full span. He paused, looking at me intently. 11 full days, without pause for food or sleep. Really? Sim asked. That long? Will nodded. I worked it out a year ago. It helps stop the Eliers mewing when they must wait for me to fetch them a book. He looked at me. There are books without titles too, and scrolls, and clays, and many languages. What's a clay? I asked. Clay tablet, Will explained. They were some of the only things to survive when Kaluptena burned. Some have been transcribed, but not all. All that's beside the point, Sim interjected. The problem is the organization. Cataloguing, Will said. There have been many different systems over the years. Some masters prefer one, some prefer another. He frowned. Some create their own systems for organizing the books. I laughed. You sound like they should be pilloried for it. Perhaps, Will grumbled. I would not weep over such a thing. Sim looked at him. You can't blame a master for trying to organize things in the best way possible. I can, Willem said. If the archives were organized badly, it would be a uniform unpleasantness we could work with. But there have been so many different systems in the last 50 years, books mislabeled, titles mistranslated. He ran his hands through his hair, sounding suddenly weary. And there are always new books coming in needing to be catalogued. Always the lazy Elier in tombs who want us to fetch for them. It's like trying to dig a hole in the bottom of a river. So, what you're saying, I said slowly, is that you find your time spent as a scriv to be both pleasant and rewarding. Sim muffled a laugh in his hand. And then there are you people? Will looked at me, his voice dangerous and low. Students given the freedom in the stacks. You come in, read half a book, then hide it so you can continue later at your own convenience. Will's hands made gripping motions as if clutching at the front of someone's shirt, or perhaps a throat. Then you forget where you have put the book, and it has gone as surely as if you had burned it. Will pointed a finger at me. If I ever discover you have done such a thing, he said, smouldering with anger, no god will keep you safe from me. I thought guiltily about 3 books I had hidden in just this way while I was studying for exams.
What is this?
I promise, I said, I won't ever do that again. Sim stood up from the table, rubbing his hands together.
What is this for a number?
Simply said, it's a mess in here, but if you stick to the books they've listed in Tolem's catalogue, you should be able to find what you're looking for. Tolem is the system we use now. Will and I will show you where they keep the ledgers. And a few other things, Will said. Tolem is hardly comprehensive. Some of your books might require deeper digging. He turned to open the door. As it turned out, only 4 books on my list were in the Tolem ledgers. After that, we were forced to leave the well-organized parts of the stacks behind. Will seemed to take the list as a personal challenge, so I learned a great deal about the archives that day. Will took me to the dead ledgers, the backward stair, the bottom wing. Even so, at the end of 4 hours, we'd only managed to track down the locations of 7 books. Will seemed frustrated by this, but I thanked him heartily, telling him he'd given me everything I needed to continue the search on my own. Over the next several days, I spent almost every free moment I had in the archives, hunting the books on Elodine's list. I wanted nothing more than to start this class with my best foot forward, and I was determined to read every book he had given us. The first was a travelogue I found rather enjoyable. The second was some rather bad poetry, but it was short, and I forced my way through by gritting my teeth and occasionally closing one eye, so as not to damage the entirety of my brain. Third was a book of rhetorical philosophy, ponderously written. Then came a book detailing wildflowers in northern Artour, a fencing manual with some rather confusing illustrations, another book of poetry, this one thick as a brick and even more self-indulgent than the first. It took hours, but I read them all. I even went so far as to take notes on 2 of my precious pieces of paper. Next came, as near as I could tell, the Journal of a Madman. While it sounds interesting, it was really only a headache pressed between covers. The man wrote in a tight script with no spaces between the words, no breaks, paragraphs, no punctuation, no consistent grammar or spelling. That was when I began to skim. The next day, when confronted with 2 books written in Modigan, a series of essays concerning crop rotation, and a monograph on vintage mosaics, I stopped taking notes. The last handful of books I merely flipped through, wondering why Elodine would want us to read a 200-year-old tax ledger from a barony in the Small Kingdoms, an outdated medical text, and a badly translated morality play. While I quickly lost my fascination with reading Elodine's books, I still delighted in hunting them down. I irritated more than a few scribs with my constant questions. Who was in charge of reshelving? Where were the vintage dictums kept? Who had the keys to the 4th basement scroll storage? Where did the damaged books go while they were waiting to be repaired? In the end, I found 19 of the books, all of them except Entemerant Oistra, and that one was not from lack of trying. At my best guess, the entire venture took nearly 50 hours of searching and reading. I arrived at Elodine's next class 10 minutes early, proud as a priest. I brought my 2 pages of careful notes, eager to impress Elodine with
different
and thoroughness. All 7 of us showed up for class before the noon bell. The door to the lecture hall was closed, so we stood in the hallway, waiting for Elodine to arrive. We shared stories about our search through the archives and speculated as to why Elodine considered these books important. Faire had been a scrib for years, and she had only found 17 of them. Nobody had found Entemerant Oistra, or even a mention of it. Elodine still hadn't arrived by the time the noon bell rang, and at 15 minutes past the hour, I grew tired of standing in the hallway and tried the door to the lecture hall. At first, the handle didn't move at all, but when I jiggled it in frustration, the latch turned and the door opened a crack. Thought it was locked, Inissa said, frowning. Just stuck, I said, pushing it open. We entered the huge empty room and walked down the stairs to the front row of seats. On the large slate in front of us, written in Elodine's oddly tidy handwriting, was a single word: disgust. We settled into our seats and waited, but Elodine was nowhere to be seen. We looked at the slate, then at each other, at a loss for what exactly we were supposed to do. From the looks on everyone's faces, I wasn't the only one who was irritated. I'd spent 50 hours digging up his damn useless books. I'd done my part. Why wasn't he doing his? The seven of us waited for the next 2 hours, chatting idly, waiting for Elodine to arrive. He didn't. Chapter 14. The Hidden City. While the hours I'd wasted hunting for Elodine's books left me profoundly irritated, I emerged from the experience with a solid working knowledge of the archives. The most important thing I learned was that it was not merely a warehouse filled with books. The archives was like a city unto itself. It had roads and winding lanes. It had alleys and shortcuts. Just like a city, parts of the archives teemed with activity. The scriptorium held rows of desks where scribs toiled over translations or copied faded texts into new books with fresh, dark ink. The sorting hall buzzed with activity as scribs sifted and reshelved books. The buggery was not at all what I expected, thank goodness. Instead, it proved to be the place where new books were decontaminated before being added to the collection. Apparently all manner of creatures loved books, some devouring parchment and leather, others with a taste for paper or glue. Bookworms were the least of them, and after listening to a few of Willem's stories, I wanted nothing more than to wash my hands. Cataloguers Mew, the bindery, bolts, palimpsest, all of them were busy as beehives, full of quiet, industrious scribs. But other parts of the archives were quite the opposite of busy. The acquisitions office, for example, was tiny and perpetually dark. Through the window I could see that one entire wall of the office was nothing but a huge map, with cities and roads marked in such detail that it looked like a snarled loom. The map was covered in a layer of clear alchemical lacquer, and there were notes written at various points in red grease pencil, detailing rumors of desirable books and the last known positions of the various acquisition teams. Tomes was like a great public garden. Any student was free to come and read the books shelved there, or they could submit a request to the scribs, who would grudgingly head off into the stacks to find, if not the exact book you wanted, then at least something closely related. But the stacks comprised the vast majority of the archives. That was where the books actually lived. And just like in any city, there were good neighborhoods and bad. In the good neighborhoods, everything was properly organized and cataloged. In these places, a ledger entry would lead you to a book as simply as a pointing finger. Then there were the bad neighborhoods, sections of the archives that were forgotten or neglected or simply too troublesome to deal with at the moment. These were places where books were organized under old catalogs or under no catalog at all. There were walls of shelves like mouths with missing teeth, where long-gone scribs had cannibalized an old catalog to bring books into whatever system was fashionable at the time. 30 years ago, 2 entire floors had gone from good neighborhood to bad when the Larkin ledger books were burned by a rival faction of scribs. And of course, there was the 4-plate door, the secret at the heart of the city. It was nice to go strolling in the good neighborhoods. It was pleasant to go looking for a book and find it exactly where it should be. It was easy, comforting, quick. But the bad neighborhoods were fascinating. The books there were dusty and disused. When you opened one, you might read words no eyes had touched for hundreds of years. There was treasure there among the dross. It was in those places I searched for the Chandrian. I looked for hours, and I looked for days. A large part of the reason I had come to the university was because I wanted to discover the truth about them. Now that I finally had easy access to the archives, I made up for lost time. But despite my long hours of searching, I found hardly anything at all. There were several books of children's stories that featured Chandrian engaged in minor mischief, like stealing pies and making milk go sour. Others had them bargaining like demons in a Turan morality plays. Scattered through these stories were a few thin threads of fact, but nothing I didn't already know. The Chandrian were cursed. Signs showed their presence: blue flame, rot and rust, a chill in the air. My hunt was made more difficult by the fact that I couldn't ask anyone for help. If word spread that I was spending my time reading children's stories, it would not improve my reputation. More important, one of the few things I knew about the Chandrian was that they worked to viciously repress any knowledge of their own existence. They'd killed my troop because my father had been writing a song about them. In Trebon, they destroyed an entire wedding party because some of the guests had seen pictures of them on a piece of ancient pottery. Given these facts, talking about the Chandrian didn't seem like the wisest course of action. So I did my own searching. After days, I abandoned hope of finding anything so helpful as a book about the Chandrian, or even anything so substantial as a monograph. Still, I read on, hoping to find a scrap of truth hidden somewhere, a single fact, a hint, anything. But children's stories are not rich in detail, and what few details I found were obviously fanciful. Where did the Chandrian live? In the clouds? In dreams? In a castle made of candy? What were their signs? Thunder? The darkening of the moon? One story even mentioned rainbows. Who would write that? Why make a child terrified of rainbows? Names were easier to come by, but all were obviously stolen from other sources. Almost all of these were names of demons mentioned in the Book of the Path, or from some play, primarily Deonica. One painfully allegorical story named the Chandrian after 7 well-known emperors from the days of the Aturan Empire. That at least gave me a brief, bitter laugh. Eventually, I discovered a slim volume called The Book of Secrets, buried deep in the dead ledgers. It was an odd book, arranged like a bestiary but written like a children's primer. It had pictures of fairy tale creatures like ogres, trow, and denolings. Each entry had a picture accompanied by a short, insipid poem. Of course, the Chandrian were the only entry without a picture. Instead, there was just an empty page framed in decorative scrollwork. The accompanying poem was less than useless. The Chandrian move from place to place, but they never leave a trace. They hold their secrets very tight, but they never scratch and they never bite. They never fight and they never fuss. In fact, they are quite nice to us. They come and they go in the blink of an eye, like a bright bolt of lightning out of the sky. Irritating as it was to read something like this, it made one point abundantly clear. To the rest of the world, the Chandrian were nothing more than childish fairy stories. No more real than shamblemen or unicorns. I knew differently, of course. I'd seen them with my own eyes. I had talked to black-eyed Cinder. I had seen Haliax wearing shadow all around him like a mantle. So I continued my fruitless search. It didn't matter what the rest of the world believed. I knew the truth. And I've never been one to give up easily. I settled into the rhythm of a new term. As before, I attended classes and played music at Anchors, but most of my time was spent in the archives. I had lusted after them for so long that being able to walk through the front doors any time I wanted seemed almost unnatural. Even my continuing failure to find anything factual about the Chandrian didn't sour the experience. As I hunted, I became increasingly distracted by other books I found. A handwritten medicinal herbal with watercolor pictures of various plants, a small quarto book of 4 plays I'd never heard of before, a remarkably engaging biography of Hevred the Wary. I spent entire afternoons in the reading holes, missing meals and neglecting my friends. More than once, I was the last student out of the archives before the scrivs locked the doors for the night. I would have slept there if such things were allowed. Some days, if my schedule was too tight for me to settle in for a long stretch of reading, I would simply walk the stacks for a handful of minutes between classes. I was so infatuated with my new freedoms that I did not make it over the river into Imre for many days. When I did return to the Grey Man, I brought a calling card I'd fashioned from a scrap of parchment. I thought Denner would be amused by it. But when I arrived, the officious porter in the Grey Man's parlour told me no, he could not deliver my card. No, the young lady was no longer in residence. No, he could not take a message for her. No, he did not know where she had gone.
So that was the audiobook tour today. That was chapter 14. Chapter 15 is coming. Chapter 15 is coming. I'm eating now. Make a break. I'm not sure if I'll return for today. If I will, you will see, I guess. And next Friday we go on chapter 15 and onwards with the Weisman's Fear. So see you later, or next week, or tomorrow with Rezz.
Charging battery. Charge complete.
So, we learned now, not a good idea when it's very warm under a blanket. And it's so cold when you want to stand up to the PC again. And you fall asleep even more, even easier. So, Ashen Whale, Priest, bam. Let's do it. Goodbye, goodbye. Mages. Damn. That's 4. What happens if I send Spine Chatter? Ha! Wow, maybe that's the reason why so many bots are there. You can easily send now mails between the realms. What a bullshit. Okay, that goes to the druid, and that goes to the mutts. This explains a lot of things.
Well met. Farewell.
I have. What is it? That is rights. Okay, rights I can activate. I need a lot of basilisk brains. Cassettes I don't need so much. Ja. Oh, Black Betty. Fuck. Where was in? I was here, yeah. I think I will need some more spawns here. Let's kill all piggies. Why I get so much damage from this fire thing? Oh no, they walk with each other, of course. Something is odd here. Can't pinpoint it. Very good. You have another one? No, that was the only one. The kingdom will come. So what I turn in first? Maybe the Snickers I don't have enough for. Resist. Nice. Oh, that's a riot. That is the Langkopter. The Bulges Vigo.
I am listening. Hello.
That's the int?
What brings you here?
Oh, that's the spirit. So, we'll check that. I need still two. Give me a bird, give me a trust. I should not use the shield too early. You don't ruin the MP5. For some reason, I get much more damage than before. Why we have here the Baron's music? Okay. The normal. Is it? Oh. Too many Smineys respawned. Still need 6 brains. Oh, it's a range. Fuck. How many resistance I have here? Come on. slightly chill in my flat here. Maybe only compared to my warm sofa pillow. Blanket. Pillow. Assisted or what happens there? Ah, this is not up, this is not up. Mark for this. And close. Okay. Ha 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 ha. Oh, wonderful. 3 puzzles. One of them should have a brain. Not the first one. Fear of the dark. There it is. One more vulture. And I'm done here. Ooh, should I trust that the 2 missing drops it? I guess I have to. Where I got the room closed. Ah, okay, I killed humanoids before. Fear of the dark.
Hello. What brings you here?
There. So, got it. Now I can think about where I store it. Kyrgyzstan. I'm Kyrgyzstan bound. Wait a minute. Priest blasted lands into Fellwood. Ja, Kyrgyzstan. It's. There was training before I came here? Yeah, I think so. Mind Blast, Mind Flare comes at 52. Good. So, bam bam, bam bam. Food. Blue items. Let's think about it. Oh. A lot of gold on in my bank. That is for sure. That's needed. Don't need this so much. Let's make 10. Down the hollow line. Oh, wait. I say, I come back. Oh, the flask was here.
Do I have a deal for you?
Known, not important, known. on holiday.
Keep it real. Talk to me.
Flogger, don't interested.
Oh, do I have a deal for you? Hurry back.
Mm-hmm.
Time is money, friend.
So, but I stored everything, nearly everything.
Glad I could help.
This. Yes. There. So. Oh. Where does this go here? Any? Black blooms? Do I have black blooms left? No. I don't have black blooms left. Bah. Okay. Oh. Is there any helpful item I can craft? Hmm. Maybe Trollbud I can make. Oh no, not on him. Nah, I don't have Trollbud yet. Not the phenomenal one. Well. Okay, fuck it. I do whatever necessary. Anna has 100 gold. Where's my hunter? 360 gold. Huh. Gotta get away from me. So, I have what? Ecomatics, sticky I have already. Bow to arms, yeah. Cenurian 8, that is too low. Yeah. I think that's the same fate as my druid.
Welcome. Safe travel.
It's literally at the same place. What? Oh, tell me, please, is my priest now perfectly fit? Bed close pen, stream, dream, shadow, 2 shadow pieces. Okay. You have the shoulder? Fateless shoulder? No. Don't think so. I don't get this. So, I'm finished here. Rogue is a Tanaris. He can collect endlessly mithril. What I need. He's an Iron Forge. It will be needed later. Let's see what my mage can craft. So, oh, that was not clever to open them all together. And I don't have inventory space here. Eh? Interesting. Interesting. Okay, Arcanite Rod also don't count. Shadow Silk. Iron Wrap, sick. Spider Silk, Shadow, 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 sick, sick. Sick, sick, Shadow, Shadow, Iron Wrap. Iron Wrap, 3 times Iron Wrap. Oh, alrighty. So, what can I craft? Room clothes, headbands. Fair clothes, hoods, that puts fire damage, right? No. It is not. Wait a minute. Hey, that's a better. Might stream. Close, and I don't have it yet. That is missing. Oops. Fair close pants I have. Okay, let's.
I'm listening.
So, enchanted room clothes back. Mage weave pouch. At the moment I don't need it. Hmm. How many cooldowns I have on a Warlock? That is a question. I have 2. Please. Oh, maybe my Warlock can use it now, the 30 damage. Oof. Does a Warlock really have to grind all the 2 levels? Damn it. This or Warlock. Winter Spring Grind, EPL Kill Quests, or Western Blacklands are the options. No! He runs out of quests too quickly. Maybe I wanted to make the Ungoro thing with Mighty Ucha and stuff. But not from Danasos onwards. Hmm. I don't need so many hours, but hey. Hmm. 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 Oh, my dirty cage. I can use my wicked leather headband. Yeah, great. Bam. Okay. Oh, wait, I have iron. I don't have to farm iron. 40 iron for the warrior. Do I have anything else here for the warrior? Mage weave. No. Mm-hmm. Hmm. Can't do anything with this. At the moment. Mm-hmm. 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 Okay, whatever. Oh, he has the mana oil. Maybe that should I consider. No. I have so much to store.
Need help?
Hmm. The Heart of Fire is for the warrior. Where this goes to? Maybe I really have to consider putting this out. Mm-hmm. Reputation Thorium. Hmm. Maybe put it here. But then what I do win here? And then killing me. Uh, 6/6 shadow. Hail.
Greetings.
Mm-hmm.
Light bless you.
Oh, I was on the bank before. Damn it. Mm-hmm. Wait a minute, the mana pots can be used on the priest very well. Let's use it. I don't use it very often on... Let's get it there. So let's farm a little bit. Mystery. I need, how much was it? 270 or something like this. I don't remember. I don't care. I will get very tired very early, I guess. Mama told me when I was young. By the way, gives me armor smith anything I need? Before he... Hey, my rogue has a lot of inventory space I can fill with some bullshit. Kind of man. Oh, we'll get sleepy very soon, I guess. I hate it already. Nothing? Wow. Okay, good to know. If this mithril is up, I don't have to go to the others. Seems to be they are clustered. This here is a cluster. Hopefully nothing else belongs to them. Maybe I should make my pot calculator with actual prices. Oh, how I never thought that I will need this tool again. All data is in German. I have to rewrite half of the text of this thing. That's my only option, how my row comes earlier to his mount. If he starts to selling pots. Well, the price for the herbs will change over the course. But I definitely know. It's not in. It's so easy to find. No. Not so easy to find. Such an everywhere where. Really nothing up here. I think this corner is really wasted. But this area must contain one or two. Will always be. It's also a spot. Let's check this one too. In the shadow. Oh, if it's here, it's most likely not here or here. Because I guess they belong to the same cluster. But that means here was one and here was one. Nice. Let's check if there's another one here. But I don't believe. But I have to start at the farthest anyway. Hey, I found a star ruby. Nice. That will be needed later. So, okay. Out. Let's get into my... So then let's copy Silver Sage, Mountain Silver Sage. Tears. Oh, I need a better auction house thing here, or I scan one time. That needs half an hour? No, I'm not awake half an hour. Wait. Bam. Item not found? What? So, 9 silver each. That's the cheapest one? Yes. No. What? I don't understand the calculation. One is for 9 silver. 33. And the... Where was he? 5? Maybe. 5 is... 86? But cheaper than... No, that's 9. That's more than 9. Okay, a little bit. Okay. Artist Tears, 9 silver. Price in silver. Mountain silver set. Mountain silver. Mountain silver sage. Oh, I write it wrong. Ah, okay. Okay, it's mainly only one. How is it? What is it called? Reagent. Should have cake. So, back. Let's. Hello, set potions. A brew suite. Brews. Oh, because of this. Brew suite. Okay. And it is not a lot. 19 buyout. Why? It's not sorted by the cheapest one. I don't get it. Brew suite is hefty cheap. Okay. 0.3. Okay, got it. The problem is I know the names all from protection potion, shadow. No. Shadow oil. Fade leaf, my goodness. Really a problem to identify this. Fade leaf, bam. So expensive? Hmm. 8.5. 8.5. And read. 33. 31. 30. Around 30. Come on. Don't have to be exact. Ice cap. Also 34. That will be lower later. Earth root. What? $0.6. Oh, it's much cheaper here. 0.27. 2.3. This is not the end of the road. Zero point 2.8. Yeah. It already has no value. Fire blue. Fire blue. Oh. There's a 50 offer, 28 offer, 28, 20, 20, 17, no, 18, 19, 3, that's 12, no, that's 18. $3.68, the 20, 3.6. Let's see, what is this? Half one is around 18. Yeah, I don't have to be precise. Swift distal, no, Swift distal, okay, right. Swift distal. 32, 39, 35, 19, 'This is... Oof. Come on, 19 sounds... Okay. Ghost room. No, ghost... Mushroom, okay. Ghost... Mushroom. Yeah. They are 150. 118. 118, 119. 119. Yeah, around 119. Gold Thorn. Ah! Thorn this way. Around 12. 11 and a half. 11 and a half. It's Golden Sun. 50. Are you kidding? Totally useless, this fuck shit. Okay, 50, whatever. Hello, grave. Ah, the 2 words. $10 silver. Looks like that's okay. What is this? 8. Yeah. Five. It's important. Katgas Whisker to 6.5. 6, 2. 4, 6, 4, 5. That's only chaotic here. So half is 80. Let's say 5, just to make it easy. Bam. King's Blood. Or 7, or 6. 6. Let's say 5, just to make it easy. Live route. Live. At the moment, 1.5. That's all 1.5, so this is more like 1. What? No, that's... No, 1.5. Purple Lotus. It's around 4.5, 4.2. For 3, for 4. 90. 1.5. What is this herb called in English? Royal? Mage Royal. Ah, okay, there, sowas hier. Mage Royal. Yeah. That must be worthless, huh? Okay. Oh, there. Can I report him? One silver, 0.4, maybe. Oh. 0.35. No. For Black Balloon, it's around 79, 70. Around 70. Why? It's the opposite ordered. Yeah, 70. Black Lotus. It's 45. Gold. Grass. Grass. Oh yeah, nice. Oh my goodness. Can I please focus here? So, Sungrass. 24. 22. Oh. It's more like 18. Half. It's a little bit less than 18, but 18. Let's call it 18. Dream. Not dust. Oil. Dream foil. That's also something for later. More. 80. Well. Mm-hmm. Wild wine? Is it wild wine? What I have here? What? What is this? Am I stupid? Not hear this. Is it protection? No, it was... Yeah, swiftness. Briar Fawn. Oh. I don't remember this name here. That is all only offers. No buyout. 2.5 are the buyout. 2, 3 are the buyout. Two, 3. 2, 3. Wild Steel Bloom, 6 and 4. 6, 2. 6, 2. Yeah. That is not expensive at all. Winter Spite. $50. 42. 40. 42. Seven. Seven. What is it? Wild wine, right? 68. 68 is okay. Fire. Firefin Snapper. Firefin Snapper. 1, 5. 1, 0, 8. Wait a minute. That's even cheaper. Oh, what is this? 0, 7 something. Poison. No. Wait a minute, I have it in my... Yeah, large venom sac. Ah. Sac. 8. 7. 6. 6. Around 6. Ooh, how many black mouse we have here? 9 silver. 8.5. 8. 8. Around 8. I got undead. Wow. Yeah, 4, 7, 4, 3. Oh, the same. 4, 7. That will be zone scale heal. It's around 20 end. No. Wait a minute. It's 14. That's 9. 8. Well, let's say 8. That is cheap. Stone scale here. Oil. That is 1. Okay, not a lot of people offering this. That's 1.8 something. That's around. So what else? Giant. No. No. Fang. Giant Fang. It's not Fang. Fang. Large Fang. Oh, come on. Two silver. That's at the moment good. So the rest is not important for me. Roll lot. Different words? No. No one selling this? Troll. Oh, it's Mighty Troll Blood Potion. Troll Blood Potions. My god. See. Mighty Troll's Blood. They're sold for 8.2. Around 8, yeah. 8.2 is okay. Oh. Invisible. Oh. Lesser invisible. This way. Hello. Okay, he got it. 23. 3 times 5, so 23, around 23. The greater version. Let's see. $220. 220. Elixir detect lesser invisibility. Is it what I mean? Utility potions. Restorative. Special. It is Katkas and Fate Leaf inside. C7 and C19. Fate Leaf and Katkas, yes. Detect Invis. Hmm. 25. Who needs this? Really? Frost oil. No? Frost oil. 2 words. Uh, 114. The cheapest versions, the same, 114. Elixir Giants. Elixir Giants. So. One, 3. That's cheaper, huh? Yeah, that's cheaper. 5, it's 110. Agility. That's agility? No. This? Is it this? No, it's greater. I don't think I have the smaller one. Elixir operator. 50. Straight 50. Moon. Mongoose. Elixir. Seer of the Mongoose. So, the price here is 310. Wait. There are not so many people who can make this. No, it's 280. 270. Mm-hmm. That's 260, huh? 43, no. Let's not overdo it here. 271. Wow, that's actually a minus deal if you craft a mongoose. Hello? No one crafts this. 80 silver. That minus. Health potion. What's the right word? Heal. Heal. Name potion. Major. I think it's a major what I have here. Major healing potion. 90. Expensive. 82. 80. 70. 70. Fire. How is the oil called? Fire oil. Oh, very easy. Three to 2 to 2. Swiftness potions. Spam. 38. 35. There's a little profit inside. Black mouse oil is 18. What is this called? Oh, what's the English name? Utility potion. Free action pull. Free action potion costs 50, 40, around 40. Wool. Near. Limited. Two gold. 2 gold. What? Less than 2 gold. No, that's more than 2 gold. What? 5, 2 is 10. Ah, okay. The number changed. 2 gold. Mana, greater, major, mana. Major. It's 2. 1.75. Not greater, superior. Okay. Oh. That can't be true here, what I have noted. One gold, 1 gold. Yeah, that's around 95. 1 gold. $27, 9, and dream foil. 9 is ice cap. Yeah, dream foil ice cap is a different one. Oh. So. Oh, okay. Water breathe. Elixir of greater water breathing? No. 7. Elixir of greater water breathing. Elixir of greater water breathing. This costs 15. Yeah, whatever. Both big minus. Blinding powder. That's 30. What? It's half. 30. 3. 60, 33. So 3 each. 3 each. Is it correctly here? 12. Yeah, 3 each. Blinding powder. No, nothing. This tea. Tea. 25 words. What is regeneration potion? What regen? The pot called regeneration. What is used for this? C43, C14, Goldthorn, and 43. Ah, wait a minute. That is restorative. Earth elemental. Elemental earth. Yeah. Restorative. Restorative potion. And you need it for MC. That's for sure. What? Where is this receipt found? Is it from MC? Restorative potion item. Where is it from? Ah, it's from the... Restorative. Ah, yeah, that was a mistake. Okay. My spelling was again wrong. Restorative. It's around 58. Ooh. Disconnected? Are you kidding me? I don't moved. Cut gas and gold sword. What is cut gas and gold sword? Fortitude. No. Not cut gas and gold form. Yes. No. Resistance? No. Ah, it's steel room. It's steel room. Okay, then it was fortitude. 40. 20. Mm-hmm. Come on, I'm faster to find it here. Shadow oil? Is it shadow oil? No, it's not shadow oil. Three times 13. Mushroom and G2. G2. No. Ah, here, that is it. Elixir of Shadow Power. Elixir of Shadow Power. Oh, it's 6 gold. Wait, that's not. The ingredients are expensive. First light. It comes out. Fire. Power. Oh, really? Exert of greater fire. Greater, fire, power. Yes, no? Greater, fire, power. Arcane. Greater Arcane Elixir. Greater Arcane. Oh, there's already people having this receipts. 7. No one sells the receipt at the moment. Oh, yeah. Receipt greater arcane. Oh, 1,000. 1,000. That's a lot. $40. Oh, 40. Shield. Down. Field. Here. Hmm. 118. Well, let's say it's 120. Doesn't matter. Very or that's one. It's around 1 gold. That's a good potion. Some resistance. Magic resistance potion. That's the greater one, no? Yeah. Shake. 15. Yeah, around 50. Oof. Now comes the many potions. What is this called? Greater Frost Protection Potion. Where it comes from? I think that comes from the giants, or not? Greater Frost Protection. I have no price for this. Yeah. That is a price. 4 gold, 25. Nature. Wow. We don't have a price for this. Shadow. 6 gold, 5, 4.5. Greater Arcane Protection Potion. 477. Hmm. It's not so expensive. Okay, that's around 6. Simple rage potion, that's all. Okay, that is 1.5. Good. Good, that was all potions I can think of. Maybe I forgot something. Okay. Flasks, okay, transmutes. So, heal. I have Revuvention. No one makes this. Mm. Mm. Holy, no one cares. Living action is not there yet. Purification potion. Purification. Curse, 1 disease, 1 poison. Purification potion. Ice cap, black bloom. It's not bad. Do we have the receipt? I don't know. Living action. Can't be here. I think that was... Okay. Same goes with this here. Frost power comes later. Firepower. Elixir of demon slaying. Cat's eye, maybe. What cost cat's eye? Cat's eye. No one crafted this. Goldstone Fate Leaf. Mm. No one cared. So what is the result of all of this all? You can craft swiftness potions. Or profit. More blame sack. And it costs 50. Yeah, that makes the fire protection potion better. No one offers echoes. Oof. Essence of Undead. There we go. 33. Yes. Ten. Where is it? 20. No. Essence of Air. Around 30. No, where's it? Oh no. Bars. No, don't need bars. Needs ore. That's expensive. What was Echo called? No, no. Winterfall. Mm, 130. In what? $88. Good. I think enough collection. Hopefully I have well. Okay, time to log out. Enough for today. Tomorrow with normal content on